The House will come to order. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Representative Ryden.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Schiebel, please call the roll.
Representatives Arbogast, Bacon, Barone, Byrd, Basenecker, Bottoms, Bradfield, Bradley, Brooks, Brown, Caldwell, Camacho, Carter, Clifford, DeGraff, Duran, English, Espinoza, Ferre, Froelich, Garcia, Garcia Sander, Gilchrist, Gonzalez, Hamrick, Hartsook, Jackson, Johnson, Joseph, Kelty, Leader, Lindsay, Lindstead, Luck, Lukens, Mabry, Marshall, Martinez, Morrow, Representative Morrow.
Excused.
McCormick, Pascal, Phillips, Puglisi, Ricks, Representative Ricks.
Excused.
Oh, excuse me. Richardson, Rootnell, Ryden, Sirota, Representative Sirota.
Excused.
Smith, Soper, Stewart K, Stewart R, Representative Stewart R,
Excused.
Story, Sukla, Taggart, Titone, Valdez A, Velasco, Weinberg, Wilford, Winter, Woodrow, Woog, Zokai, and Madam Speaker.
Here. With 62 present and 3 excused, we do have a quorum. Representative Ryden, we need you down in the well. It's the funnest job. Representative Ryden.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the Journal of Monday, May 5th, 2025 be approved as corrected by the Chief Clerk.
Members, you've heard the motion that the journal be approved as corrected by the Chief Clerk. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Mr. Schiebel, reports of committees of reference.
Committee on Appropriations, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. Senate Bills 72 and 321 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation.
Signing of bills, resolutions, memorials.
The Speaker has signed House
Signing
bills.
of bills, resolutions, memorials will be we will stand in a brief recess. The House will come back to order. Members, those reports of committee of reference are being withdrawn. They have not been properly signed by our Chair of Appropriations. Mr. Schiebel, signing of bills, resolutions, and memorials.
The Speaker has signed.
Signing of bills, resolutions, and memorials will be printed in the Journal. Message from the Senate.
Madam Speaker, the
Message
Senate
from the Senate will be printed in the Journal. We'll do it later. Okay, any other announcements and introductions before we dive in? Oh, Representative Barone and Representative Martinez.
And woo. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm here, fellow colleagues, with two other ones that have really, really good hair, but I am also it's a given, I have the best hair. So throughout the day, if you want to come up here to Vanessa, she has a sheet for you to vote for one of us. Feel free to vote for me, since I've been campaigning this whole season on this. Yeah, I'll have pictures on on your desks. I was playing the long game. I was playing the long game. I can't use a prop. But please, feel free to come up here to Vanessa. She will have the sheet here if you want to come and vote. The winner of the best hair will be the chair of the hair caucus. So I urge you, please, come up here. Oh, wait.
Get on the list.
Write-ins not allowed. Write-ins not allowed.
Wrap it up.
Okay, no. We'll allow a write-in if you want to vote for Representative Rudnell here. So thank you.
I just want to say to the women in this chamber, I feel very discriminated against.
Oh my goodness.
Wow. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This morning, we would really like to give a special announcement to our custodial staff that we have here. They are to our right.
Woo! Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to add how appreciated you are. I know how hard and difficult this work is, and sometimes it feels very thankless. You are constantly picking up after all of us in here in the chamber, in our offices, in the cafeteria, and it is so appreciated, everything you do. Lots of times you're here late at night. If we're here late at night, you guys come in late at night to make sure when we come in the next day, everything is as pristine as it was when we got here. And it's just amazing the work you do. When I call out your name, if you could please stand up. I have April Martinez. Chris Martinez. Davina Munez. Tin Cook. Tin Cook? Okay, well, let's still clap. Margarita. Jessica. And last but not least, Kim Lopez, please. Kim, thank you for your leadership. You lead an awesome crew. Thank you for everything you do. You're so appreciated.
Assistant Minority Leader Winter.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and good morning. In all reality, you all are the reason that we come here. We're here to try to fight to make a Colorado that's good for everybody, and you're in that fight with us, and I don't think people see that. We show up every day, and we're down here in the WOW, and we're making policy, but at the end of the day, you're the people that are behind the scenes, and you're the ones that make it go. And we appreciate it. I mean, Chris and Kim every morning, the encouragement, the kind words, the good mornings, those are the things that are important in this building. Whether we disagree or we agree on policy, it doesn't matter, because at the end of the day, we're all family, and you're a huge part of our family, so I appreciate all that you do. It's an honor to serve with you all, and if it wasn't for you, this building wouldn't run, and people outside of this chamber need to know that. You're the people that we're fighting for in this building, so God bless you all, and thank you for what you do.
Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I did tell our crew over here that I'm going to run a bill next year that for one day of session, we switch places. If you really love them and believe in them, there's some staircases to be cleaned.
Thank you, everyone. What a lovely tribute to the team. Other announcements or introductions? Representative Kelty? Members, your attention, please. Representative Kelty.
Ms. Speaker, members and colleagues, I'm sorry. I request some a moment of personal privilege.
So granted. Please proceed.
Thank you very much. Ms. Speaker, members and colleagues, today we recognize and honor the life of Donald Clayton Gilmore, a proud Navy skilled technician, devoted husband, mentor, and beloved pillar of Colorado community, who passed away on March 4th, 2025. Born in Council Bluffs, Iowa in 1945, Don was adopted at the age of 6 and later moved to Denver, where he graduated from East High School. He served 8 years in the United States Navy, including a tour in Vietnam as a petty officer first class and electrician's technician, and spent 2 years on the distant early warning line in Greenland during the Cold War. In a remarkable twist of fate, he coincidentally served aboard the USS Gilmore, a ship that shared his name. Once he settled in Colorado, Don never left, living in Summit, Douglas, Denver, Arapahoe, Elbert, and Adams counties, and becoming a true staple of the state. He built a successful career as a medical electrician's technician, traveled the world, and earned his pilot's license through the GI Bill. Don mentored countless colleagues and friends over the years, always willing to share his knowledge and lend a hand. He embraced all that Colorado had to offer: hunting, fishing, photography, camping, boating, even if he famously sank a few boats along the way. With his adventurous spirit, dry wit, and larger-than-life personality, Don was often referred to, only half-jokingly, as the most interesting man in the world. He was deeply devoted to his beloved wife, Donna Mae, his family, and many dear friends. He will be laid to rest with military honors at Fort Logan National Cemetery this spring, leaving behind a legacy of service, mentorship, and unmistakable spirit of Colorado. Thank you. And his family is here today. They're there.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just a quick announcement that I've got a number of constituents in and around the building today from 1 to 2:30. They have been laid off from their federal jobs, and they are concerned about this and would love to speak with you all. So let me know if you have any questions or if you'd like to connect with them.
Members, I have an announcement. Representatives Clifford, Garcia, and Soper will be excused as such time necessary to attend the Conference Committee on Senate Bill 155. The Conference Committee on Senate Bill 155 will be meeting at 11 a.m. in Senate Committee Room 352. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have an announcement here. Members, a reminder for those who are on the third floor regarding the upcoming changes to the third floor offices, which includes new furniture, new carpet, and paint. To facilitate this process, we need you to have your personal items and furniture removed no later than Friday, May 16th. Any personal items need to be moved to the Senate Committee Room 352. Any personal furniture needs to be moved to the Old State Library. If you have any state furniture that you would also like to keep, please let us know so we can arrange for the sergeants to move it. Senate Room 352 in the Old State Library will be open from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Monday through Friday, starting Wednesday, May 7th through Friday, May 16th. The movers will begin removing the old office furniture beginning Monday, May 19th, so we really need your cooperation in getting this matter done. Boxes, surplus stickers, and instructions were left in your third floor offices this past Saturday. Any questions, please do not hesitate to call Robin Jones or Cindy Markwell. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
Thank you, Madam Majority Leader. Members, we're going to stand in a brief recess. We're looking at other conference committees that may be meeting this morning. The House is in recess. The House will come back to order. Mr. Schiebel, reports of committees of reference.
Committee on Appropriations, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following Senate Bill 321 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favor recommendation.
Excellent. Members, additional announcements. Representatives Taggart, Morrow, and Lukens are excused at such time needed to attend the Conference Committee on Senate Bill 37. The Conference Committee on 37 will also be meeting at 11 a.m. in Senate Committee Room 354. And members, Representatives Froelich, Lindstedt, and Woog are excused at such time as needed to attend the Conference Committee on Senate Bill 161. That time is yet to be determined. Mr. Schiebel, Conference Committee reports.
First report of First Conference Committee on House Bill 1209. This report amends the re-revised bill to the President of the Senate and the Speaker of the House of
Reports of
Representatives.
committees of reference, Conference Committee reports will be printed in the journal. Excellent. Do we have one more announcement? Representative Wilford.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I wanted to give a warm welcome for the students from Studio Elementary School that just joined us. Give a big wave and a big warm applause. Welcome, enjoy your tour today.
So many bright, shiny faces. Welcome. Okay, Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move the following bills be added to the special orders calendar on May 6, 2025 at 10:04 a.m. Senate Bill 290, Senate Bill 321, Senate Bill 309, Senate Bill 165, and Senate Bill 7.
Seeing no objection, the bills listed by the Majority Leader will be added to the special orders calendar on May 6th at 10:04 a.m. Representative Wilford. Members, you have heard the motion. Seeing no objection, Representative Wilford and that sparkly coat will take the chair.
The committee will come to order. With your unanimous consent, the bills will be read by title unless there's a request for reading a bill at length. Committee reports are printed and in your bill folders. Floor amendments will be shown on the screen on iLegislate and in today's folder on your box account. Bills will be laid over upon motion of the Majority Leader, and the coat rule is relaxed. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the consideration of Senate Bill 7 be laid over until after Senate Bill 165.
Per the Majority Leader's request, Senate Bill 7 will be laid over until after Senate Bill 65. Members. That's a lot better. Way to get this off on the right foot. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to lay over Senate Bill 290 until later today.
Senate Bill 290 will be laid over until later today by request of the Majority Leader. Mr. Shi will please read the title of Senate Bill 321.
Senate Bill 321 by Senators Kirkmeyer and Rodriguez, also Representatives Joseph and Gonzalez, concerning measures to address air pollution levels related to the operation of motor vehicles in areas that do not meet federal national ambient air quality standards.
Representative Joseph.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 321.
To the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senate Bill 321. Let me start over. It is a pleasure to present Senate Bill 321 with the good Representative Gonzalez. Despite the production of cleaner vehicles, light-duty vehicle emission continues to be the leading contributor to ozone precursors and Colorado's ozone non-attainments. And the ozone non-attainment areas are Adams, Arapahoe, Boulder, Broomfield, Denver, Douglas, Jefferson, Larimer, and Weld counties. The state's emission testing program is federally required, provides real benefits to reducing ozone, and is a key strategy to fixing our summertime ozone problem. The Colorado Vehicle Emission Program has operated in its current capacity since 1995 and has not expanded despite over 1.4 million new residents moving into the area. Emissions testing stations are strained due to its increased population, and no new stations have been built in areas with the most significant population growth on the east and southeast side of the area. The program is funded with emissions testing fees, and since 1995, there has been only one increase to the fee of 75 cents since 2003. In the meantime, that increase, the cost of living and wages in the Denver metro area and North Front Range has risen significantly. Had the program's fee kept pace with inflation, the $25 testing fee today would be about $72. A fee increase is necessary to modernize the program. The revenue would provide additional testing stations with updated technology. It would allow for additional testing kiosks, and it would also mean that contractors would get a fair wage. Currently, what's happening, contractors are not paying their employees the Colorado wage or state minimum wage, and that's a problem. So again, by passing this bill, we are increasing customer service and also ensuring that the program continues, and I ask for a yes vote, and I pass it on to my good Representative Gonzalez.
Representative Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
An honor to serve with you as well.
So what my co-prime sponsor just mentioned is kind of the fundamentals of this bill. As you all know, emissions is something that this chamber, this body has really sought to curb. And so there are about 5 to 10% of the cars that fail emissions constantly. So this bill aims to address that issue. Now, when it comes to the fee, right, it's the service that the people pay individually. So it's not a fee that's applied to everybody, right? So we need to, what this bill does is it raises the cap. It doesn't raise the fee itself, it raises the cap of what they're able to charge. Now, the important aspect of that is we need to make sure we have vendors in the state, because if they're not able to do business, I think we run into some trouble when it comes to like the vending machines that, or the air quality machines that were just mentioned. We need to make sure we have plenty of those to make sure that we are passing emissions tests and making sure we provide for emissions tests. And so It's not necessarily raising the fee itself, but it's raising the cap. So this gives CDPHC also more discretion, authority to kind of what we currently have in statute. So it makes it easier to have the stuff for emissions in place. And obviously this only applies to the Front Range area, which obviously includes my county. And so we want to make sure we have emissions testing, something that's reasonable. Again, the fee has not been raised since 2003. So that's over 20 years of just kind of stifled fee. And again, we're just limiting our vendors here for emissions, and we ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Dun, dun, dun. Representative DeGraff.
Madam Chair, it sounded like you're questioning my motives for
There were
coming
no
up here.
motives questioned, sir. Please proceed.
Okay, just I do understand a little bit of the with the program updating for inflation, especially after the last 4 years. Thank you. That when inflation due to debt spending is increased by 23.3%, so that's a devaluation of your wages by debt spending. So I do understand that. I just wanted to get on. Because we've dealt with this a lot, and there's a lot of fear that's put around this with ozone. One of the things with the ozone is that the ozone levels were dropped. The acceptable ozone levels were dropped by about 10%. Of course, when you drop them by 10%, you increase your days by 10%. And the other thing is, if you look at the statistics, where these precursors come from, where most of our pollution comes from, about 70%, upwards of 70% on the non-attainment days comes from overseas. So there's really nothing we can do about that. A lot of the other comes from the upslope, because we live at the top of an upslope. And there are two upslopes that kind of split at Monument. That's why they get their weather the way they do. They get hit by both. And so what happens is in the mornings when the sun starts to rise, or the sun rises, it warms the ground, and that warm air starts flowing up that upslope. When that air flows up the upslope, it picks up all of the organics in the air, which is what the bill sponsors, what the bill refers to as the ozone precursors. Now those are broken down into ozone later on in the day when you have the sun. And the sun, and ozone is an unstable molecule, so it goes away when the sun goes down. And then it starts all over the next day. Sometimes when you have a temperature inversion, you get a brown haze, but that's not ozone, because ozone is blue, but only in very high concentrations. So yes, we have a program. Does it actually do any good? Doubtful. We have a bill that what I call respectfully and lovingly the boson bill.
Let's watch out for calling things boson. You can talk about ozone.
Well, it's ozone and it's a bill. So it's the bill about ozone, hence boson. Yeah, that's how I put that together. It doesn't have anything to do with Bozo the clown. And we spend $24 million worth of taxpayer money every year on the boson bill. So in order to do what? And when I asked the Energy Office what the metrics were and how that would change the ozone in Colorado, they said, we don't know. And not only do we not know what the metrics are, we don't know how we would make metrics for that. And that's why we spend $24 million worth of taxpayer money every year, because we don't know what it will accomplish, but it makes somebody feel good. So, when we're looking at these programs, it would be very helpful if we could have some actual metrics. Like, for instance, what do we hope to accomplish?
All right, Representative DeGraff, I've given you lots of latitude. I need you to actually stick to this bill. This bill is about a program that is well established. So if you want to talk about the well-established program and its expansion, you are welcome to.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate reining me in like that.
Sometimes I got to do my job.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Sometimes. Sometimes. So we have this bill. It's an existing program, and now we want to expand the program. So one thing, let's say if you were if you were engaged in the free market of ideas and programs and money, which of course the free market is what Karl Marx declared as the worst of all freedoms, but that's neither here nor there. But whether we're going to keep this program or expand this program, one thing that I don't notice in here is any idea as to what this program will actually accomplish. Because what it doesn't include is it doesn't include the precursors that come in from the upslope, either from Colorado, mainly go up into Colorado Springs, mainly go up into Denver. And of course, those were a lot worse. Those clouds were a lot more frequently when people were burning wood, which now people consider to be carbon neutral because it grows, and that's probably true to an extent, but so is burning hydrocarbons out of the ground, only that's a lot cleaner. So that's primarily what the brown cloud was from. And if you went back to historic times, it was also noted that when there was no real industry here, that you had more of a brown cloud because people were heating their homes exclusively with wood and probably lower grade coal like peat. So we have to look at whether we have any effect of this program. And so that is what that's what I see as missing from the program itself. It doesn't mean that the initial program was bad. It doesn't mean that the initial program was not something that we should keep. It doesn't mean it's something that we should expand, because we have, in this case, we have a lot of inflation again, which is brought to us by the Bidenomic debt spending, increasing the amount of currency in our economy by about 33%, which devalues your purchasing power equivalently. So what I would like to see in an actual bill, before I can vote for it, certainly before I can vote for expanding the bill, would be, what does this bill hope to accomplish? What are we going to get for expanding the fees and charging more money? Because what this does is it's just making the assumption, that this program is beneficial. Now, there's nothing more permanent than a temporary government program, and they should all be temporary, but instead they're all permanent. So what we should be doing is we should be looking at the metrics, and we should have a scientific analysis of it and say, what do we hope to accomplish? What do our models say that we'll accomplish? And if we're going to accomplish something, then we can measure that. And because if it's important, you measure it. You have a metric for it. You measure it, and you look to see if it's actually value added. And in this case, I think overall for the harm that's done, because if you look at the green cars, like they're just propping up they're displaced emission vehicles. They're just pushing the emissions someplace else. Usually a lot higher emissions, a lot less environmentally friendly emissions. And so programs like this that are promoting vehicles, green vehicles or so-called green vehicles, are actually counterproductive. But that doesn't matter, because the purpose of these bills is to make people feel good about accomplishing
Let's watch
nothing.
impugning motives, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So my take on this is that we need to actually have a bill that has metrics, because that's the scientific method, right? You have a hypothesis, you create a theory from that, you create a model, and then you create some sort of way to measure that and then see what the outcome is. So bills like this, these are bills that we just base, that are passed on the speed of emotion. There's really, there might be science behind it, there might be science there, but we don't know, because the bill doesn't tap into the scientific method. It doesn't tap into any sort of metrics. It just taps into the emotional value of whether anybody feels good about accomplishing something, even though this program really accomplishes nothing. But, so that's why I move L009 to House Bill 321 and ask that it be displayed. Ty.
All right, while we wait for that amendment to be displayed, members, it is starting to get a little bit loud in here. So I'm going to ask you to play a little game called The Chair Says. Are you ready? Chair says, be quiet, and then turn and look at the kids on the wall and wave to them. Wave, wave, wave. My son Jack is over there. Studio School's in the house, y'all. All right. Amendment L009 has been moved and is now properly displayed. Please proceed, Representative.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And to the children, I would just like you to know that all of this climate hysteria is absolutely false. So
Noted.
So Jack,
No.
Madam Chair, this is what the amendment says, L009 to House Senate Bill 321, amend the re-engrossed bill, page 9, line 14, strike 30, and substitute 15. So we go to line 9, or page 9, line 14, and not exceed the maximum fee required to be posted, and it substitutes 15 instead of 30. So I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, I appreciate the concern that my colleague from El Paso County has brought forward, and I understand why he's bringing this amendment forward. However, we do respectfully ask for a no vote on this amendment. The reason for that is because we only have one contractor in Colorado, and they have specifically said if we keep it at 15, they will not stay here, and that will basically hurt us for the people who are doing the emissions test, and we don't have anybody else. So they'll drive them out of Colorado, and it'll kill the program. So we ask for a no vote.
Is there any further discussion? Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just because the government has jacked up the price of everything through debt spending and inflation doesn't mean the people of Colorado should have to pay for it. So I think we should have that adjustment and recognize that the people of Colorado are also hurting, and that they need to that the tax-paying widgets of Colorado need a break from the continuous increase in spending and fees.
Representative Joseph.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with my co-prime sponsor. I just wanted to also give some perspectives. For areas in serious non-attainment or above, the EPA requires a plan to include a vehicle's emissions inspection program. This particular amendment is against the intent and purpose of the bill, but it will also kill the program in the state, which means that we will be failing the EPA requirements. So we ask for a no vote on this particular amendment. Thank you.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So what I want to know on a bill like this, of course, when you're talking about will kill the program and its requirements and its intent, what is the intent of the program? Because what I see from the bill is a desire to decrease pollution, and we don't really have any sort of indication as to whether this actually does meaningfully reduce pollution. Now, we do have the indications that it emotively accomplishes something, but we don't really have, I don't see any metrics in this bill as to what we hope to actually achieve. In terms of, and then factored in, of course, with the emissions, the particulates, and the pollutants that come from overseas, from pushing our manufacturing and jobs overseas. Hopefully, that's coming back with the tariffs and getting rid of the oligarchy. But then also with the upslope. So, what do we actually hope to achieve with this bill? Should be specified in here so that we can come back and judge it for its efficacy instead of its emotive value.
Representative Joseph.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate Representatives From El Paso, Representative DeGraff's comments. I just wanted to respond to some of his questions. On-road vehicle emissions are the leading contributors to ozone precursors in Colorado's ozone non-attainment areas. A 2022 Office of the State Auditor's report found that the air program decreases air emissions of ozone precursors by 13% or 10 tons per day and is a cost-effective pollution control measures. And again, as I have noted earlier, despite the success of the program is experiencing operational challenges due to funding shortage. Had the fees kept up with inflation, the current fees would be $52. And also, I wanted to be clear, this bill is Tabor neutral. We are not raising the fee that the state collects. We only collect about 25 cents, which is a quarter, per emissions test. We're not raising that at all. The only thing that we're doing is the fee is we're trying to get it to catch up to inflation so that we can keep our contractor in the state that does the work. So at the end of the day, we're not collecting any more money that we're already collecting as a state. And we ask for a no vote on this particular amendment. Thank you.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So finally, there's some metrics there, not in the bill, but in there, when I heard 10 tons per day, 10 tons per day, 13%. So we could roughly say that 10% and 10 tons. So now the question would be, how much does this program hope to eliminate out of that 10 tons? Because when you look at it and you just consider it the aggregate, you're talking about several million vehicles in Colorado. So what are we hoping to actually achieve by this program? Like what sort of emissions? Because we're talking about in comparison to 90 tons, which probably the natural is probably a lot higher than that, but we'll go with your numbers. So if you have 90 tons, and you have 10 tons overall, so you have 10%, let's just go with your numbers, how much of that impact are you going, because you have a very small percent of the cars now, because most of the vehicles with catalytic converters, because catalytic converters convert up to upwards of 98%, even with the ridiculous, notwithstanding the ridiculous and unsustainable California standards, which just require a lot more use of heavy metal, or specialty metals, and as indicated by their cost. So the whole California emission standard is actually most likely very counterintuitive, counterproductive to the actual decrease of emissions globally.
Representative, can you bring it back to Amendment L9?
Absolutely, Madam Chair. So what we have is we have finally some metrics, we have some numbers, and we have 10%, so approximately 1% per ton of hydrocarbons, which are precursors to ozone being an unstable molecule that requires sunlight. So I want to know what portion, so to get to the metrics finally, we would just need to know what proportion of that 10% we're looking at reducing. And then we can measure that and see where we are, and then in 5 years we could see what the measurements are across 5 years. We could average those and see if this program actually accomplishes anything, or if it's just another form of behavior modification of the nanny state, imposing it an emotive cudgel onto the citizens of Colorado to actually accomplish nothing. So I'm asking, yes, ma'am.
Representative, I think let's settle the debate on L9, and this seems like a lot of these remarks are to the bill. So we'll do that as soon as we vote on L9.
Well, the purpose of this, okay, yeah, we can get back to the bill with that. I think the people of Colorado should not be penalized for the state for the last, the majority party should not be penalizing the tax widgets of Colorado for the debt spending of the majority party over the last 4 years.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L9? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L9 to Senate Bill 321. All those in favor say aye. All those against, no. The noes have it. The amendment fails. To the bill. Representative Sukla.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I have a question. I represent 8 counties, and we actually don't do this testing in the 8 counties. So my question was, we don't do this testing, but if you come over there on the other side, your guys' air is a lot worse than ours. So I was wondering 2 things. How long has this program been in place? How long has this program been in place?
Representative?
It has been in place since 1995.
Representative Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And then the geographic area that is covered in this program include the counties of Adams, Arapahoe, Boulder, Broomfield, Denver, Douglas, Jefferson, Larimer, and Weld County. So it only applies to that geographical area, not all of Colorado.
Representative Joseph.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to add to Representative Sukla's question from the good colleague from Montezuma, Delta, Dorales, Gunnison, Hinsdale, Montrose, Hooray, San Miguel. Another part of his question was that his county is currently not doing the emissions testing. So in the bill, it talks about how CDPHE will develop procedures to identify high emitting and polluting vehicles and provide assistance to them for repair that are outside of the non-attainment areas as well. And it also expand a repair program to assist low-income motorists in making the necessary repair to their vehicles. So yes, there are benefits to other community members and other areas within the bill.
Representative Bacon, Assistant Minority Leader. Representative Sukla.
Well, the other part of that question is so since we don't do that, and then we come to Denver and we haven't been emission tested, I was wondering how many cars is coming from other states that goes through Denver every day. So how many cars are we talking about total that are actually have been tested, and how many haven't been tested?
Representative Bacon. Assistant Majority Leader Bacon.
Thank you. I want to thank the sponsors and thank you for the discussion. And I just want to kind of focus us back on a few components of the bill outside of the big emissions conversations. So currently Colorado tests, if you will, emissions in a few ways. You may have seen them. You either see those cars on the side of the highway at the exits, those little trucks, or you go in for emissions tests that are required on your registration. This program it encompasses the emissions testing, to your point. Every vehicle does have to go through emissions testings. However, what this bill also does, it say, particularly in the ozone non-attainment zone, they have this program. So every year, or not every year, I'm sorry, every couple of years, there's a sequence under the National Clean Air Act. We are vetted as a state to determine our ozone levels, and we are out of compliance. And then the spaces in the state that are out of compliance are called the non-attainment zones. And so currently we have 2 non-attainment zones that we're enforcing. One was set in 2008 and one was set in 2015. And it's primarily the Front Range, and it stops just short now. The biggest non-attainment zone stops just south of Pueblo, and doesn't it go past Arapahoe, if that makes sense. And so what happens is a few things. The state, along with the federal government at the time, and the EPA believes that we have a non-attainment issue for 2 reasons. One of the biggest reasons is for emissions. And so while a lot of people come through the state of Colorado from I-25 or I-70, we also know that every day there's metro traffic, and they believe that is part of the reason we are also in non-attainment, because our non-attainment zone sits on the Front Range. In fact, our ozone, what do we call it? It's not a blue cloud. What color? I'm not calling that. They're children here. What is the color of the cloud? The ozone cloud, right? If you see, okay. The point is we have the highest area of a problem is in the Front Range, right at the foothills of the mountains, because that's just where it sits. And so right now we have emissions testing along I-70 and I-25 and non-attainment. When cars register, particularly in Denver, we have to go
and do our emissions testing, I think like every 5 years in order to re-register our car. Now, what this is trying to do, and we want to give a little bit of a shout out to Weld County. Some of us worked on this for quite some time. And they said that some of the reasons why we still have these emissions issues from older cars, because that's what this bill has, 2 sets of fees given how old your car is, because of how cars are now differently manufactured. And we have a lot of people who are not renewing their registration because they cannot pass the emissions tests. And we have a lot of people who cannot fix their cars. And so what this does is create funding to help them fix their transmissions, quite frankly, to get their cars fixed, to mitigate emissions. The motor vehicle industry has made changes a lot. I mean, we may hate California, but a lot of cars get sold there. But they've been changing a lot. So newer vehicles, even vehicles in the last 20 years, emit way less than they used to. And again, we tell that by the highway monitoring that CDPHE has been doing for quite some time, since the 90s. And so this, again, this focuses on, one, there's a big part of your bill which is important, that we are now allowed to renegotiate those emissions testing contracts. That's a big deal. Okay. The point is they have not been changed in like 30 years. And so that's also what the bill does. But then again, it is focusing on cars. The emissions is tied to where your car is registered, not where your car drives. So in addition to the emissions that it's testing, it's also taking pictures of plates. So again, it is tied to where your car is registered, not where your car drives from. And so to the extent that they can support in the non-attainment zone, the state works on what it can control, which is, not control in the sense of the counties, but we cannot help other people driving through the state. But we do know where Colorado plates are registered. And so cars still have to go through emissions testing that's either done on the road or through a testing station. And so that's where this comes from. And at the end of the day, the way that we can also fund and support the vehicle's transmissions to be fixed or to, fix the catalytic converters is also a portion of where the increase of fees are going to go to. So to this question, it is cyclical. If you can address the cars that are the highest emitters, because it's a small percentage doing the highest emitting, then we posit our issues will come down or we will be maintained in attainment. And again, if we are not, then, clean air law says we can federally be penalized, but we're not there yet. So I do want to support this bill. It is really important for the way we've been doing emissions testing that we can reset those contracts, but also the dollars going in will also help our neighbors to be able to get their cars fixed to help our air quality.
Representative Sukla?
Go ahead.
So when the federal government comes down, does it count the state as a whole or just those non-containment areas?
AML Bacon.
It does count the state as a whole because the state's responsible for enforcement and the quality. So CDPHE helps us enforce not only federal law, but what we do is we create and submit to the federal government something called a SIP, a state improvement plan. And it asks the state what the strategies are and programs and enforcement to get us back into attainment. Because right now we are exceeding what the government says is healthy for ozone. And so every iteration of that, remember 2008 and 2015, has to have a corresponding plan. This has been part of the conversation on it to help us bring it down. We have done other things with permitting in oil and gas. I know that's a sensitive subject, but we have been doing that to, again, keep the ozone down.
Representative Sukla.
So that means that the cleaner that our area is on the western slope, the better off it's going to be for that testing for the state as a whole.
Representative Bacon.
It could be, however, we have air quality monitoring stations across the state. Even though the whole state is responsible, when we say this whole state is responsible, it means our agencies are responsible to address the area where there is air quality concerns. And quite frankly, we have had discussions about upslope and downslope, right? The western slope has different ways the winds blow, and different parts of the states have different issues with air quality. However, the state as they have an agency, is responsible for pulling us into enforcement. And so the point is, to your point, not every area of the state has an air quality issue. Only the federally, at least there are 2 zones that the federal government has recognized that has them, and they are primarily the Front Range.
All right, thank you.
Representative Sukla.
Thank you, Representative. I would just say then, hearing all of that, that I need you guys to help us build more farms over there because they take out that. They make the air cleaner. And so also, if we can get a little more water over on that side, we'll just put in the more farms and we're going to make your air cleaner. Thank you.
AML Bacon.
I agree, but also it'd help if you didn't dig as much either. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Representative Garcia Sander.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't digress. Back to the bill. So I have a question for the bill sponsors, but I also want to say I live in the attainment area, work in the attainment area, Weldon and Larimer counties. We are never going to reach the levels. When I was little, we had all the feedlots, and all those particulates would be in the air, and they would settle because of how the geography is, and it would be a big brown cloud all over the Front Range in the northern area, outside of Denver. I remember the smog of Denver. When I was little, driving into Denver, there was a big brown-gray smog cloud. But in Weld County, we also had a brown cloud. It was cows and particulates from the feedlots and from some manufacturing, and we've done a lot to mitigate that. Sadly, some of our feedlots have closed and moved out of the state. Some of our manufacturing is closed and moved out, but they've also, the manufacturers that remain, the feedlots that remain, the processing plants that remain, they have all done a lot with technology to mitigate that. We've also had tons of people, millions of people move into the Front Range, and that has affected a lot of things. However, our new cars are more efficient and emissions compliant. And so the number, as good representative from Denver was saying, the number of cars in that count is reducing every year. But I do wonder, my question for the bill sponsors is the goal to expand the emissions program statewide and for all vehicles? I'll repeat that. Is the goal to expand the emissions program statewide so that my good representative seatmate from Delta, Dolores, Gunnison, Hinsdale, Montrose, Uribe, San Miguel counties would also have his counties all in the emissions attainment? Is this eventually going to hit all of us? Because, he was asking, does the western slope average out? But eastern plains, eastern slope, is the majority of this. But again, it's geography, and no matter what we do to keep lowering that, we are always still going to have weather and geography and dust and pollen and all the stuff in the air. So we're really, sadly, maybe, never going to attain. So we're just going to keep hitting our poorest people with fees and taxes, because this really is a tax on them. We're just going to keep hitting them until we can get them to stop driving? What's the goal?
Representative Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And yes, so it does not apply, it won't expand to all of Colorado. It's only to non-attainment areas. So non-attainment areas are counties where air pollution levels persistently have exceeded national air quality standards established by the Clean Air Act. So we're not looking at putting it all of Colorado. Now, if there's other places in Colorado that begin to become non-attainment, then obviously the program would go there. But if the areas and regions in Colorado where they're still satisfying the requirements, it wouldn't apply to them.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I was just recalling that the reason for calling it Bozone was because it's B for buses and ozone for ozone. So it really had nothing to do with Bozo the Clown, but it was just, in fact, about buses and ozone. So anyways, I appreciate all the information, and we have older cars, which of course have a, what we're doing is we're in fact, we're doing a government level of charity, which is never which is necessarily a good thing. And when we have non-attainment areas, it's because the federal government has reduced the ozone levels from 78 to 70. And that's at the behest of the EPA. And this gets to the point of we are allowing the EPA, so we kind of come in with the entire bill around this to recognizing that the EPA is driving literally the policy of the state. So we are allowing the federal government to impose the values on the state, which we can probably not attain. So the federal government, because of bad ideology, because of bad ideology that's leading to bad science, that is leading to the bad policy that's promulgated on the citizens of the tax-paying widgets of Colorado, we are going to accomplish nothing, and we're going to make that even. We're going to add to that. So when we have site improvement plans, the SIPs, as the Assistant Majority Leader recognized, if you're going to improve something, you need to know where you are and you need to know where you're going. We have an environmental policy, a climate policy in this state that has no idea where it's going, but it's making good time and it's spending lots of money. So it's not helping the citizens at all, but bad ideology on the part of the General Assembly based on bad science is promoting the nickel and diming of the citizens of Colorado even further. So what the state of Colorado should be doing, if it had an actual scientist in the energy office, is it would be looking at whether these impositions by the federal government have any value whatsoever. Are they going to attain anything? It's not even nickel and diming anymore. It's bucks and Benjamins now. So we're talking about taking more and more from the citizens of Colorado because the Colorado Energy Office has no clue where it's going, no clue what it's doing. So the only thing that they've accomplished when I've used their math and their numbers is that they feel that it's good that we have imposed communal housing and communal transportation. So that's ultimately what this is about, making driving more expensive. So I move L010 to SB 321 and ask that it be displayed.
That is a proper motion. And Amendment 10 has been displayed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this is just going to page 9, line 15, because if this is a role of government, because remember when we're talking about if this is the proper role of government, it should be out of our general fund. And instead, what we're doing continuously is we're doing fees, and we're doing end runs around our taxpayer Bill of Rights. So this is taxpayer Bill of Rights neutral, as the sponsors noted, but we're just adding to the fees of the citizens of Colorado instead of spending money out of the general fund and saying this is a priority of the General Assembly. If this is a proper role of government, it should be out of there. But since that's not on the table today, I'm just asking on L010 on page 9, line 15, to strike $50 and substitute $30. Again, the reason that all of this is so expensive, the reason that this has gone up is because the Bidenomic debt spending that increased the cash through debt in our economy by 30% has decreased the value of your dollar by about 25% over the last 4 years. That's only part of the reason that eggs are so expensive, but that is why so much of everything else has gone up, including the cost of house. And now we're talking about increasing the cost of driving in general. So I think the citizens of Colorado should be, the tax-paying widgets of Colorado should not be taxed further, should not be feed further, which is just a tax by another name, and that the Colorado General Assembly should get its spending in line and make sure that its priorities are funded. So this is saying at the waning hours of the General Assembly that what the Colorado General Assembly is going to do is say we're just going to take a priority of the Colorado General Assembly and we're going to foist it on the tax-paying widgets of Colorado. So I think the tax-paying widgets of Colorado need a break. I know the majority party sees them as an endless font of money, But from my discussions with the tax-paying widgets of Colorado, they do not see themselves as a font of endless money. So I recommend that we lower the fees, keep the fees a little, below the rate of inflation, and that we prioritize our priorities in here, or we push back against the federal government and say, you need to actually justify what you're requiring us to do. Because the justification, the health justification isn't there, the science justification isn't there, and unless we relocate all of Colorado to someplace that's not Colorado, you're not going to solve anything with this program. So I ask for an aye vote on this amendment.
Representative Joseph. No?
We ask for no vote.
Any further discussion on Amendment L10? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L10. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The noes have it. The amendment fails. Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L010 to SB 321 and ask that it be displayed. I left one up here. That one was 10.
That is a proper motion. We just did 10.
I move 011 to SB 321 and ask that it be displayed.
It appears 10 is a duplicate of 11. 11 and 10 say the same thing.
All right, different, kind of the same idea, different place, different line. Changing 50 to 30 on page 10, not page 9, line 3, for a fee that is being charged to the citizens of Colorado because the General Assembly has said this is a priority, even though the General Assembly has absolutely no clue what this will accomplish. Now, we know that the General Assembly doesn't care that this will accomplish absolutely nothing because the reason for this program is for the emotive value and because the EPA has decreased its ozone levels for attainment, dropped it by 10%, and then complained that we had more days in non-attainment after lowering the levels. They have no idea. Most of this pollution, 70% of which comes from China because we've pushed our manufacturing jobs over there by increasing the cost of labor here through programs like this. So that's something that when we have the union conversation we should talk about. But the General Assembly has absolutely no clue what this will accomplish. The EPA has absolutely no clue what this will accomplish. What they do know and what programs like this feel good about are that they will impose more taxes and fees on the tax-paying widgets of Colorado. So their only purpose, because they have this is a train to nowhere. It has no idea where it's going, but it's making good time. The only purpose for something like this, if you don't know what it's going to achieve, the only purpose for it is to impose more fees on the citizens of Colorado. I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Joseph.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We ask for no vote.
Any further discussion on Amendment L11? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L11 to Senate Bill 321. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The noes have it. The amendment fails. To the bill. Any further discussion? Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think this is a good bill for the emphasis, the example of just runaway government programs, just runaway legislation. We don't know what this is going to accomplish because weather-wise, we know that these problems are created by weather. They are created by things that we will hopefully not end, and that is the sun coming up every day. The sun coming up every day is what creates the brown haze. Ozone, of course, is blue, has nothing to do with the brown haze. What has decreased the brown haze is the reliance on natural gas instead of wood-burning fireplaces, wood-burning stoves. So if the General Assembly is going to continue programs like this and continue inflicting programs like this on the citizens of Colorado, my recommendation, my ask is that we at least know where it's going. Not just assume that it's going someplace, not just assume that, because again, when we looked at the climate goals, nobody in this room has any clue what the climate goals of the state are other than communal housing and communal transportation. Those are the climate goals of the governor that are puppeted into legislation by the General Assembly. So if we're going to impose things on the citizens of Colorado, I just ask that we stop creating legislation at the speed of emotion, actually put some science and roll up our sleeves, do the hard work, figure out what's going to happen, why it's going to happen, and make sure that we're not just nickeling and diming the citizens of Colorado because the General Assembly wants to.
Representative Garcia-Sanders.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I just want to speak one more time to this bill. I guess one of the big issues I have with it is that this is about raising the cap on a fee so that we can negotiate with one company so they don't leave the state. There's one company that does the emissions testing, and this is about negotiating fees with that one company so they don't leave the state. We don't have any other companies that are doing emissions testing. We have one company, and we have to raise the cap on the fee or tax so that they will stay in the state. That feels a little heavy-handed, shall we say, for one company to say, if you don't raise the cap so that we can fee you on these emissions tests, that we're going to leave the state. And now they've put the state of Colorado in a place where we have to negotiate with them in order to keep them here to do the emissions testing for the emissions tests that will keep us in attainment, the attainment levels that the Front Range and Weld County and Larimer County will never meet. There's one company that is holding us accountable for this. I just have a problem with that, so regretfully, I just can't come to terms with this bill yet.
Representative Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the representative from Weld and Larimer County. So in 2023, the department issued a request for information to identify other vendors qualified and interested in operating the program. One company did respond, but it lacked relevant and key experience. And because there are no other contractors that can perform the services required, we only have the one service provider. It renews the contract at the end of 2025. And if it does not, then the EPA could disapprove of Colorado State implementation plan.
Representative Sukla.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So it sounds like a monopoly is what we're talking about here, and that's what this bill is about, is a monopoly, and we're being strong-armed into this one. Wouldn't it be better to do a bill that actually encouraged more competition? And I'm sure that this isn't the only company throughout the United States. I'm right? So there's only one company in the United States that does this? Because that is really a monopoly, it sounds like to me. So it sounds like it would be better to do a bill where we would encourage more competition and we could keep the taxes lower for the citizens. The thing I was thinking about was those older cars you said that won't qualify here. Boy, we'd sure like to buy those over there on the western slope because they're a lot cheaper to run, and a lot of the people over there don't have the money to buy them more expensive cars. And one thing that I've seen living here that I really like is the Teslas. I really like seeing all those Teslas running around, and I wish we could encourage more of them electric cars here, where I think that where you can use it. You can't really haul your cattle or your horses with a Tesla, but you can sure use them here in the city of Denver. Thank you.
Any further discussion on it? Senate Bill 321, seeing none. Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 321. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill passes. Mr. Shebo, please read the title of Senate Bill 309.
Senate Bill 309 by Senator Simpson, also Representative Brown, concerning authorization for the Legislative Council to approve the placement of nonpartisan legislative fellowships within the Legislative Council staff.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, thank you, Madam Chair, and the chorus of cats. I move Senate Bill 309.
That's
And
it.
that's it.
Yep, to the bill. Representative Brown, Representative Bradfield.
Thank you, thank you. I come down here today in strong support of this bill, Senate Bill 25309. It's a forward-thinking proposal that offers the placement of nonpartisan legislative fellows within the Legislative Council staff. And it's simple, it's smart, and it's strategic, and it's an investment in Colorado's future. This fellowship creates opportunities for emerging policy professionals to contribute to public service in a way that is grounded in facts, not partisanship, expands our capacity to conduct research, analyze complex policy, respond quickly to the needs of our state, and these fellowships will make our legislature more informed, more efficient, more responsive to the people we serve. Now, what about these fellows in fellowship? What kind of people are they? Well, a hiring committee seeks to recruit a diverse applicant pool. Minorities, women, veterans, individuals with disability are encouraged to apply. These people will have a PhD or equivalent in some of these natural sciences, such as natural science, social science, engineering, technology, related disciplines like more engineering, social or behavioral sciences, medical, health sciences, biological, physical, earth sciences, computer sciences, mathematics. A master's degree with a work experience is also considered. And what kind of person do we want to see working for the state legislature here in Colorado? Now, this person will have a connection to or an interest in Colorado and the state's current events, a commitment to public service, a capacity to be flexible and adaptable, strong analytical and problem-solving skills, the ability to deal with technical information outside of one's specialty, and last but not least, an excellent written and oral communication skills with the ability to communicate complex, technical topics to both experts and non-experts. Now, I would hope that Representative Brown can explain his experiences as a fellowship member.
Representative Brown.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And first of all, I want to thank my good colleague from El Paso County for her leadership on this bill. As a former educator, I am so honored to have her on this bill because at the core, that's really what this bill is about. Many of you know that I started my career in science and a scientific field. And the way that I got into politics and policy was through a program just like we're trying to create today with Senate Bill 309. I was able to work in a capacity doing policy based on facts and evidence, and that's what this program does. It creates an educational opportunity. It creates an ability for folks with technical backgrounds to work alongside our nonpartisan staff in a nonpartisan way based on evidence and facts and to support us. No one could ever replace the fabulous aides that we have or our nonpartisan staff. Both my colleague and I are blessed to have I believe, some of the best aides in the building. And those folks support us with research and policy analysis, but we always need additional technical expertise. So many of the bills that come through this chamber, through the legislature, are technical in nature and need that kind of nonpartisan and technical expertise. And that's what this program is really about. It's about a partnership between a nonpartisan entity outside of the state and our nonpartisan staff, to be supervised by our nonpartisan staff, creating an additional opportunity for folks to learn about the process, to contribute to the process, and the betterment of Colorado. So we would ask for an aye vote, and we thank you for your attention.
Representative Brooks.
Oh, sorry, one more.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, thank you, Madam Chair. I will say that the funding for this bill is entirely outside of the state. It is based on fundraising that is being done by this nonpartisan, nonprofit entity, the Institute of Science and Technology Policy. And so it is no cost to the state, and it is a great partnership between us and these institutions that are committed to educating nonpartisan leaders in science and policy.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Brooks.
Mr. Chair, thank you. I don't typically come up to specifically speak against a member's bill, but to be perfectly honest, I don't know that a member was on this until, 14 seconds ago. And then honestly, it's not just one, it's not just two, but it's actually 3 different members of our caucus that voted no, no, and no on this bill in committee. It should give pause to that. Issue number one is that I'm not entirely sure that we saw the reason for this legislation in committee. And then secondly, when we start talking about the area of expertise, I will admit, it's going to sound like I do, but I do not sleep with a tinfoil hat on. But I do not believe that in this particular area that we can remain particularly nonpartisan. So I don't trust that it would remain nonpartisan when we're bringing in people to talk about climate and water and these other things. I just don't know that that's the influence that we need to be seeking. It's an expansion into a program that I see no need to expand. Now, understandably, there is no general fund expenditure. I do appreciate this being sought elsewhere, so that is fine. I don't have a problem with that. There is no fiscal note. However, this is something that 3 of us voted against in committee. I wanted to come up and explain those no votes, so that way, in case anybody, on my side of the caucus wanted to look at those no votes and was curious as to why, you would understand. And similarly, as I voted no in committee, I would ask for a no vote on seconds as well. Thank you.
Rep. DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I did not hear this in committee, so I'm just hearing it today. I like the overall idea of having legislation that is more nonpartisan. I'm not sure if we're going to get nonpartisan legislation and I think our nonpartisan staff are fantastic. I do worry about I have a couple concerns, and they're not just things that need to be addressed. I think for my comfort level is, one, if we're taking our staff, if we're and inserting them into the nonpartisan staff, it's very difficult to see how that would maintain the nonpartisan staff level of this. So if we're taking partisan staff and inserting them into for work, I mean, they would, but there's going to be the cultural difference there that they would have, that they would be inserting the partisan politics into our nonpartisan staff. Now, if you were going the other way and encouraging the legislation, the General Assembly, to hire out of the nonpartisan staff, I'd be probably a little bit more in favor of that, although that also does create some difficulty, and I think that's probably maybe an area that shouldn't be crossed. So the other is the grift grants and donations that comes with these outside agencies of saying, hey, we are going to fund from the outside, we are going to fund your nonpartisan staff. Well, the chance of this organization being or remaining nonpartisan, largely probably dependent on government dollars, and then to in turn donate those dollars to the government itself for nonpartisan staff, is a little bit doubtful to me. So what we see when there's a lot of agencies that come here and they say that they are nonpartisan, and some of the most highly partisan agencies that testify here classify themselves as nonpartisan. They classify themselves as nonpartisan. They just always happen to support one partisan side over the other, but not that they're partisan. So that's my concern. I'll be a no on the bill. I like the idea. I like the idea of training our legislative staffs to be nonpartisan, but I'm a little afraid of going that direction and inserting the partisan into the equation. And I'm also concerned about inserting gift grants and donations in. One, it creates a line item which invariably ends up with being on our budget later on down the road. And also it puts a level of influence, because no doubt the workers in there would be value added, for research or whatever. And then we create a dependence on these gifts and grants, and then they have an influence on who's coming in, and it depends on whether they're actually nonpartisan, which unfortunately my experience with organizations saying that they're nonpartisan is kind of low. So anyways, I'll be a no. I like the idea of trying to incorporate that and trying to do that, but I think I'll be a no today. So, but I appreciate I appreciate bringing it forward for the idea and the discussion.
Rep. Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also was on this committee and heard this bill, and 3 different members from our Republican caucus voted no. Did not know a member of our caucus was on it. And no disrespect, but the representative from Boulder was a fellow in this program, and I don't know how nonpartisan he is, so that says a lot for me. Gifts, grants, and donations, how does that play into this? Look what has happened in this building over the last week with the lobby corps. I don't know about gifts, grants, and donations to make nonpartisan organizations to place nonpartisan legislative policy, especially when you are receiving gifts, grants, and donations. I don't know how far that will go. And then I asked, do we even need this bill? I didn't get really a great recommendation. So a couple of my concerns: what are the safeguards for it to remain nonpartisan, especially with gifts, grants, and donations? What metrics or benchmarks will be used to evaluate the success of the fellowship program? How will this fellowship program improve the quality of policy analysis and decision-making? And are there any benchmarks or safeguards to make sure it's not leaning one way, it's truly saying nonpartisan? And I don't see that in the bill. And what would be the process for choosing the nonprofit organization? Still too many questions left up in the air. So for me, I will be a no on this bill. Thank you.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L001 and ask that it be displayed.
That is properly displayed. Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If you were to take out your bill, on the top you would see the name of the person who drafted it. If you would pull out the fiscal note, you would see the name of the person who drafted it. If you were to ever acquire a memo from LCS, you would see the name of the person who drafted it. What this amendment does is say that if a fellow creates a final work product, on that final work product, their name and the qualifier that they are a fellow of whatever nonpartisan organization will also be listed. This enables all of us to know the source of the information that is before us. Because if we're reading a memo, we're reading a piece of research, and that is presented with just a name, we may or may not recognize that that name is attendant to a fellow here as a result of a partnering agreement with a nonpartisan organization. Nonpartisan organizations in this building can often be partisan. Folks who don't particularly declare themselves as one party or another tend to align with particular parties' platforms and principles. And so if you're getting research and that research is drafted by one of those individuals, then you should have notice that that is the view that they are operating off of. They may strive for the same nonpartisan standards that our nonpartisan staff strive to reach, but we also have to know that their allegiances could be divided. If you're being paid by one organization and working in another, you may not have the ability to step out of the organization that you're being paid for by and into the nonpartisan paradigm that this place requires. And so all this does is say, give notice, put the name and comma, fellow of XYZ group. That's it. I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank my good colleague from Penrose for her engagement in this bill. I think that all of us want to make sure that we have the best nonpartisan, factual-based information. The one thing that I will say in this particular regard is that these fellows will be supervised just like any other staff. And so I don't think that it's appropriate for us to cast doubt on their qualifications or on their professionalism. I know that's maybe not the intent of the amendment here, but to me, I would see that as casting a doubt on the particular conclusions or research that has done by the particular fellow. And so I would ask for a no vote on this particular amendment. I think part of what the reason for this amendment is perhaps a distrust by some of my colleagues by the organizations that we're talking about here. And just to be clear, the Institute of Science and Technology Policy is an organization within the Denver Museum of Nature and Science, a nonpartisan entity that's committed to education, and that's really why they're doing this, is to make sure that folks have the opportunity to have a policy education experience, but also to make sure that the technical expertise that we need here in this building is available to us. So again, we'd ask for a no vote on this.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The sponsor, somebody took the amendment piece of paper. So I like this amendment. We're trying to get to make sure it's policy that we can support. Any final written work product produced by a fellow must include the name of the fellow and the name of the organization that is entered into an agreement with the Legislative Council staff to place the fellow in the Legislative Council staff. So I think this is just part of transparency. This is just part of the transparency that would make people trust that this is nonpartisan. And when you're looking at, say, the Denver Museum as a nonpartisan institution, I do understand that they are a nonpartisan institution, but I think if we did a poll, as they do typically, your vast majority of people in, the Denver Museum are Democrat. So it's a nonpartisan agency, but it's staffed by partisans. And doesn't mean they don't do a great job in the areas that they're tasked to do, but it's not necessarily something where you're going to get an ideologically neutral. And I'm not sure getting an ideologically neutral place is. And, our Colorado Energy Office, I think, should be technologically neutral, because science is ideologically neutral. It's all about facts. And when you say that we're going to bring basically science fellows in to help this, we're dealing with science fellows that are coming from an area that, that we have this partisan, this highly partisan, because, technically, like agencies like the IPCC should be nonpartisan. They should be about solutions and they should be about neutral scientific solutions, but they are highly partisan in that regardless of the science or lack thereof, they promote policies that are about state control. Not about climate, but about control. So I think we need to, having this level of transparency in the bill doesn't call into question. It actually brings into it and says, hey, if you're going to have a resume, you'd be bragging on your resume where you come from, what sort of experience that you have. So instead of looking at this as a dig on somebody's nonpartisanship, I think it should also, I think it could, well, one, it's transparency for any concerns about that, and it's also a recognition of what the expertise of the individual is. So I ask for an aye vote on this. I think an aye vote is appropriate and recommend an aye vote for this amendment.
Representative Brooks.
Mr. Chair, thank you. I support this amendment. I understand that it's not being seen as friendly or one that is going to be accepted, but I would like to point out just the very basic kind of nature of this and transparency. If we have the conversation about anybody, my side or the other side, having some difficulty in, trust issues, I don't know why we would have those, but let's say let's just pretend for a second that we do. Then this would be able to address that, to where we can see exactly where the work is being done, who is doing the work, and understand what that gets tracked back to. So that way, perhaps, we could have this feeling of peace, we could have this feeling of certainty, we could have a feeling of, support. We could have a feeling of support. And then after I get the feeling of support, I'll be able to contribute to photographs that I need to apparently be present for right now, which has nothing to do with this amendment. However, it does have something to do with the group motion maybe in the back. But I do support this amendment, and I would ask for an aye vote for this amendment so we can get a feeling of transparency, we can get a feeling of support and peace. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of L1. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. L1 fails. Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L002 and ask that it be displayed.
L2 is displayed to the amendment. Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess celebration in the back of the room. Should we pause and celebrate?
To the amendment, Representative Luck.
Oh, that's unfortunate. They look like they're having a lot of fun. In any case, this amendment, again, just tries to protect against the abuse that could occur under this particular mechanism by way of excluding any nonpartisan organization that has a registered lobbyist through the Secretary of State's office. So if you are a volunteer lobbyist, if you are a standard paid professional lobbyist, then your organization could not put forth a fellow for this purpose. In essence, you can't have an inside lobbyist doing work for the General Assembly, especially if, as per the failing of the last amendment, we don't even know that they are preparing the materials. I ask for an aye vote.
Representative DeGraff.
Somebody keeps taking the amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was wondering if the sponsor could bring the amendment back here so I don't have to turn my head. All right. The council should not approve an agreement between a director of research of the Legislative Council and a nonpartisan organization that is registered as a lobbyist. All right? So this should go without saying, so it's not going to change anything to actually say it. but it just does clarify the bill, it clarifies the law, and it adds to the level of transparency. So I think as you can see, we have a level of distrust on the nonpartisan nature of government institutions that rely on government money, that ultimately rely on and spend government money. There tends to be an allegiance there that has developed over the years. So ideologically. So while they're certainly very good at what they do, I think we need to be more careful about recognizing where, now they might actually very much benefit from coming into a program like this and learning how to be actually nonpartisan and getting outside of the echo chamber and seeing how our nonpartisan staff works. So I can definitely see the benefit. I would like some of our government agencies to become less partisan and do their job a little bit more in an ideologically neutral manner. And I think this is an actual way to help that along in that we improve the transparency. That transparency improves the trust, and with that trust, we can have the corrective. Because then if we think, hey, we feel that this is kind of a partisan solution that has been brought to us, that has been presented, we can look at it and go, okay, well, I think maybe there's some ideology that crept in, and maybe then we can have that discussion. But when you're talking about nonpartisan, you're making the assumption. What you're doing is you're being forced to trust. That's kind of like our election system that is completely untrustworthy, but you're forced to trust it by people saying that it's the gold standard when it's mostly dross. But this, you have the requirement to trust. So instead of just requiring to trust, I think rolling it back and giving reason to trust and recognizing that there is ideology that creeps into the mix, and so then we should bring that out, make that known, and make it a system that we can trust before we implement it. So I recommend an aye vote.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate the spirit of this amendment. I will say that we have our nonpartisan staff have very strict policies about who can and cannot work with them, and obviously any person or any entity that had a political agenda in this building would not be a part of that. I'm going to ask for a no vote on this amendment simply because it is unnecessary. I will just note that in discussing this particular this amendment and this particular program, the bill itself is inherently bipartisan, obviously. Senator Simpson, myself, my good colleague from El Paso County, and then the former Senator Hansen from Denver have been involved in this program. So it is really about making sure that we have a great educational opportunity for folks, but also that we are adhering to the strictest of principles about nonpartisanship. So again, we ask for a no vote on this amendment because it is unnecessary.
Representative Luck. Or Rep. Bradfield, did you want to?
Later.
Yeah.
After this vote.
Okay. Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So if indeed this is the policy of LCS already, then it doesn't hurt to add this little paragraph into our statute books just so that we confirm it statutorily that that is the policy for this program. And if we do this, then we just kind of move along quickly on this second to last day. So win-win.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think this just improves the trust in the system instead of giving reason. So we're coming to this program with a level of distrust. We're being told to trust the program, and when we're saying here these are the things that would help us trust the program, then we're told that we can't have those, we can't add or insert those things whereby we could actually trust the program. So that makes it more difficult which shouldn't be surprising, to trust the program. So I still recommend an aye vote on this amendment. It's an easy amendment. It shouldn't change anything. It doesn't change anything. It just creates the level of transparency by which people can actually trust the program. I recommend aye vote on this amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of L2. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The amendment fails. Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, you can imagine my concern when I pull up the Institute for Science and Policy and see that the Colorado Science and Technology Policy Fellowship is already listed on their website before this bill's even gone through. Supporting the state legislator with direct access to scientists, applications for the 2025-2026 fellowship year are now open. Apply now. This bill hadn't even gone through. Have y'all voted on it? I haven't voted on it. Has it gone to the committee? So, completely undermined. It's already out there on their website, as if this is going to go through without any of us in this building voting on it. The Colorado Science and Technology Policy Fellowship is a nonpartisan program that places scientists, social scientists, engineers, technical experts in support of the Colorado State Legislature for 1 to 2 year appointments to ensure the state's competitiveness in science and technology. It's already listed. They're already taking applications. This bill hadn't even gone through. We haven't even voted on this bill. Program highlights, everything. So you can imagine my concern that this is already active and listed on the Colorado Science and Technology Policy Fellowship. Taking applications right now, and we haven't even voted on the policy. Like it's just gonna go through. It doesn't matter what the 65 of us do in this building, it's going through without any of us voting on it. That's amazing. Unbelievable, actually.
Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So last year I was standing down here, and a representative standing over here to my left said out loud, we don't need you, talking about our side, we don't need you, you're irrelevant. It got picked up on the mic. When I read that this is already online, the program is already there, that's what I'm hearing again. We don't need you, you're irrelevant. Now, I think there's probably people in this room on both sides that don't agree with that. To already say that this is a done deal, I mean, this didn't, why didn't they just hold that page? Don't publish it. Just hold it. You can design it, do whatever, but don't publish it until the bill is actually voted in. But they are so disrespectful to our side. And this is directly attached to the bill, so I'm going to attach that to the bill too. That's extremely disrespectful to our side. We are irrelevant. And if there's any Democrats in the room that were going to vote against this bill, you are irrelevant. Because it's already instituted. In the public domain, it exists now. And we have not voted yet. To me, that's the height of arrogance. I can't believe that this is how, well, I've been watching this for 3 years. This is how we are perceived. This is who we are, and like I said, I heard this last year down here at the well. We don't need you in the room. We don't need you in the room. And interestingly—
Representative Bottoms, could you please keep it to this bill?
Yes. And interestingly, 3 sessions ago, our entire side got up and walked out because we were irrelevant. This is not okay. These things are horrible. But again, this bill is showing us, and this website is showing us, no, you guys can sit down, be quiet, we don't need you in the room. When does this stuff stop? Well, I can tell you one thing, it's already starting to stop. We're seeing this in the federal level in a lot of different ways.
Representative Bottoms, could you please keep it to this bill?
We're seeing this a lot of different ways. It's stopping. I urge a no vote on this bill, and it's coming down from above. This stuff will stop. Reclaim Colorado.
Rep. DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We're finding out more about the application, that process that already began. So, wow, talk about presumptive. So before it even went to committee, the application process began. And when we look at nonpartisan, of course, you know, I might go to the science aspect of it here, and the Institute for Science and Policy, because, you know, just what I was writing down here, there are over, you know, there's 3,200 billion tons of CO2 in the atmosphere that humans generate. 8 billion humans generate.
Representative
35.
DeGraff, we always love the science lesson from you, but could you please keep it to this bill?
Oh, it is, absolutely. It is absolutely, Mr. Chair.
About legislative fellows?
Absolutely.
Okay, great. Excited to hear the link.
So I will link this back, and you will be amazed at how I link this back. As will the chair of finance over here, who's come down to join us in the well. Thank you, sir. So, anyways, so if you look at nonpartisan sort of an analysis, a nonpartisan analysis would be there are 35. Humans generate 35 billion tons out of the 3,200 billion tons in the atmosphere. And humans, and that CO2 total only contributes 10% to the 40 degrees, which is the greenhouse gas effect. And if you take all those and you divide those by the 8 billion humans, what you find out is that you get your carbon input. This is just purely nonpartisan. This is just by the numbers, Mr. Chair. There is no bias put in this at all. It is just purely numbers. You would get 1/2 of 1 trillionth. And if you break that down by 20 drops in a milliliter and 2.5 million liters in an Olympic-sized swimming pool, what you get is that your carbon footprint is the equivalent of 1/2 of 1 drop in 20 Olympic-sized swimming pools full of drops. So that's what I would have told the kids if the chair had previously not interrupted me, that they did not need to actually be worried about their carbon footprint, no matter what their trusted adult said. So this is, Mr. Chair, I'm leading it right back here. Thank you for your leadership on that. So we come back around here, so that would be an example of nonpartisan, because it's just strictly numbers. But then we come to in a session from the 2024 symposium of the Institute for Science and Policy. This panel discusses how policy, technology, and leadership can drive climate action. Now, what are we going to drive? We're going to drive 1/2 of 1 drop in 20 Olympic-sized swimming pools full of drops. Exploring the roles of federal and state initiatives, the impact of emerging technologies, how uncertainty will shape our decisions and strategies for accelerating the transition to net zero future. Now, I just showed you that the value of, mathematically in a nonpartisan way, I showed you that the value of net zero is nada, zero. But this nonpartisan, this think tank is committed to the idea of accelerating that. So when we are concerned about the nonpartisan nature of this organization that just is nonpartisan in name only, I guess is that Nino? So this Nino organization, welcome to the climate panel for Institute of Science annual symposium, and why we're talking about the future of, we're talking about a really thoughtful panel. And they go on to talk about how they are going to accelerate, how they want to accelerate climate policy. Just like our previous policy that was on environment, there's absolutely no discussion about what it will actually achieve, just that it's something that we should do no matter what the cost. And we know the cost is trillions of dollars. Now, I mean, apparently the General Assembly feels that God created tax-paying widgets for the purpose of paying taxes, and there's no end to that. But some of the tax-paying widgets are actually out there concerned and wondering what it is that they're going to accomplish. And I would hope that a nonpartisan organization, a nonpartisan science organization would be there to input nonpartisan science into the equation, as it were, or the discussion. And what we have is a highly partisan staff that is making up this institute, where it already has its pre-drawn conclusions. So, and then that's just the easy one. We can go to the other ones, and we should look at the other areas in which they are acting in a supposedly nonpartisan way. So I don't think this agency is actually nonpartisan. I don't think it's truly rooted in science, but that's another story. And so because we can't input some transparency into this and see where these people are coming from, so we can then see what their biases might be, which is what we should always have, then I will not be able to support this bill.
Representative Brooks, if you have an equation, make sure it equals legislative fellows somehow.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, I'm wondering if my colleague applied. Did you apply? Because from scientific legislative fellow, I'd nominate his application. I think that would actually be a fantastic addition to the Legislative Council. Yeah. Let me be real honest here. If I were to rank the number of bills that we have heard, that we have voted upon during the course of this legislative session, where am I going to put this in a list of the most egregious? It's not going to make the list. It's not going to make that list. Far more legislation will be atop the egregious list. However, I want to be very clear with something that I believe is a very alarming issue here. And that is that the website started asking for application to this the day after it was introduced in Senate, before it was even heard in committee. What are we doing here, man? What are we doing here? I understand that this side of the aisle isn't going to care what this side of the aisle has to say. Most of the time, this side doesn't care what this side says. Yeah, bipartisanship, it's cute, it's a neat term, but it doesn't happen where we spend a lot of time really caring what the other side says. What the problem is, and the problem is that ought to grab everybody by the short hairs and say, man, you better pay attention to what's going on around here, is that they don't care what you say. They don't care what the Colorado residents say. That's a totally different level. We're now walking into territory that is far more dangerous than them not caring what we have to say over here. If this is being put on the website before it's even been heard in committee, before even the residents of Colorado have a chance to be able to come out and talk about it, that's a problem. That's a problem, Colorado. Mr. Chair, I would like to move for a vote of sine die. Since we don't care what's going on around here, we might as well just go ahead and adjourn.
That is a proper motion, however, it's non-debatable. The committee will take a brief recess. The committee will come to order. Members, the motion before us is to adjourn sine die. This is a non-debatable motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion fails. Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 309? Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was hoping that we could go home, but I forgot we were in church. So apparently we're learning that this nonpartisan and that science is individual. It's not objective, but it's individual, and everybody can have their own science, which means by the sponsor, apparently science doesn't exist. So I am very disappointed that sine die was not achieved, because that would have, that government is best which governs least. So we've gone well past that, and now we're just getting into the weeds of government issues where it should not be. So the more I learn about this bill, unfortunately, I was hoping that I was going to learn more that I would actually support it, because it would be really good if there was some level of science that was brought into this building. And I just don't think that there's any science that's going to be brought into this building, but what we're going to have is political science that's brought into this building, and it's going to be input through then which I think is the intent ultimately, not necessarily of the sponsors, but I think of the promoters of the bill and the promoters of the program. And then whether it's funded by grift grants and donations, or it's a priority that's based out of the General Assembly. If this was something that the General Assembly needed, then we should fund for it, not rely on the grift of other outside organizations that have a monetary benefit from influencing the policy. And what better way to influence policy than to pretend that you're doing it through nonpartisan, and that reliance that we have on the nonpartisan staff to actually be nonpartisan. So I do recognize, I do respect the chicanery of the initial in adding partisanship into our nonpartisan staff. But the more I learn about this bill, the more I learn about this bill, the more I'm going to be a no on it. So I recommend a no on this bill. And so I recommend a no vote on this bill.
Was there any further discussion? Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I love science. I'm an advocate for science. I got a master's degree in science. Science is great. I'm not going after the science community. Science is wonderful. I got a bachelor's degree in science. Went through biology and chemistry and all those good science courses. Go science. But when this is already listed on a website, then that asks some serious questions, especially when we have not voted on it. So go science.
Representative Brown. Rep. Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Having voted on the prevailing side, I move that the Committee of the Whole reconsider L002.
That is a proper motion.
And we would ask for an aye vote on the motion to reconsider L002.
Okay, members, the motion before us is the reconsideration of L002. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The motion passes. Representative Brown.
We ask for an aye vote on L002. While it is unnecessary, it does not do any harm, and it is in keeping with the original intent of the bill. So we would ask for an aye vote on L002.
Members, Representative Luck?
No,
I think it's moved.
I think it's already moved.
Yep.
right?
Members, the question before us is the adoption of L2. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. L2 is adopted. Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 309? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 309. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. Senate Bill 309 passes. Mr. Shebo, please read the title to Senate Bill 165.
Senate Bill 165 by Senators Pelton, B. and Doherty, also Representatives Lindstedt and Wu, concerning electrical work regulated in the state.
Representative Lindstedt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the Finance Committee report and the bill.
To the Finance Committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the Finance Committee, we made a clarification that photovoltaic electric work above 300 kilowatts does not apply to this bill, and I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on the committee report? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of the committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The committee report is adopted. To the bill, Representative Lindstedt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill clarifies that photovoltaic work is electrical work in the solar industry. So it's a good bill. I encourage a yes vote. A lot of stakeholder work went into negotiating this compromise. It's been about 20 years of debate between different stakeholders. We got to a good agreement. We've been working through the process, and now it's ready to go. I urge an aye vote.
Representative Woog.
Oh, sure. So I'm not sure if the good representative already said this, but 165, Senate Bill 165 is providing an opportunity for those who work in solar to expand their career and help a much-needed workforce in the electrical trade. And this is a very good bill, and I urge an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 165. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. Senate Bill 165 passes. Mr. Shebo, please read the title of Senate Bill 7.
Senate Bill 7 by Senators Cutter and Marchman, also Representatives Velasco and Weinberg, concerning support to increase prescribed burns.
Representative Velasco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 7 and the appropriations report.
To the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the Appropriations Committee, we adopted an appropriation to fund an FTE to manage this new fund that we created, and I urge a yes vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of the committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The committee report is adopted. To the bill, Representative Velasco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senate Bill 7 has three main components. One, it addresses liability barriers for conducting prescribed burns. It also addresses prescribed burns, fire qualifications for workforce. And number 3, clarifies the securitization that can be used for PUC-approved wildfire mitigation plans, and I urge a yes vote.
Representative Weinberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Fellow colleagues, I rise today in strong support of 007, a bill that comes with the full backing of the Colorado State Fire Chiefs and the Colorado Water Congress. That broad-based support speaks volumes because this bill is about responsible fire mitigation, water security, and protecting both property and people. Prescribed burns are one of the most effective tools we have to reduce catastrophic wildfire risk, but they require confidence, professionalism, and accountability. This bill builds on all three. It creates a clear, responsible claims process in the rare event that something goes wrong, ensuring that landowners, burn managers, and our communities are protected. It also expands access to certified burn training, allowing for reciprocity with other states so we can build capacity without unnecessary red tape. By establishing a dedicated claims fund and tightening compliance standards, 007 gives landowners and burn managers peace of mind and gives our state a better shot at staying ahead of the next fire season. Our fire chiefs in all of our districts fully support this. Our water leaders in our state support it. This is smart bipartisan policy rooted in real-world needs. I'm proud to co-prime this bill with Representative Velasco, and I urge a yes vote today.
Seeing no, Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to the sponsor. I agree. This is, we need prescribed burns. One of the, I mean, with forestry, that's probably a big problem that we've had with some of our burn, that we haven't done the prescribed burns, and of course, a lot of that is based on bad science, based on bad ideology. So, but my problem with this bill is the reason that we don't have prescribed burns is there's a lot of underlying regulation. There's a lot of underlying regulation to this, and I don't think that, so while I agree with the fire chiefs that we need this, we need these prescribed burns in order to keep our forests healthy, to keep our grasslands healthy. Now, we could keep our grasslands healthy if we had them grazed better, but that's another matter of poor, bad science based on bad ideology. So we need more grazing cattle. If we could only figure out a market, something to do with them in a market-friendly way. But anyways, back to this, that we do need this, but what ultimately we're doing is the reason that we don't have prescribed burns is because the insurance for these prescribed burns is so high. So, but we're not dealing with the underlying issues of why the insurance for this prescribed burn is so high. So what we're doing is we're creating a fee, because the solution to everything is apparently a tax or a fee. So you create a fee, and that fee goes into a fund. And that fund is used to offset the cost of any damage due to the wildfire from a wildfire that was caused by a prescribed burn. Right now, we have about $250,000 in that prescribed burn, which would cover the cost of probably not replacing one house. So, and then what we're doing is we're ultimately taking on that, at least the way I understand it, we're taking on the liability of that, or some of the liability of that from the insurance. And what we have, instead of, again, looking at the underlying causes of why this is so expensive, we're just creating a fee to try to mitigate some of the damage of the regulation. So I think more of what we need to do is we need to get to the underlying cause, get to the prior legislation that was no doubt well-intended, but has driven up the cost of this, because you have to look at the cost of doing a prescribed burn, and that things can go wrong, and you have to look at the cost of not doing a prescribed burn and ultimately running the risk of a unprescribed burn or a wildfire. So, but what we're doing, instead of having the insurance step in, insurers, because there are places that have certified burns, and the insurance companies, they understand this they understand this, they understand the risk, they understand what they're doing. They have people, and they can issue a policy based on that prescribed burn. And that policy then gives a level of risk. It describes the level of risk that goes along with that policy. And that is done by the free market if you have more than one individual, more than one agency that can do that. So you get the lower prices that way, and then you get the risk, the liability that is spread around instead of taking it ourselves. So I agree that the increasing the prescribed burns in Colorado is something that we absolutely need to do in order to prevent these wildfires that are creating a lot of economic damage. But we also need to look at that. The state of Colorado, instead of funding all of the economic damage from the wildfires caused by the legislation that it imposes ideologically on our forests and our grasslands, we could mitigate that by just reevaluating the policy. You could have more grazing cattle. That cuts down on grassland fires. You could have more logging. That cuts down on forest fires. You have logging that removes the fuel from the fires. That gets rid of the density in the fires. So, but instead of that, a bill like this comes in and tries to treat a symptom, and that symptom is only a symptom. It's not the underlying cause. We need to address the underlying problem. The underlying problem is, no surprise, this room. I'll be a no on this bill. I'm a yes on prescribed fires. I just think that the market does better job than the General Assembly, which has just a track record of miserable outcomes on legislation.
Representative Sukla.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we, over on the Western Slope, we've been doing this for 100 years, and what we do there is you call dispatch. It's 565-8441. You call them, you tell them what you're going to be burning, and they ask you how many acres, what it is, and then after you do that, you light her on fire. We've been doing it for 100 years. I don't even know what a burn manager is, according to this bill, but then after you, if you think that it's going to be something that might be close to the neighbors, then you go ahead, and sometimes the fire department will send a brush truck out, and they'll help you. So my concern here is it going now all of a sudden, do we have to, in the small counties with limited funds, are we going to have to hire a burn manager? When we've already got this problem, maybe you should look over the hill and see how we're doing it, because we're doing just fine, and we don't need no burn manager. We just go ahead and call the dispatch, the Cortez dispatch, and then we give them our address and phone number and light it on fire. So I think the bill's unnecessary, and if it does go, would you please keep it on this side of the mountain so you don't affect us on the west slope, because we have a lot more freedoms over there and we'd like to keep them. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 7. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. Senate Bill 7 passes. The committee will stand in a brief recess. The committee will come to order. Members, the motion that was made to reconsider L2 on Senate Bill 309 was an improper motion pursuant to House Rule 32B. Therefore, that motion, because it was not valid, did not occur. Senate Bill 309 passed without L2. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
Members, you've heard the motion. Seeing no objection, the committee will rise and report.
The House will come back to order. Mr. Schiebel, please read the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Madam Speaker, your Committee of the Whole begs leave to report as under consideration the following attached bills, being the second reading thereof and making the following recommendations thereon. Senate Bill 7 as amended, 165 as amended, 309 and 321 passed on second reading, order revised and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. Senate Bill 290 laid over until later today.
Representative Mabry. Members, you have heard the motion. We do have amendments at the desk. Mr. Schiebel, please read the first Luck Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report, Senate Bill 309.
Representative Luck moved to amend the part of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee and not adopting the following Luck Amendment L1 to Senate Bill 309 to show that said amendment passed, that Senate Bill 309 is amended passed.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I withdraw the first Luck Amendment to the Committee of the Whole.
The first Luck Amendment has been withdrawn. Mr. Schiebel, please read the second Luck Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report, Senate Bill 309.
Representative Luck moved to amend the part of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee and not adopting the following Luck Amendment L2 to Senate Bill 309 to show that said amendment passed, that Senate Bill 309 is amended passed.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the second Luck Amendment to the Committee of the Whole and ask that it be displayed.
One moment, please. It is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This amendment, ladies and gentlemen, just makes sure that any fellow who is brought into the Capitol to help with LCS's preparations of research and other materials does not work with a nonpartisan organization that is registered as a lobbyist, either a volunteer or professional lobbyist through the Secretary of State's office. I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my good colleague from Penrose for her engagement on this bill. We asked for an aye vote on this amendment. We had intended to accept it on the cow, and we didn't get the motions right, so we appreciate her work on this.
Representative Bradfield.
Thank you. I also urge an aye vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of the second Luck Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Bradley is excused. $5 fine. Please close the machine. With 63 ayes, 0 no, and 2 excused, the second Luck Amendment is adopted. The motion before us is the adoption of the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 43 aye, 20 no, and 2 excused, the report of the Committee of the Whole is adopted. Madam Majority Leader. Oh, we are proceeding right to thirds, folks. Yep. Mr. Schiebel. Please read the title to Senate Bill 5.
Senate Bill 5 by Senators Rodriguez and Danielson, also Representatives Mabry and Bacon, concerning the elimination of the requirement for a second election to negotiate a union security clause in the collective bargaining process and in connection therewith reducing an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 5 on third reading and final passage.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I, again, am very pro-union. I think they've done a lot of very good things. But I think whenever you have that in place, you create the union is a great way to create a power leveling. you have a board of directors, and then you have a union that's representing all of the owners of a company, and then you have a union that's representing the labor. And I think that's a great way to level the playing field. It's kind of like a gun in terms of a force leveler. That's a great force leveler, but they can be misused. But we do definitely need them. So. Some different things were referenced. Big three, pensions. Of course, we talked about those being unsustainable and led to cost increase in performance. And I'm from Michigan, and so lots of stories about that growing up, and from some of my teachers that worked in that area. One of which I remember the psychology behind having to stack up cars and their pallets, et cetera, and then tipping over and destroying a whole stack of cars. And and then also from people who worked in that space of, an electrician who went through and during a punch list that under the direction of the union, they were just punching holes and tearing out wires and tearing out lights to continue the contract and the work. I don't think that is not indicative of a union. That's indicative of the people that are some of the bad actors that can be in, and that anytime you have power, that can be abused. And so one of the things I like about the right to work is that they benefit in many ways from the unions themselves by having that option. Now, so again, I'm not opposed to unionism in any way, shape, or form. I just think it's good to have that balance. Now, a lot of the issues with unions have come about because the unions themselves have become politicized and often infected with Marxist ideology. And that has put them at odds with their workers. And you can see that in the past election, like where the union themselves, a lot of the unions themselves supported and where the workers supported. And so you can see that sometimes there is a diversion of values. And so there are some people that are opposed. Now, they might still benefit from that aspect, that option. So, but this bill is about the elections. So so all of that was to say that there are reasons that some people don't want to be in a union. If that power has been abused, if the values of the workers have not been represented, then the workers themselves have a way out. And I think that is a good way to maintain accountability. Now, in this bill, what it's taking right now, you need a first election. That first election would be 50% of a quorum, which is typically 50%. And so that's 25%. So that's saying that 25% of the people on an initial election could be the deciding factor as for the other 75% as to whether to unionize or not. Now, if that vote is taken on a matter of this is just, we're going to do this, this, and this, and then do other business, and then you stack it with, you just bring in the 25 that you need for that bill, then you may not have actual representation. So even if you said, and so that would just go to, so keeping it the way it is just means that you need 50% of 50%, 25% of the voting body to initiate and say, we've got 25 out of 100 people that say we want to have that conversation as to whether we should unionize or not. Now, the next election, right now, you have 75% of the 50% quorum, which would only be 38 people. So if nobody cares, if people are neutral and they say, yeah, I'm good either way, one way or the other, then they don't show up. You could still have your quorum of 50%, and then you would really only have to go up 13 people out of that 100. You'd go up 13% out of that 100%, but you would have had the opportunity for the other people to have that representation. Now, the sponsors made the case that this leads to abuse by the employer of the employee, which is kind of an interesting case to make, because the union itself is to protect the employee from, in a sense, I mean, it's safety, work rules, contract negotiation, et cetera. Those things are the appropriate. And a lot of times you can separate the political agenda from the actual negotiation. And so sometimes people separate that stuff so that they are represented by the representative parts of the union, but not by the ideological and politicized parts of the union. But that is not something that's addressed in this bill. But the people can then, if nobody shows up, you would still only need 75% of that 50% quorum, which is, again, only 38 people. But the other voting members of that 100 then had their opportunity to weigh in on the matter itself. So right now, what you're talking about is reducing this process and saying that it can be done in one vote, And the purpose of doing it in one vote is so that you can have 25 people out of 100, 25% of the people deciding for the rest. And then we call that, and that is under the guise of being democratic. Now, typically, democratic would be something more akin to like 50%. But that is not this. This bill is wanting to reduce the direction of a group of employees to 25 out of 100. And that, to me, looks like it's more ideologically driven than it is driven for the benefit of the employees. Because if the employees can be manipulated, if the employees can be coerced or strong-armed in favor of the company, they can also be strong-armed and coerced in the favor of the union. So, again, pro-union. I think they have had, there's been a lot of good that's come from them. There's also been a lot of bad. And a lot of the bad has been the jobs that have been forced, the union jobs that have been forced overseas, and those are now in other countries, creating more pollution, and then they're depriving the wealth creation here at home and the ability to buy homes, et cetera. So it all goes together. You can't just say that it's all good. So I'm again in favor of unions. Can't say that enough. But I do think we need to balance that with, just in this case, a simple election. For our elections, we have the caucus and assembly process, the assembly or the petition to get on the ballot, and then you have a primary election, and then you have a general election. You guys only have the general election. But we, on our side, have the caucus and assembly, petition, primary, and general assembly, and general election. So I don't think it's democratic to have 25 out of 100 people decide the direction of a company. I don't think it's good that the basis of this bill was largely largely couched in the rhetoric of division and envy for the business owners, which we talked about are 25% go out of business the first year, 50% go out.
Representative DeGraff, you have 45 seconds
Thank
remaining.
you, Madam Chair. So again, I think we ought to not look at 25 people being representative and deciding the fate of the other 75.
Representative Kelty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yesterday we had quite a debate on this bill, and I took a little bit of offense saying when it was mentioned a few times that Republicans were anti-union, and I can tell you this right now. I am a Republican, and I'm not anti-union. I am actually a union daughter, born and raised into it. My father was part of the Carpenters Union, and he proudly served in the military, but he also proudly served, I guess you could say, in the Carpenters Union in Michigan. I believe that, as far as unions are concerned, especially the trade unions, they do a lot of good. You know, they help our veterans. They hire our veterans out of the military. They give them jobs. They give them training. They give them another reason to have self-worth. And also it helps to fight with their suicide rate, in my opinion, which I'm very grateful for. They allow training. They make sure the work and the quality of the work that they do, that their people do through the union is top-notch. I've seen it for myself. I've spent much time, you know, speaking to a lot of the people who are not just carpenters union, but the electricals union, the plumbers union. There's definitely a space for our unions. We want good working conditions. We want good environments, good wages, positive working environments. And a lot of that, and if you look at the history, was founded by the unions. The unions are the ones who pushed all this. You know, for me, in this bill, though I am pro-union, I am pro also freedom of choice. And in the bill, it mentions a couple times about all union, and I think there's a danger with not having guardrails. But that's not what I'm going to talk about today. I believe in freedom of work. If you want to join the union, go ahead. If you don't want to join the union, then that's fine. For me, I look at it kind of like a country club in a way. If you want to join the country club and you want to pay the dues and you want to swim in the pool, that's fine. Then you go right ahead and do it. If you don't want to join the country club and you don't want to pay the dues, then you don't get to swim in the pool. That's where I stand on that. The problem with this bill here, other than the fact that it mentions all union, where an employer can become, or the voting factor can become all union, that then takes away the choice of someone to not be in the union, and I do believe that's their choice. Don't want to be in the union, don't swim in the pool, but it's still your choice to not swim in that pool. So I have a problem with that. And the other issue that I have is there was a very good amendment that was put forth and that was turned down. And that was very disappointing to me. I believe that there should be just the one election, but I also believe that it should be more, it should be, with that amendment, it would have raised it up to 60%, which I think is a fair compromise. And when people refuse to compromise on something, it shows the arrogance that is going to lead to something not good. And for me, I wish that amendment would have been accepted, because that would have been a no-brainer for me on this bill. But it wasn't accepted, it was turned down. And I know the people in my district have a problem with that. I've received tons of emails on this bill alone. And it's very disappointing to me, because I do believe in unions. I believe in what they do. I'm proud to be a union daughter, but I believe this bill is not written in the way where it allows for union and non-union to exist. So I will be a no on this bill. I wish there was something more that we could do to make it more of a compromise. And I don't understand why time and time after again, our amendments, good amendments made to make things much better, are always turned down, because that's what that amendment would have done for this bill. Maybe we can take that going forward and start compromising and working together on things rather than steamrolling them through. It would make life a lot easier, and I think it would make a lot more people in Colorado happier, make their lives a lot better, and that's what we're here to do. So, thank you very much.
Representative Zokai.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So prior to this lovely job, I oversaw a department and a staff of 50 employees. And during my tenure, our employees got the right to unionize. And I was really excited about that as a manager, to be able to get input from my staff and to better hear out what their concerns may be. But in speaking to other managers, I would hear a lot of concerns. And I always found it interesting that those concerns came from people who were typically boasting about what a great work environment they had, that they were like a family. And the more I tried to understand their concerns, the more it became apparent to me that it was really a concern about maintaining a power balance that they were benefiting from. I
am really proud to support the Worker Protection Act. This ends an outdated and anti-democratic restriction on Coloradans' right to organize. But as this bill's been debated in both chambers, there has been a persistent and, quite frankly, misleading narrative that describes the Labor Peace Act as this balance that we found between business and labor. And so I think it is important for us in this body to understand the history behind the Labor Peace Act and the second election requirement. The National Labor Relations Act was enacted in 1935. It was upheld by the Supreme Court in 1937. After that happened, big businesses turned to state legislators to block workers' rights. This included large companies like a Rockefeller-owned conglomerate, which had been found responsible for the Ludlow massacre less than 30 years earlier. And I want us to sit with that for a second. Less than 3 decades after a dozen children were shot and burned to death, this body obeyed the wishes of the company responsible for those murders and passed the Labor Peace Act. The reason why I think we should pause there is because it shows that power imbalance that can exist in this space and the ability of giant corporate interests to whitewash their history, to present their perspective in a favorable light, and to ultimately influence policy that benefits them. So let's not forget also that when it was passed, the Labor Peace Act also banned unions from political activity. I know that some people here believe that unions have too much influence in this space, but we should remember that until that part of the law was overturned, they had no power in these walls. And I think that our laws do reflect that imbalance. The Labor Peace Act was the blueprint for the Taft-Hartley Act, the most significant piece of anti-labor legislation in the last 100 years. Even despite that, workers fought back, and throughout the 1960s and 1970s, multiracial unions grew. Women and people of color increasingly became central parts of the labor movement. And of course, those at the top felt challenged. So in 1976, the National Right to Work Legal Defense Foundation filed a lawsuit that led to the enforcement of the second election requirement. And that decision has disproportionately impacted women of color in newly unionizing servicing sectors. So when we talk about the history of this requirement, the 80-year history of a requirement for a second election, I want us to understand that that was 8 decades of increasing wealth inequality. That was 8 decades of misogyny and racism that dictated labor policy. And that was 8 decades of corporations weaponizing state law against working people. I, for one, am glad to leave those 8 decades behind. And I am excited to work towards a future where all workers can exercise their right to collectively bargain so that they can not only survive but thrive. Because we know that strong unions are the way that our workers get fair wages, safe working conditions, and really the best way for them to have their voices heard in a workplace. We still have a lot of work to do to even this playing field. And fighting with workers is always a tough fight. But I know which side I'm on, and I ask that you join me and support the workers in your district and vote yes.
Representative Hamrick.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I stand here as a proud mother of a unionized teacher, a proud mother-in-law of a unionized carpenter, and a proud lifetime member of my teachers' union. Collective bargaining keeps our schools and teachers supported, which greatly benefits Colorado students. Let me explain how collective bargaining works in the school and district space. We members choose our fellow members in the classroom and school to represent us on the collective bargaining unit with management. These are our fellow teachers who know what is needed at the classroom and school level. Those elected members keep a constant connection with us and let us know what priorities they'll be bargaining for. One person advocating for wages, safety, benefits has little power, but people getting together to collectively bargain as one can really move the needle, benefiting all. Collective bargaining results in better pay, better benefits, and safe and supported working conditions. A teacher's working conditions are a student's learning conditions, we often say, and districts with collective bargaining agreements are models of union and management cooperation, working together for the benefit of our students and families. We are one voice, and as my colleague from Jefferson County mentioned yesterday, collective bargaining lifts all boats. It is democracy in action, and I urge an aye vote on Senate Bill 5.
Representative Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in strong support of this bill because we need to make it easier for people to unionize instead of harder, because we know that when we uplift labor, that is a win-win for everybody. It's a win for labor and it's a win for business. I rise in strong support of this bill because it's about protecting the freedom to organize, the dignity of work, and the shared prosperity that comes when both labor and business thrive. This is deeply personal for me. My mom was a public school educator and proud union member for 30 years. And because of her union, she had stability, health care, and retirement benefits that allowed my parents to build a solid life for our family. It wasn't just about wages. It was about security, fairness, and a future. Thanks to her union protections and career in public education, my parents were able to create generational wealth, something that's out of reach for far too many working families today, especially Black and brown families. This bill ensures that workers in Colorado can organize without retaliation or interference. That should be a basic right, not a battleground. But let's be clear, this isn't just about a win for labor. This is a win-win for both labor and business. We know that when workers are valued and compensated fairly, their job satisfaction increases. And when job satisfaction increases, performance goes up, productivity improves, and turnover goes down. That directly impacts a business's success, enhancing morale, output, and ultimately the bottom line. This bill is about creating workplace cultures rooted in mutual respect, collaboration, and shared success. And in doing so, it strengthens our middle class and our state's economy. As the daughter of a union educator, and now as a legislator, I know firsthand how transformative worker protections can be. This bill is about building an economy that works for all of us, not just the few, and I respectfully urge your support. Thank you.
Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yeah, the good representative from Arapahoe and Douglas had just shared her experience as a union teacher. I just wanted to point out again, I brought it up yesterday, that there is a disparity between public sector and private sector unions in this state. In the public sector, there have been Supreme Court rulings that preclude public sector employees being compelled to pay union dues. That is not true in what we're discussing today. In the private sector, employees can be compelled to pay dues in a union shop, and that second vote, that 75% vote that, as the good representative from El Paso had mentioned earlier, can be a much lower percentage than actually 75% of the workers, can compel their colleagues to pay for something that they may not want to pay. And I understand the argument that they still receive the benefits that may happen with collective bargaining, but we're talking about compelling people to pay money, and there should be a very high bar when you're compelling people to associate, when you're compelling people to participate in your speech. And again, the disparity between public and private sector employees and unionized entities is something that I think is disturbing, because people should be treated the same. But if they're not going to be treated the same, if they're going to have money taken out of their pockets, there should be an incredibly high bar for that. And I would urge a no vote on this bill. Thanks.
Representative Wilford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in strong, unapologetic support of Senate Bill 5. I'm a proud former union member. I was proud to vote to unionize. I was proud to vote on our first contract. And yes, I was proud to pay dues. Because when you pay dues, you're investing in fairness, in safety, and in having a voice at work. You're investing in each other. And I want to tell you what that meant for me. When my organization went through voluntary layoffs and buyouts, the people who remained on the team didn't just absorb a little extra work. We were doing the jobs for 1 to 3 other people for no extra pay, and we're frankly running on fumes. But we had a union, and our union steward didn't blink when we asked for help. They organized, documented, negotiated, and we got back pay for the work that we had been doing for months. That is what solidarity delivers, and that is what this bill protects. When you think about some of the most recent strikes here in Colorado that involved organized labor, it wasn't people coming to the table to ask for unreasonable things that their employees need. You think about, I know we can't say names in the well, so a large grocery store chain that rhymes with wing. I'll let you work that one out. Anyway, these grocery store workers showed up every single day during the pandemic to make sure that people had access to food, and they kept the stores open and running, subsequently keeping all of our healthcare workers running. When they went to the bargaining table to ask for a share of the incredible income that that corporation had made, they were told no, even though they risked their lives to keep their doors open. They went to the negotiating table, their union did, and they, as a result, got a better wage increase, and they also got better health insurance. And that is what they deserved. UPS drivers, whoops, sorry, Madam Speaker, I said the name. These drivers.
Representative Wilford, please stay within the boundaries of the rules, or custom and practice, I should say.
I'll work
Thank you.
on it, yes.
Thank you.
These drivers went on strike because they were being asked to constantly drive in vehicles during the summer months without air conditioning. This is a huge safety and health risk. They asked their managers, they asked the corporation for trucks with cooling, and were told no. Who delivered on getting trucks that were safe for them to drive so that they could do their jobs, so that they could provide for their families? The union. And as we talk about this bill, I want you to think about the home health care workers that show up every single day to take care of our most vulnerable populations, who give their bodies, who give their hearts, who give their time, and who are never justly compensated for the work that they do, being able to form a union. Because having this bill means that they can. Senate Bill 5, as you've already heard, removes the requirement for a second election. That second election vote, let's be really clear about what it is. It's a trapdoor. It gives corporations time to lawyer up, to bring in union-busting consultants, to isolate workers, to hold mandatory anti-union meetings, to lie, to intimidate, and fire people who dare to speak up about their rights. The second election isn't about fairness, it's about fear. And the only people who benefit from it are the ones who are trying to rig the system against working people. And while they delay and divide, wages stagnate. Healthcare costs rise, and families fall further and further behind. Colorado's middle class has been gutted by corporate greed. This is the same greed that for too long has had way too much power in this building, and far too many ears in this building. And if we're serious about reversing that, then we need to make it easier and not harder for workers to organize and bargain strong contracts. This bill is good for Colorado. It will stabilize our workforce, it will reduce turnover, it will keep wages circulating in our local economies, and it ensures workers, teachers, nurses, sanitation workers, service staff, home health care workers, trades can afford to live in the communities where they work. If you believe in economic freedom, vote yes. If you believe in democracy at work, vote yes. If you believe that no one who is working full-time should live in poverty while their CEO buys another vacation home, vote yes. This is our chance to stand with the people who keep this state running. Strong unions members equal a strong Colorado. Vote yes.
Assistant Minority Leader Winter.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yesterday, I believe I had a good conversation with the lobby. I think you all understand where I'm coming from. For those of you that weren't here yesterday, first and foremost, I come from Trinidad, Colorado, where the majority of the coal mines in this state was. Mother Jones marched down Main Street. My family immigrated here to work in the coal mines, and we're part of the union. So I want to get that out of the way that Representative Winter is anti-union, anti-labor. I was the vice president of my local AFSCME for quite some time. The reason I ran for vice president is because during the 2008 crisis, there was a handful of our union members that had been there a long time that were trying to get a raise that was going to cost the jobs of the younger people with families. And I always want to help people, so I think I might be the first and only Republican ever elected into that union as vice president. That's because I went to those young guys and said, I know you haven't been here 40 years, but you've got a wife and kids, and you should be taken care of too. That's why I got involved. I negotiated many contracts, so I know exactly how this works. So I just want you all to know that when I'm talking to you, I understand the process because I've been there. One of the issues that I have, and this is one thing even when I was involved with labor, is I don't think anybody should be forced. Now, I don't think they should get the benefit. I'm not saying that. I agree with the swimming in the pool, the analogy made. Nobody should be forced, but nobody should get the benefit if they're not paying for the benefit. I think most of my colleagues have made that clear, and I think that's reasonable. I think yesterday when I explained that we shouldn't show up to the fight with our swords already drawn, I think that that's something that both sides should be able to look at and find common ground and say, I want this, thus I'm going to pay for it, but people that say I don't want this and they're not going to pay for it don't get the benefit. I think that's a pretty common sense and a wholly American thing. I do think that the election should meet a little bit of higher scrutiny. We talk about democracy in this building all the time. We're actually a constitutional republic, but in a democracy it's 50+1. That's what true democracy is, if we're going to talk about it. Democracy is 50+1. Majority rules. That's what a true democracy is. And I think that should have to reach a little bit higher scrutiny when we're looking at these deals. I don't think, we talk about all the time experiences and voices and bringing more voices in. So I think by making sure that we meet that scrutiny, because as my colleague just spoke about how labor can force and pressure, well, I've been in the union, and I've also watched the union force and pressure, because I think that's what you all try to do to fight for your rights. So I think it's a power struggle, and that goes back to having swords drawn over and over again. And if the amendment was taken, I could have got behind this bill. I really could have, because like I said, I've been involved in labor. I've been involved in all of this. I know what labor did for my family. You bring up the Ludlow Massacre, that's 20 miles north of our ranch. They do something there every year. But I also think that when we talk about other pieces of legislation in this building, especially my caucus, and just a little bit of latitude, when we talk around like the Second Amendment, we hear how it's antiquated. Well, I think some of the arguments that we use to churn up ire and anger is antiquated. What happened was horrible and disgusting, but comparing negotiations today to those of that time, to me, just aren't fair. It feels like we keep stepping over these people, and I just don't believe in doing that. I want to have conversations about labor and business now in today's time. Because I don't think there's anybody in here on either side that won't agree that labor has brought a movement forward. So to compare it back to the beginning times, to me, is disingenuous because it has moved. The needle has been moved. Working conditions have gotten better. So I think to sit back here and have this discussion from when it was at its worst and try to compare it to what people are trying to do now is not fair, because we hear that on other arguments that we have. A lot of good things have happened. So all I'm trying to say is if we're going to have these conversations, let's not dredge up the horrors of the past and find the worst examples. Are they there? Yes. Should they be recognized? Yes. Were there some things that were done were a shame? Yes. But if we're going to put the swords away and we're going to sit down and have these discussions to really try to make sure that there is fairness, we both have to come to the table, both sides, whoever's involved in this, and have those discussions and throw some of the emotion aside and get to work for the people. You saw this in the last election cycle. More on-the-ground union workers voted Republican in this last election than an election before. That's just facts. I'm not poking anybody in the eye, but that's what happened. There was union members at the RNC convention. That's what I talk about, putting the swords away. On a national level, we saw in an election, both parties have people from labor at their conventions. So the things that unite us, to me, are more important than the things that divide us. And as we sit here and we try to churn these atrocities up, and that's what's happening in here. We talk about corporation and union. We're bringing that pitting of each other in this building when I think the majority of my colleagues want to just make sure people are taken care of, they have a fair wage, they work in a safe working environment. I don't believe the people of this time are like the people of that time. I don't believe that. And I'm not saying there's not greed. There's greed in everything. If we're going to talk about corporations, most corporations, if they want to learn how to be greedy, they should get involved in government, and they could get a pretty good lesson on greed. Let's be real. If we're going to talk about greed, we're going to talk about greed. And one thing is you know me, I will always lay it out straight. Good, bad, ugly, whether I get yelled at on TV, it doesn't matter. Facts are facts, and I can't live in a world of fake. But then we have to talk about the other things. The power structure is not only in corporations, it's in the unions as well. This may not be popular, but the workers on the ground are watching as deals are made behind closed doors to send jobs overseas by politicians on both sides of the aisle. And their leadership is involved. That's a fact, whether people like it or not. Some of the highest people at the union are working on backdoor deals to send jobs overseas.
Representative AML Winter, I appreciate this. Want to give everybody latitude today. Just bring it back to the bill.
Sorry, ma'am, it's labor. I don't know what else to
No, you're great. I'm just bringing it back to the issues in the bill. It's great.
Thank you. I don't want to see any more anti-American trade deals. I want to see Michigan thrive. We talk about the big three. Could you imagine what this country would be like as if we made our own cars in this country again 110%? The wealth that was in those communities, which goes back to anti-worker legislation when it comes to your jobs. We have watched labor come in this building and testify against clean air jobs and testify against anti-oil and gas jobs. So if we're going to have genuine discussions about you making the best wage that you can to take care of your family, shipping jobs out of this state is not fair to you all. We need to have that conversation as well. It is not fair to take good-paying blue-collar jobs and ship them out of this state. And I will never get behind that. The economy that you're facing in this state, highest rate of inflation of anywhere in the nation. Taxes and fees. If you want a cell phone, a fee. You got to buy gas, there's a fee. Insurance, there's a fee. Those are things coming out of this building as well that are crushing your wallets. You are being nickeled and dimed by fees, and your jobs are being sent to Texas, South Dakota, Oklahoma, Pennsylvania.
AML Winter, you have 1 minute remaining.
Fear goes both ways. You have an open-minded representative that'll stand up here. I'll bare my heart and soul to you every time. I think the conversations are worth having. I think to walk out of this room and say it's one side versus the other is wrong. I think we ran an amendment to try to do that in good faith to see if my side could get there as well. It didn't happen, maybe next year. But I will not be called anti-labor for my vote. I will continue to fight for workers. But we're going to do it in a way that we can all sit down at the table, in my opinion. When that happens, call me and I'll be at the table. I'll be at the table. And for those that are booing me, just know that I'm honest and at least I'll have the real discussion. And I'll put my sword away. My challenge to you is can you?
Representative Rutenell.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I first want to start by thanking the good representatives from Denver for bringing this important legislation forward. I really deeply appreciate it. Colleagues, we were sent to this building to fight for working families across Colorado, and the Worker Protection Act does exactly that. Colorado stands alone in forcing a second ballot to clear 75% supermajority for workers to form a union. And it's because of an old relic from the 1940s, that old relic right there, that's blocking workers like nurses, sanitation workers, grocery clerks, warehouse workers, and so many other important workers across this state from bargaining for safe shifts and fair pay. I know the stakes of not being part of a union. I remember, like it was yesterday, when my mom called me. I was 12 years old. She called me to tell me about an incident with a manager that was discriminating against her. And she didn't know what to do. And I asked her, have you talked to your union yet? She hung up the phone and immediately talked to her union, and they defended her, protected her dignity, and she got to work at that job and fulfill her duties just like she had been before. The Worker Protection Act honors workers, their voices, and it fulfills the promise we made to families across Colorado who sent us here. Let's pass it and keep fighting for them. Thank you.
Representative Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's an honor to serve with you.
It is an honor to serve with you.
So, colleagues, just a little reminder about the analogy I gave yesterday about the HOAs and how the freeloaders get their lawns mowed and their sidewalks shoveled from the snow, where unions are legally obligated to represent all the workers, and again, with all the benefits. Let me repeat that. They have to legally obligated to represent all the workers with all the benefits they get. And again, let's not forget the second election, 75%. I don't see any of us being here with that. And with that, I'll say good bill, vote yes, sign the bill.
Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So my grandfather came over on the boat from Italy with my grandmother and came through Ellis Island to New York and was in the construction union. And I remember how proud he was to be part of this union. And even up until his death, I was in the hospital with him when union workers came to visit him. And he thought it was so special that they visited with him and held his hand. And I remember that. It's etched in my memory. After my grandfather passed away, they came to my grandmother's house when I was visiting with her, and they sat with her and made sure that she was okay. And so I think unions do have a very good role and have played a role in my family. My sister is a teacher in Brooklyn, New York, and very active with her union. May or may not hold a position. She does lots of things, but she's very active with her union. And they have brought some good work to her as well, and she feels very passionately about fighting for workers. So I want to put all of that on the record, but really what I came up here to say today was how impressed I was that the union came to talk to me. On the very first day in this building, I was leaving to run to the floor, my children were somewhere, and they stopped me and wanted to talk about this bill on the very first day, which I thought was very impressive, that they even came down my hallway. Because sometimes being in the minority and being of maybe a different party than the majority, people feel like you're not worth the conversation. But they thought we were worth the conversation, and I really appreciated that. And while I wasn't able to meet with them that day, I did ask them to make an appointment, which they right away did. And they came to my office, and we talked to them about their issues. I wanted to understand, this isn't an area I'm very familiar with, but wanted to understand their perspective, why they thought they needed this bill. And I was very appreciative of that conversation because it did open my eyes. I appreciate those from the business community as well who talked to me about why they can't get to the same place. And I think being able to hear both sides, I'm sorry that there wasn't a middle here, but I do think hearing both sides is really important. And so my hope today is that this is the beginning and not the end of the conversation. I hope that you will continue to come down the halls of the minority office and have those conversations about the things that are most important to you all, because we deserve to hear that too. And I echo a lot of the sentiments of the good assistant minority leader who has continuously told me that we have got to broaden our circle of people that we interact with and talk to really understand different perspectives as we bring legislation forward ourselves and with our caucus. And so what I wanted to say today was thank you for opening that door for me. Thank you for finding me specifically worthy enough to have the conversation. And I hope that we can continue to have those conversations as we navigate legislation through this building in the next few years. So thank you.
Representative Woodrow.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, colleagues. Though this is personal to me, I grew up in a union household in Michigan. I want to talk more about what I've heard during this debate. Friends, we all seem to agree on one thing: an honest day's pay for an honest day's work. It is part and parcel to the American dream, the idea that if you work hard and play by the rules, you ought to be able to do better than your parents did. And I think we'd all agree that we've gotten away from that. It apparently used to be the case in a bygone era that a family could be raised on a single income. A person, usually a white man, but that's another story, could purchase a house, send his kids off to college, and have a reasonable standard of living in retirement, all due to the union factory job and a government investing in him and his neighbors through programs like the GI Bill. But at some point, we decided to outsource those jobs to send them overseas where labor is cheaper, where corporations don't have to pay the healthcare costs of their employees. We decided that we'd stop making things and become a service economy, and in place of the single breadwinner, attaining a middle-class lifestyle now requires two breadwinners, multiple jobs, and a lot of luck. We also decided at some point that unions were the enemy. If we want to talk about vilification, this is my 6th session here, and it wasn't long ago I heard folks in this chamber liken unions to organized criminal enterprises. And as we've seen collapsing union membership, we've seen skyrocketing CEO pay. In the 1970s, the average CEO made 20 to 30 times their average employee. Today, it's 300 times on average, and at Starbucks, it's 6,667 to 1. We've seen outlandish corporate welfare. One individual who won't be named, but he owns a car company and a social media platform, receives $8 million a day in government subsidies. At 8 hours a day, that's $50,000 every 3 minutes in your tax dollars. Unions keep the system in balance. As union membership and influence has waned, we've seen the system spiral out of balance ever more. This bill is about resetting the scale. It is not a silver bullet. I don't think one exists. But I know this: deregulation and giving corporations whatever they want hasn't worked. Crossing our fingers and hoping the wealthy will allow that money to trickle down hasn't worked. Making it more difficult for workers to band together and flex their bargaining power hasn't worked. As a final word, respectfully, I reject the idea that we need to choose between good jobs and our environment. We can invest in a clean energy future and the jobs that come with it. Blocking the ability of workers to form unions is one thing. Fine, you disagree with making it easier. But claiming that the reason we're losing jobs is because we refuse to engage in a reckless drill baby drill pillaging of our natural resources is something we must push back against. Workers deserve better than to be treated as pawns in service to a pro-pollution agenda. You can be pro-worker and pro-climate. I urge an aye vote.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do want to thank the bill sponsors and coalition because I know what a labor of love this has been over the last several months, and appreciate your efforts in trying to find that common ground, not only with business, but also with our governor. So I do hope he signs this bill. I learned as a young child how to fight against injustice. I watched my mother and her siblings march alongside Cesar Chavez, Dolores Huerta, fighting for better working conditions, fair wages, and the right to unionize. My family looks like many of you in this chamber. They are diverse in opinion, beliefs, and politics. The common thread between all of us and my family is we agree with hard work and sacrifice, we can reach the American dream. That's why my grandparents came to this country as migrant farm workers. My mother, as first-generation Mexican-American who worked the fields with me alongside her as a child, put herself through college and showed me not only the strength of our culture, but our family. We can't dismiss the fact that those who have built this country with their blood, sweat, and tears haven't been marginalized and ignored. But they're also the very ones who came together to build our unions, who built our middle class. Because of labor, we were able to put food on the table, pay our rent, and keep our lights on, because they were there and they were the voice of the voiceless. What this bill does is pave the way for more workers to have security, to be able to join together and negotiate for better pay, working conditions, and a fair shot at the American dream, like my family. That's what our work here is about. Every Coloradan should be able to work hard, find a career, and live that American dream. We know that with unions, excuse me just a moment, we know that where unions are prevalent, that dreams is a reality for more workers. Wages and higher pay for everyone, businesses thrives, we know that too. This bill will boost the voices of our workers and our economy. This is badly needed, especially right now. As Democrats, we support workers, we support unions, and we support the right to unionize. Members, I ask and urge a yes vote, and I do urge our governor to reconsider and sign this bill.
AML Bacon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And thank you, colleagues. You know, once I was chuckling, I'm like, in legislative life, I'm like an old lady, because, you know, you get to the 5th year and it's like, the world is falling apart. Jesus? Okay. So, you know, I will say something about this. I want to thank all our colleagues on both sides of the aisles for this conversation, because I do think it's relevant to what we're being asked to do here. You know, oftentimes, for me, family, when I come to the well, I look out and I see some symbols and some phrases that are really important to you. You know, when we talk about, you know, don't tread on me, and when we talk about some of the worst examples that you mentioned, I just want to remind us, and this is a quote from A. Philip Randolph, and he was seminal black man in the labor movement. You know, the train porters was the black community's opportunity to move into somewhat of a semi-professional role out of the fields. And he says, justice is never given. It is exacted, and the struggle must be continuous, for freedom is never a final act. Freedom is a continuing, evolving process to higher and higher levels of human, social, economic, political, and religious relationship. And so what that just reminds me is that we all have to do our work. You know, nothing is just done and settled. We have to maintain it, we have to tend to it. And I think that's what this bill and this vote is about. You know, in my old cynical days, you know, I'm a middle-aged legislator. Nobody, okay, don't say it. Also, I do have the best hair. I think that what was really unique about this bill is, in fact, I don't want it to be a partisan issue. And in my old cynical days, I noticed sometimes I come down here and preach or put it all on the line, and it occurs to me that many times you can't, I wonder if we can actually change anyone's minds in the well. But I do think that this bill is not one that has to be partisan. What I have deeply appreciated about this conversation, quite honestly, is listening to all of our stories and all of our histories. And that regardless of when your family came here, regardless of where people actually were raised or grew up, we have this common thread, which means it legitimizes what we know to be true about the work of union and what it meant to say that when people come together, we can create safer spaces, we can create opportunity for people to provide for their families, go on a vacation and retire. Remember those? And so this bill is very simple. And I want to be sure, and I want to clarify again, because I hope that we can also talk about it honestly, or at least with the clarity of what it actually says. The bill does not require, again, you know, this all-union or the Security Act. It does not do that. The title says it because that's what the second election in statute currently does. But we are striking that. And this bill simply says, you do not need 2 elections to not only create a union, but even move into an all-security act if that's something that folks want to do. This bill is not asking for anything that is unique. In fact, we are the only state that has the language on the books that we are trying to undo. So we are not asking to do something that is unique. We are saying, just like the federal level has set, just like many other states have, that it only takes 1 election to determine if you can collectively bargain. Then you go negotiate for opt-in or opt-out. This bill does not require that through 1 vote, everybody pays in. And I asked yesterday, and I said it multiple times, to show me in the bill where it says that, and it does not. But what this bill also does is reinforce a principle. And I do want us to go back to all of the shared stories. What people coming together in a workplace does is a natural balance of the spaces. Whether you have a union or not, people will always talk to each other about what needs to happen in the workplace. We all need labor. And the principle of this bill says that those who want to show up and say that they want to collectively bargain can do so in 1 vote. And I also want to note, it is a choice to show up just like it is a choice to not show up. If you are not there, that doesn't automatically mean a no vote. So to equate it as such, we think is unfair. Of the people who have an interest, who are willing to bargain for everyone, because like I mentioned yesterday, when people go say this 5th grade teacher deserves to get paid more, they're not picking which teachers. They do it for everyone. And if people agree that is something they want to do, that's what we're saying they should have the right to do. It is also a choice to stay at a job. And if people don't want to be there, there is nothing in this bill that is requiring them to stay. But there is something in this bill that says if we are willing to do it, we will do it for everyone, but we should have the right to put that on the table. So lastly, I want to say this in regards to what the next step is of this bill. Yesterday I opened, again, this shouldn't be partisan because every single one of us has a union member in our district. And it was a big deal for all of them to come together to push for this. And it was a really big deal for all of them to come together to push for this. All members, all unions from across these districts and across this state has fought for this for a decade. Many of us have heard the question, will you support the repeal of the second vote? And so I want to note how many of our constituents are union members. I want to note who votes. I want to note who cares to advocate that when you come to work and you go to work in Colorado, you have an opportunity to collectively determine your terms, that you have an equal opportunity to negotiate the workspace, that you are valued and leveled. And I'm not saying that if you don't have any, you don't value workers. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is this bill is a signal to say, we understand the power and what it means to move things for you to have to be a group. And we respect that in the workplace, you have a voice as to how you work. And that is something that you can exercise. And so for people who are making $30,000, $40,000, $50,000 a year, not everybody's making six figures, but for them to decide that they're willing to find that $25, we should honor that decision. This is a fantastic place to start a business and to work, but people are shopping for this state who want to go to work too. And we want to say to them that you can come and afford to live here and take care of your family because you have a voice and say in that. And that is what this bill is about. It is a universal principle and value that I know all of us have. You wouldn't come up here if you didn't want to share your voice.
AML Bacon, you have 45 seconds.
And have a stake. And so maybe in my old middle-aged legislative self, I might believe that we all have these values, and it's okay to vote for this bill. There are many conversations we need to have, but this bill is about this one issue, this one time. Can people come together and say that they are willing to collectively bargain and decide from themselves how to move forward? That is something we want to say to the people of Colorado, and we want them to be listened to when this bill is signed in honor and respect
AML Bacon, your time
to
has
them.
expired. Representative Mabry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I really appreciate the conversation that we had on this bill, both today and yesterday. I appreciate comments that were made by my colleague from Grand Junction and our Assistant Minority Leader. As we've had this conversation, I'll echo my prime sponsor that I think many of the issues that we're talking about today are not partisan. And I don't think that this has to be partisan. Before I really get started, I also want to acknowledge all the people who have been working on this legislation for far, far longer than I have been a part of the fight, than AML Bacon has been a part of the fight. This bill has been decades in the making, and I want to thank the workers who have been laying the groundwork to reignite this fight for a long time. One of the greatest threats facing our democracy right now is the influence that the wealthiest Americans have over every aspect of our government and our political system. And that's because the United States Supreme Court opened the door to unlimited campaign spending. It means politicians who can run and win in campaigns for higher office are less and less responsive to the needs and concerns of working people. the 60% of people who live paycheck to paycheck, those with less than $1,000 in savings. I actually really appreciate one of the points that the AML made about union members being at the RNC and the share of working class voters voting for the other side of the aisle this election. I believe that the reason why that happened is members of my party for too long have not supported common sense legislation like this to demonstrate definitively that we are on the side of workers. If you're worth hundreds of millions of dollars or billions of dollars, no matter how good of a person you are or how good your heart might be, you might not be in the best position to understand the needs of the people who live paycheck to paycheck or have less than $1,000 in savings. And I believe that is a structural problem. That is not a partisan problem. That's a structural problem with our system right now. This bill is about empowering those Coloradans who live paycheck to paycheck to stand up for higher wages and safer workplace in an economy and in a democracy that is increasingly rigged against them. And to those who say that the status quo in the state of Colorado is working for businesses and workers, consider the fact that workers are screaming at the top of their lungs that it is not. Consider the fact that we have seen wages stagnate as costs have skyrocketed and corporate profits have skyrocketed. The evidence on paper demonstrates that it is not working. As union membership in our state and our country have declined, we have seen wealth inequality skyrocket. Those are facts that demonstrate that the status quo is not working for workers. We cannot hold anti-union states out as our metric. It's not enough for us to say, hey, in Colorado, at least our union laws are better than those in Mississippi and Texas. That's not enough. Martin Luther King said of laws like the one we are seeking to repeal that their purpose is to destroy labor unions and the freedom of collective bargaining by which unions have improved wages and working conditions for everyone. Wherever these laws have passed, wages are lower, job opportunities are fewer. We do not intend to let them do to us. We demand that this fraud be stopped. Our weapon is our voice. Martin Luther King was talking about right-to-work laws, of which the Labor Peace Act is a right-to-work law. It's a modified right-to-work law. I also have stressed time and time again that as we consider our vote on this and as the governor considers putting his signature on this or not, we need to take a second to listen to the noise that's happening outside the building. And if we listen to that noise, we will see that the decision that we face today and the decision that the governor will face when this is on his desk is not actually that difficult. The largest political event in our state in decades took place across the park a few weeks ago. 34,000 people showed up to rally against the rise of oligarchy in this country and to speak out against income inequality. Coloradans are begging us to stand on the side of workers. Also, what's happening right now is essential consumer and worker protection agencies are being gutted. The current administration has taken the radical step of firing a member of the NLRB. They're also trying to gut the Department of Labor and roll back enforcement policies that protect workers from wage theft and hazardous working conditions. The president is trying to strip all federal workers of their collective bargaining rights. The stakes could not be higher. This is our opportunity to speak back. As working people struggle, they struggle to make ends meet. If you are working class in this country, your life expectancy is 7 years shorter than it is if you're not in the working class. As corporate profits have soared, Coloradans have seen little relief, forced to stretch every paycheck just to stay afloat. To those who say the status quo is working, I remind them that rent in 1990 was $500 when the average wage was $30,000, whereas now rent is $2,000 and rent is $50,000. Just those numbers demonstrate that wages have not kept up with the cost of living. My generation is the first generation since World War II that is worse off than my parents' generation. And as union membership has declined, inequality has skyrocketed to levels that we have not seen since the 1920s. 5 people in this country own more wealth than 200 million. That is wrong. And the trend that led to that tracked perfectly with the decline in union membership. But you know what? We can fight back. Because since the New Deal, we have had one silver bullet for growing the middle class in the face of an economy and a democracy that is broken. The power of unions, the power of working class people to come together and exercise the only leverage they have, the power of their numbers. Colorado law includes this antiquated second election requirement. Let's get rid of it. When workers seek to form unions, employers often hire union avoidance consultants to dissuade and weaken workers' unionization efforts. Those consultants work to prevent a union election from taking place. And if that fails, to ensure that workers vote against the union. The second election gives workers more time, and it makes it easier for employees to union bust. I'll highlight that this is nonpartisan by recognizing that one of the most conservative members of the United States Senate, Josh Hawley, said that we need to shorten the time before a union election happens. If we can't unanimously, as members of the Democratic Party here, stand with that, we're going to continue to lose working class voters like the AML mentioned. This should be a no-brainer for us to vote for and for the governor to sign. The noise outside the building suggests that we're taking away workers' choice, but it is the second election and the supermajority requirement that strips workers of their freedom to decide that those who benefit from the work of the union have to pay in. I also just want to acknowledge people say, well, this might lead to people can't afford to pay these union dues as the economy gets worse. People who are in unions make 13% more money. The top 7 states for income earners in this country are all free bargaining states. Every single state that has higher wages than the state of Colorado is a free bargaining state. Let's allow workers to decide that they can ratify a collective bargaining agreement. Workers.
Representative Mabry, you have a minute remaining.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I also just want to highlight one thing, that unions have no incentive to cause businesses to fail. The profitability of businesses is essential to workers' financial security. They do not want businesses to fail. They want a fair term of employment. They want a fair share of soaring profits that are often reaped by a thriving billionaire class that has gotten richer and richer as the rest of us have suffered. Passing this law is not only a matter of economic justice, but it is a declaration of our commitment to the dignity of work and the rights of our workforce. Let's listen to the noise outside this building. This is easy. The stakes could not be higher. Vote yes on Senate Bill 5, and Governor Polis sign Senate Bill 5.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 5 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 43 aye, 22 no, and 0 excused, Senate Bill 5 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 304.
Senate Bill 304 by Senator Weissman, also Representatives Wilford and Froelich, concerning measures to address the sexual assault kit testing backlog and in connection therewith making appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 304 on third reading and final passage.
Representative Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As kind of mentioned yesterday, I am in strong support of this bill. We have done some work in previous policies to get us where we are now. So obviously not the previous policies get us to where we should be, but this is a continuation of what needs to be addressed. And so I appreciate the sponsors' work on this bill because it is something that is very important. Again, over 500 days to process these kits. It's not fair for the victims. They deserve closure, they deserve justice, and I really strongly encourage and I vote on this bill. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 304 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 61 aye, 4 no, and 0 excused, Senate Bill 304 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 297.
Senate Bill 297 by Senator Ball, also Representative Foray, concerning the implementation of Colorado's Natural Medicine Initiative and in connection therewith requiring the Department of Public Health and Environment to collect data and information related to the health effects and other impacts of the use of natural medicine and natural medicine products in making and reducing an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 297 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 297 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Clifford, Froelich, Garcia, Rick, Story. Representative Froelich is excused, $5 fine. Oh, she's right there. Hi. Please close the machine. With 43 aye, 22 no, and 0 excused, Senate Bill 297 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Members, we are on thirds. I'll ask you to take your seats. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 48.
Senate Bill 48 by Senators Michelson, Janae, and Mullica, also Representatives Brown and Mabry, concerning the Diabetes Prevention and Obesity Treatment Act.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 48 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 48 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Ricks. Please close the machine. With 41 aye, 24 no, and 0 excused, Senate Bill 48 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 163.
Senate Bill 163 by Senators Cutter and Ball, also Representatives Brown and Stewart R., concerning the establishment of battery stewardship programs for the disposal of certain batteries.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 163 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 163 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. If we weren't hours from Sine Die, I would fine all of you. Please close the machine. With 44 aye, 21 no, and 0 excused, Senate Bill 163 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 299. Oh, please close the machine. Thank you. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 299.
Senate Bill 299 by Senator Wallace, also Representatives Brown and Soper, concerning measures to increase consumer protection in certain residential clean energy system transactions.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 299 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 299 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 43 aye, 22 no, and 0 excused, Senate Bill 299 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 288.
Senate Bill 288 by Senator Rodriguez, also Representatives Tatone and Soper, concerning preventing certain disclosures of intimate depictions and in connection therewith creating a cause of action for non-disclosure or non-consensual disclosure of an intimate digital depiction and adding and amending related provisions in criminal law.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 288 on third reading and final passage.
Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I'm just going to try one more time here. I know that 288 addresses a complex issue. It addresses the creation of likeness of pornography pictures, but also sexual abuse and child abuse photos and imagery. There's multiple issues with the way that this bill has been drafted. I'm going to focus on the one issue that I've been focusing on this whole time, and that is in the blanket immunity that is in this bill for the companies where the image pops out of. There is a case going through the system right now, and it's not an AI company, but it is a system where people upload videos that others make, and people are uploading videos that they make that include child abuse and child rape. Not only are those people being investigated, but that company itself is now facing a massive lawsuit because they hold those videos because they are a platform that allows for those videos to even be uploaded, and their negligence keeps them from actually filtering out whether it's something that is legal or blatantly illegal. We have a technology that continues to advance faster than any of us can imagine, to the point where it is thinking, where we can give it ideas and it develops its own product. I understand that maybe many of you won't have the desire to just vote no on this bill, but I will be voting no because I understand that it is harder when we put bad language into our statutes to change it, especially when it comes to immunity for multi-million and billion-dollar companies, to come back and change it later. We have heard the sponsors and committee say they would work with us. While there was a small conversation in the room, we were not actually given adequate amendments, and then nothing was brought on the day except for one to strike that blanket immunity. What is coming out of these systems is absolutely horrendous. It is the worst of the worst that people can just put in some prompts and a system then decides to take it and give you graphic images of child sexual abuse. Why would we not also hold these companies accountable? I just plead with all of you, we cannot give these companies a pass. We cannot allow these companies to get away with producing child sexual abuse images. I ask for a no vote.
Assistant Majority Leader Bacon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleagues. I just want to put on the record something that, I will ask for, I presume, I hope I have the opportunity to continue to serve on the Judiciary Committee. It is the only committee that I have served on since I have become a legislator, and over time, we are starting to see that we need to bring attention to this issue. And so what I'd like to say here is that, and I'd like to ask here, is that we actually do all try to find the synergies across the bills in this field, as well as we start building criminal and civil liability. I will say some of the questions that I had in committee are, what does this term provide or provider mean, and how is it consistent with the statute and words we have put in 3 other bills? And so until we are at a place where we can move in one direction and have the consistency of definition, I want to caution us as we legislate. And so also to be clear, I do believe, and this is what we heard in judiciary, we all believe that the behavior should be criminal. What is happening, these images are being used of children, is unacceptable. But we also need to answer which criminal behavior we are addressing. Because I asked a series of hypotheticals that would and would not qualify under this statute. Sorry, okay, the children have gone, sorry. So for example, If you have a picture of a child and you age progress it, do we criminalize abusing that child even in progressing their image? Well, under this statute, that is not a crime under this header. If you take a picture of an adult and regress it to when they're a child, to when someone is looking at a picture of a child, that is not a crime under this header. And so I want to explain that to you because that is what we are sifting through as we make laws. And the question is, which behavior do we want to criminalize? And it is not consistent right now. But moreover, in regards to the civil liability, do we want to hold the entities that are allowed to be coded to create these images responsible? That is the question that she is raising. And the interesting thing about AI is it does think, it does iterate, right? It does iterate. But it also could be programmed, and the question for us is, could it be given commands to caution, especially when we do have statute that AI should be able to read to learn is illegal? And so, yeah, we are working on an AI bill from 2 years ago. Yeah, we are working on an AI bill from last year, and now it has hit the criminal codes. And so I am asking this body for us to put our heads together. Because we do need to make a statement as a legislature sooner than later. And so I want to support my colleague in the question that she asked, because it is a critical one. We have crime for the actors, but what can we do to create a world to mitigate it even happening? That is the civil liability question. And that is something that we are going to have to wrestle with. And so for us, on behalf of many in judiciary, including the sponsor, who I deeply respect, we had committee and then an hour later seconds, and we've all been talking about this, but some of these bills for us, we believe, needs time for us to flush out. And so that's all that I want to advocate for here today. I am still on the fence, and if I vote no, it is to signal what I'm talking about here as a member of a committee where I would imagine this would come back to put out that cue now in May, so if we see it again next year, we can prepare ourselves for the proper conversation. Thank you.
Representative Sukla.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, does anybody remember 5 years ago? Does anybody remember when they closed our schools? Does anybody remember if you was on the internet and you said a bad thing about a mask, they would kick you off the internet? Does anybody remember that we're now in debt $36 trillion, and a lot of that comes from the funding from that? I'm up here not about, because I don't think that this bill is about child porn. I think that this bill is about censor of the internet. And for some reason, I don't know what it is in this body, I've just learned this in the last 5 months I've been here, but if two things are said up here, it's like your brain goes out and falls on the ground. And that is if you say justice, safety, and for some reason, or children, it's like a lot of people lose their minds and they'll vote however just because they think they're going to save the children and it's going to be, and we're going to save everybody. There was a saying, I can't remember what it said, but if you pick safety over freedom, you deserve neither. Let me tell you, as a county commissioner, I was a county commissioner for 8 years. And what happened to me for the first 6 years, we would make decisions on that board. And when we would make those decisions, 2 days later, we would have the newspaper write something that was completely false and incorrect. Completely false and incorrect. And the only way that we became to where we at least could get our voice out there. And that's what the difference is. You guys have all of these museums and culture, and you have all of these things. And the only thing that we have in rural Colorado that at least kind of puts us on an even pace with you, not even even pace, is the internet. The internet. The internet is where we get our voice. The newspaper, so the way, what I did after, it took me 6 years to kind of figure it out. What I did was, as soon as we made a decision on that board and we had something else going on, I was already on my phone and I was putting exactly how it really happened, and I put it out on social media. And it's the only way that I was able to stop it, because I was able to have a voice that was faster and greater than that newspaper that did not like me, and a lot of them other newspapers. It was the only way. And so this is a rural Colorado deal. This is a way to keep I'm up here for a different reason. First of all, this, where you think that you're gonna stop this or stop that, they're already running a circle around you. Yes, do we need to do something about it, but is this the way? No. I can tell you what, I'm speaking for rural Colorado, and I'm speaking for those people in those 8 counties, and I'm going to do whatever I can this year and next year. If there is a bill that comes up and tries to censor the internet, and I have to go to a protest so that my daughter can play volleyball because they forced her that she couldn't because she was in a room that was somebody else that had COVID, and then all of a sudden she's got to wear a mask and physical exercise, and a lot of those kids got sick. We have such short memories of what happened and how they beat us down, and the only thing that we had that put us on par was the internet. And I'll tell you one thing, I will fight, I don't care which party you belong to. If you go after the internet, which is the only thing that gives a voice to rural Colorado, I'm coming after you. I would vote no.
Representative Zokai. Members, we are on thirds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you.
Members, I rise today to urge a no vote on this bill, and I do so aware that that is a difficult position for many of you to take. And yet I think that we just need to work through some of the nuances in this bill a little more and ask for this no vote with the idea that we will continue to work on this issue to ensure that the behavior we're trying to stop is truly being halted. My good colleague from Denver highlighted some of the nuances that we worked through in judiciary. I do want more time to work through those, but the issue I want to highlight is the one I have been discussing with a lot of you, which is the liability for these companies. I do not think in good conscience this body can put a blanket waiver on AI companies, especially when it comes to this type of heinous content that we are trying to block. If we don't provide that liability, a company could prop up for the sole purpose of making this type of content and not be held liable. These AI companies are taking in massive amounts of people's information and using it to spin out content. They absolutely should have the responsibility to make sure that that content is safe and that it is not pornographic materials of children. If we are truly trying to stop that behavior, we have to go to the source, not the random individuals that may be caught typing in these prompts, but the fact that they are even able to do that should give us all pause, and that we are saying that that is okay, that these systems allow for that, is very problematic. We are on the cutting edge of this software being used by consumers. And for us to put in this exemption at the outset really concerns me. We do not know how this is about to grow. And we need to make sure that there is some accountability. I think that we all know that it will be much harder to remove that exemption of liability later. Once we put that in place and companies rely on it, especially ones with the resources that they have, it will be difficult for us to come back and fix it. As these things are growing rapidly, it is our job to make sure they grow responsibly. I urge a no vote and look forward to working with the sponsors to bring this back next year.
Further discussion. Representative Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Members, I've heard a lot of things up here, and I certainly would like to clarify a few of those before we take a vote. First of all, without this bill, our prosecutors cannot prosecute the publishing of child pornography or intimate sexual images online that have been distorted or altered. So if you believe that a photo or a video that's been distorted or altered, a deep fake, that looks like yourself or your child, and you want to stop that from being published online, without this bill, you're saying you want that to continue. Because our prosecutors have no tools to be able to do that. Plus, this bill also creates civil remedies for the ability for the victims to be able to sue the perpetrator and to also have the companies take down these images. Without this bill, those images would remain online, the creator would go unpunished, and the victim would go without compensation. We heard conversations about the liability piece. The language about liability and the technology provider is the exact same language from the deep fakes bill for elections that we passed last year. And the reason why it's important to be consistent in law is because if we're talking about issues of deep fakes across the same issue spectrum, we want to be consistent in how the law treats those individuals. Generally, in federal law, Section 230 does provide general immunity from civil lawsuits for companies for their products. For example, a pen does not create child sexual pornography, as does a camera, as does different software that you may have on your computer. It's the user creator that's the one that's creating this type of content. In the issue of artificial intelligence, companies can be held liable under federal law. There's a 2003 law, and then there's the Take It Down Act that was just passed by Congress with broad bipartisan support that is expected to be signed by the President of the United States any day now. These do provide a path for liability under federal law, and this path is much more sweeping because of the way the Commerce Clause interacts. We want the ability to have federal law actually play out here and to actually have strong laws on the books for when companies have noticed. They know what their products are doing, and they have been negligent in not doing anything about it. With this bill here today, Colorado would join 37 other states in passing very similar legislation, because our prosecutors have said to us time and time again, if the photo has been tweaked in which it's partially a real person and partially not, we don't have the tools to prosecute. And they came to us and they said, would you do something? Because the way these particular criminals are getting around the law is they're tweaking the images. And we want to be able to bring full force to the laws that we already have on the books, from the revenge porn law that we passed last year to laws that we've had on the books for many, many years that makes it illegal to have or publish child pornography. And this expands on that with the technology that we have. So we would ask the chamber to please vote yes.
Representative Tatone.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I also ask for a yes vote on this bill, and just for a little bit of perspective, in 2023, NCMEC, the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, reported that there were over 4,700 reports of child sexual abuse material involving generative AI technologies. And that was in 2023. I don't know if they have the numbers updated yet, but I'm sure that that number has increased a lot since the technology has become more ubiquitous. But this is why we're here. You know, if we delay this bill, we're continuing to look at a growing problem, and knowing that children in Colorado are going to be impacted with no protections that exist for them is something I don't want to do. And these are causing real problems and real harm to young people and even adults as well. We know that AI regulation is hard. I know very well that it's very difficult. I've been on the end of a lot of AI regulation here, and it continues. But we know we have to come back, we have to tweak, we have to adjust, and nothing that we put in the books today will probably be adequate next year. And we know that, and that's just the way that this is evolving, and we have to do something now so that way we can come back next time and adjust and see what they're doing and figure out a better way to beat the people who are trying to beat us. And that's what we have to do, and that's why we're asking for a yes vote today. There's no time to lose, and we should not be waiting around to do something for the vulnerable people and the vulnerable children who are being exploited today. So I ask for a yes vote on this bill.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 288 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 43 aye, 22 no, and 0 excused, Senate Bill 288 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 84.
Senate Bill 84 by Senators Mullica and Simpson, also Representatives Bradfield and Ryden, concerning the adequacy of the infusion pharmacy networks supplying parenteral nutrition to Medicaid members and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 84 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 84 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 63 aye, 2 no, and 0 excused, Senate Bill 84 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 124.
Senate Bill 124 by Senators Kirkmeyer and Gonzalez, also Representatives Brown and Garcia-Sander, concerning outpatient drugs that are sold at a discount to nonprofit hospitals through the federal 340B drug pricing program.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 124 on third reading and final passage.
Representative Garcia-Sander.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This bill morphed from what I initially signed on to, and so for that reason, I'm requesting that my name be removed from this bill.
Thank you, Representative. At the request of the sponsor, Garcia-Sander will be taken from the sponsorship of the bill. Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 124 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 42 aye, 23 no, and 0 excused, Senate Bill 124 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 71.
Senate Bill 71 by Senators Michelson, Janae, and Rich, also Representatives Martinez and Taggart, concerning certain practices by persons participating in the supply chain of drugs purchased under the federal 340B drug pricing program.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 71 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 71 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Smith. Please close the machine. With 57 aye, 8 no, and 0 excused, Senate Bill 71 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 306.
Senate Bill 306 by Senators Rodriguez and Kirkmeyer, also Representatives Lindstedt and Taggart, concerning required performance audits of certain state agencies and in connection therewith requiring the state auditor to conduct or cause to be conducted performance audits of the Air Pollution Control Division and the Division of Unemployment Insurance.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 306 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 306 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 65 ayes, 0 no, and 0 excused, Senate Bill 306 is adopted. Co-sponsors. please close the machine. Members, just a reminder, in the final 2 days of session, there's a lot of stop and go. We're going to ask you all not to panic every time you hear somebody screaming. Ask you all to stay fluid in your schedule and flexible because we will be back. We're going to have to break for a little bit, but before we do that, Representative Hartsook.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As soon as we go into recess, our caucus will have a caucus meeting in 212. Thank you.
Great. Madam Majority Leader. Nothing?
Nothing at this time, Madam Speaker.
Members, we will stand in a 15 to 20-minute recess. Again, please stay close to the chamber. The House is in recess. The House will come back to order. Mr. Schiebel, reports of committees of reference.
Committee on Appropriations, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. Senate Bill 72 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation.
Conference committee reports.
First report of First Conference Committee on Senate Bill 37. This report amends the re-revised bill to the President of the Senate and the
Conference
Speaker of the
committee
House.
report will be printed in the journal.
First report of First Conference Committee on Senate Bill 155. This report amends the re-revised bill to the President of the Senate and the
Conference
Speaker of the
committee
House.
report will be printed in the journal. Signing of bills, resolutions, memorials.
The Speaker has signed
Signing
Senate
of bills,
bills.
resolutions, memorials will be printed in the journal. Delivery of bills to the governor.
The Chief Clerk of the House of
Delivery of
Representatives.
bills to the governor will be printed in the journal. Message from the Senate.
Madam Speaker, the Senate has
Message
passed
from
on
the
third
Senate
reading.
will be printed in the journal. Message from the reviser.
We herewith transmit.
Message from
without
the
comment.
reviser will be printed in the journal. Introduction of bill.
Senate Bill 322 by Senators Bridges and Baisley, also Representative Byrd, concerning the management of consumer protection claims by the Attorney General in relation to discovery requests during the litigation of claims brought by the Attorney General.
Senate Bill 322 will be assigned to the Committee on Finance. Announcements and introductions. Representative Lindstedt.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. House Finance will be meeting in 20 minutes at 3:40 downstairs in room 0112 to take action on House Bill 1297 and to hear Senate Bill 322. See you there.
Thank you, Rep. Lindstedt. Great. Members, oh, Senator, wow, just gave you a promotion. Woo. Representative Barone. Oh, a demotion, a demotion. Shame on me.
Yeah, I was going to, thank you, Madam Speaker. I was going to say that's not really a promotion, but. Remember, members, if you haven't voted, the voting is still up here. We've counted 48 out of 65 members, so if you haven't voted, please come up here. And like I said, I've been playing the long game. You guys seen my picture all session. That was my plan the whole time. So whenever you say, oh, well, Martinez already whipped me, like, no, I whipped you since the beginning. All right, thank you.
All right, folks. Again, this is a bit of the hurry up and wait of the last 2 days. Committee will be meeting, and then we will be coming back. Please stay close. The House will stand in recess.
The House will come back to order. Madam Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, I move for the call of the House.
a call of the House has been requested. The motion is properly sustained. Will the sergeants please close and lock the door? Mr. Schiebel, turn on the chimes. Members, please push your buttons to indicate your presence. Mr. Schiebel, please call the names of those who are absent. And will the sergeants please locate the members who are missing? Yeah.
You do. You could do the red one if you want. Any color you want.
I like your approach. Yeah, just yell loudly. No. Apparently it's what we do now.
Representatives Bacon, Barone, Bradley, Carter, English, Espinoza, Ferre, Garcia. He's good. Jackson, Johnson, Luck, Marshall, Puglisi, Ricks, Rootnell, Story, Sukla, Titone, Valdez, Velasco, Weinberg, Winter, Woodrow, and Madam Speaker.
Did you push her button?
My order of favorites? To like skim through. Representatives Bacon, Carter, English, Garcia,
Push your button.
Luck, Marshall, Puglisi, Ricks, Rootnell, Story, Sukla, Titone, Valdez, Velasco, and Madam Speaker. I saw you walk in just now. We see you right now. Change your color. Yelling.
Madam Majority Leader,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I move that the call be raised.
it has been moved that the call be raised. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no? Well, the ayes have it, and the call is raised. Mr. Schiebel, please read reports of committee of reference.
Committee on Finance, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. Senate Bill 322 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favor recommendation, and House Bill 1297 be postponed indefinitely.
Majority Leader Duran. Members, your attention, please. Majority Leader Duran.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I'd like to ask that the following bills be added to special orders calendar on May 6th, 2025 at 5:07 p.m. We have Senate Bill 90, Senate Bill 72, and Senate Bill 322.
If there is no objection, the bills listed by the Majority Leader will be added to the special orders calendar on May 6, 2025 at 5:07 p.m. Representative Camacho. You have heard the motion. Seeing no objection, Representative Camacho will take the chair.
The committee will come to order. With your unanimous consent, the bills will be read by title unless there's a request for reading a bill at length. Committee reports are printed in your bill folders. Floor amendments will be shown on the screen on iLegislate and today's folder on your box account. Bills will be laid over upon the motion of the Majority Leader. The coat rule is relaxed. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of the Senate Bill 25-290.
Senate Bill 290 by Senators Mullica and Kirkmeyer, also Representatives Byrd and Brown, concerning the creation of the Provider Stabilization Fund to make provider stabilization payments to eligible safety net providers that serve low-income uninsured populations in the state and in connection therewith, maximizing federal funds to stabilize the healthcare safety net and making an appropriation.
Representative Byrd.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 25-290 and the Health and Human Services Committee report and the Appropriations Committee report.
That is a proper motion to the Appropriations report. Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the Appropriations Committee, we added an appropriations clause to the Provider Stabilization Fund, and we included a sponsor amendment that included language that makes clear legislative intent to prioritize repayment of any funds used for the Provider Stabilization Fund. I ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on the appropriations report? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the appropriations report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The appropriation report passes. To the Health and Human Services report, Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, in the Health and Human Services Committee, we added an amendment that clarifies what is to be considered when calculating sufficient statutory fund balances, and in collaboration with one of the members of the Health and Human Services Committee, added another 2 amendments that addressed board membership of the advisory committee that's created in the bill. Specifically, board members must be Colorado residents, and at least 2 of the provider representatives on the advisory board that are created in the bill are from rural parts of the state. I ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on the Health and Human Services report? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the Health and Human Services report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The Health and Human Services report passes. Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's our pleasure to present Senate Bill 290 to you all today. As has been widely reported, Colorado's healthcare safety net has struggled in the wake of the COVID-19 public health crisis and the related Medicaid unwind, which saw more than 500,000 Coloradans lose their Medicaid coverage. Because the same folks are showing up in these providers and they no longer have Medicaid coverage, these providers are treating them regardless of their ability to pay, and yet are no longer getting paid for their services. This is putting our safety net providers at financial risk. Safety net providers are struggling financially, and they are implementing hiring freezes. They're making layoffs. They're discontinuing programs. They're closing or consolidating sites, and they're spending down reserves to try to preserve access to care. All of this results in reduced access to care for Coloradans. So this bill is about providing immediate support to a broad cross-section of safety net providers who have been struggling in the wake of the COVID crisis and the related Medicaid unwind. And it will help to stabilize the safety net by mitigating these financial losses, preserving healthcare infrastructure losses, and protecting access to care for Coloradans who rely on safety net providers. And with that, I'll turn it over to my good co-prime sponsor.
Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, what this bill does and how it works is it creates a new provider stabilization fund within the Department of Healthcare Policy and Financing. There's 3 sources of revenue for this new fund, including interest coming from the Unclaimed Property Trust Fund, private voluntary contributions. I will just add that there is a philanthropic effort that is ongoing right now with a current commitment to fundraise $40 million into this fund. And also there is a requirement in the bill that the state work to obtain a federal match for dollars that are currently in the fund. Providers eligible for the Provider Stabilization Fund include community health centers, FQHCs, comprehensive community behavioral health providers, rural health clinics, and other safety net clinic providers that serve predominantly publicly insured and low-income uninsured Coloradans. Providers will apply to participate in the fund, and payments will be made to qualifying providers beginning in the 2025-26 fiscal year. Payments will be based on the volume of care provided to low-income uninsured Coloradans. We ask for your yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 290? Representative Marshall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
It is an honor to serve with you.
Colleagues, we always have to make choices. And the treasurer made it clear and sent us information that was placed on everyone's desk that at the end of this session, out of the Unclaimed Property Trust Fund, it will only hold 50% of the money that is supposed to be there held for individuals. Their property. Their property. When I first saw this bill, I was an automatic yes, because what they're trying to do is an outstanding program. But where the money is coming from is a serious issue. Taking the money out of the Unclaimed Property Trust Fund, this is not a tax. Doing a property tax, the theory, we've had property taxes since the American Revolution. The theory behind that is that the property has an economic value where it can generate income, and whether you're generating the income with the property or not, the state can say, hey, we need a little cut of that to run the government. Income taxes the same way, tariffs the same way. There's some kind of economic activity going. But in America, we had never countenanced taking people's property. That's a Fifth Amendment violation, and we can say we're borrowing it. We're borrowing it for 20 years, but at what time does it become a permanent borrowing? Again, half. We have taken half and obligated half the unclaimed property trust fund, and we don't have to. We don't have to. We can make choices, and it's hard to make choices. But I had an amendment drawn up that was put out, and it would avoid having to tap into the unclaimed property trust fund for 18 months. And how we do that is we take the hard money to seed it of $5 million to get it going, $600,000 from the Office of Film, $2 million from the Colorado Tourism Promotion Office, $1.4 million from the Global Business Development Office, and $1 million from the Economic Development Office. That's $5 million to seed it, and those offices are still left with millions of dollars. Let me make that clear. Then to make up the next $20 million, we set up 100%, well, I think it's an 80% refundable tax credit for anyone donating into the fund. And that's offset by getting rid of the $12.2 million for the electric bike tax credit so everyone can get $500 off an electric bike, $5 million from the film subsidy credits, and again, that's not Sundance. I'm not talking about taking money from Sundance, we're talking about $5 million offsets from the film subsidy credits, $1.43 million from the cigarette excise stamp discount, and that's where the cigarette manufacturers pre-purchase, and because of the pre-purchase of the stamps, they can get a discount. Well, we can just eliminate that and we get $1.43 million of offset. And then $700,000 from the enterprise zone investment tax credit and $700,000 from the enterprise zone contribution credit. So $5 million to seed it to going forward, and I think everybody in the state, it'll be oversubscribed on the donations to get an 80% tax credit back, because if you actually are deducting it from your federal taxes too, there's probably a few people who are in the 30% tax credit bracket or tax bracket that they'll be making money if they donate. So I don't know why the amendment would not be approved, but it's my understanding it won't be accepted. So I don't really see much value in offering it. But Mr. Chair, I do offer Amendment L016 to Senate Bill 290 and ask for it to be displayed. So I move L16 to Senate Bill 290.
Just a second, Representative Marshall. That is a proper motion. Amendment L16 has been properly displayed. It's been received on May 5th, 2025 at 12:13 p.m. Given that the rules are relaxed, this is a proper motion. Representative Marshall to the amendment.
Again, this is the amendment I already described. It's about 5 pages, but what it does is exactly what I said it would do. This is a very important program, but we don't need to take the property away from the Unclaimed Property Trust Fund. We can make choices. And I think the low-income health of people in the state is worth more than the Office of Film, the tourism, and e-bike tax credits. So I ask that we accept this amendment. Thank you.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think this is a good amendment. Now, I think the underlying bill, the intent is We don't need to get to the intent, but the funding of this makes a lot more sense than the coming out of the trust fund. The operative word being trust, and we've already talked a lot about how much money has come out of that trust fund, and then the idea that it's just going to be paid back in advance of all the other money that's been taken out that hasn't been paid back. So what has been demonstrated already when dealing with the trust fund is that the General Assembly cannot be trusted with the trust fund. And again, we have our budgeting priorities. Now, I would have taken this out of the promotion of the green religion and the $127 million we found in there as a minimum, or maybe opening up the floodgates of the money that's under our feet and having actual clean energy instead of solar and wind. But dabbling in the religion of the left is not to be trifled with, so I think we ought to be at least somewhat honest with the citizens of Colorado, the tax-paying widgets of Colorado, that the General Assembly is coming for your money. So this, leaving the underlying policy intact, I think I definitely agree with my colleague that we need to take this money from someplace else. We need to prioritize our priorities. And if this is a priority, it should be funded first. If you're going to say this is a priority, but we're going to fund the film industry first, then the film industry is your priority. So all of the things in here, taking the money from the Colorado Taxpayer Trust Fund as a way to finally get it down to zero, is not an acceptable option. So I ask for an aye vote on this amendment so that we can demonstrate to the Colorado taxpayers that, well, who am I kidding? You think that they're a bottomless pit of money and they should just be tapped for every nickel and dime. But this is a more appropriate way to spend money than out of the trust fund with which the General Assembly cannot be trusted.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I actually rise in support for this amendment too, and I appreciate the bill sponsors for trying to find money for safety net providers, especially those of us that are treating a lot of low-income uninsured individuals. But again, we have a day left. Why are we the last to come to the table? And I don't understand taking it from the Unclaimed Property Trust Fund. I mean, we have a great amendment that can show us where we can take this from. It just feels like sometimes we're always last on the list. And I, again, appreciate the sponsors for even thinking about us, but I don't know that robbing Peter to pay Paul is the right way to go. The Department of Treasury came in and told us they haven't been repaid $1 in 20 years, that they need an annual repayment. And so far, no money has been replaced. And we find out that the department will hold just 50% of the money owed to claimants. That's the people of Colorado. This is the people of Colorado's property. And we're only going to have 50% left in this Unclaimed Property Trust Fund. We have given out Senate Bill 9279, $50 million. Senate Bill 9279, another $30 million. HB 13, $182 million. HB 13, 1245, $15 million. Senate Bill 13-242, $269 million. I mean, the list goes on and on. So if the Department of Treasury is coming in and saying, hold on, you guys, you haven't repaid us $1 in 20 years. This is not okay. And this is saying that we'll repay it by January 1st, 2045. I just feel like we keep digging ourselves a hole. And I just worry. I mean, I hear we're going to be in a special session again. I hear rumors about that. I mean, if we can't figure this out in 120 days, I don't know what to say. I think funding the film industry first is a no-brainer to not do that and to pay the safety net providers first. And I urge an aye vote on this amendment.
Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate the struggle of finding money to fund all our priorities, but I am absolutely in support of this amendment. We we need to provide a safety net. These safety net providers are the system in rural Colorado. So we have to find a way to fund this. And the people that use these clinics have to be more important to us than a credit for an electric bike or a film office or the other sources that were mentioned. If you line these up, there is no way, and I would challenge anyone in this room to place the people that this will support behind the offices and the credits and the various other nice-to-do things that have been identified as sources of an alternative funding. And if the alternative is to take money that belongs to other people, we just can't be doing that. If there is an absolute need to fund everything, including credits for electric bicycles, then this is something that is probably worthy of tapping into our general fund reserve to take. And that's not the amendment here, but let's at least use the money that's actually available to us. Let's not take money that doesn't belong to us. And I'd much rather prioritize the people of our rural districts that rely on these clinics ahead of those that would like to have an electric bike. So I urge a yes.
AML Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate and agree with the sentiment of my colleague from Albert County. I mean, this is a bill that's needed for rural Colorado. I've already received phone calls in the office, numerous emails. This is what's going to allow us to have health care in House District 47, and I appreciate that. I do agree with this amendment, though. I think that we talk about it at the well all the time. We have priority issues in this state and not so much revenue issues. I think that, you know, taking care of the people, especially that are affected by these type of clinics, should be first and foremost what we're doing. So, you know, I rise in support of the amendment. I think this is making some good choices where we could not go after the other fund, which, you know, ultimately that may be where we have to be to protect access to healthcare in rural Colorado. But I'd sure feel a lot more better supporting this bill if we could get this amendment on. So thank you.
Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So members, I would ask for a no vote on this amendment. I do want to make clear that the funding source for this prioritizes interest that is earned on the unclaimed property trust fund. Those who have property in the unclaimed property trust fund, if they were to come back and get their property, they are entitled to their property to be returned, but not the interest that is earned thereon. And that is the priority funding source for this new provider stabilization fund. So we're not taking anything away from people with property in the unclaimed property trust fund. There is a provision in the bill that provides if there isn't enough interest earned in a particular year that the state could take a loan from the unclaimed property itself. But I will point out to you, if you take a look at JBC's briefing document for the Department of Treasury, interest that is expected and forecast to be earned greatly exceeds, interest that is forecast and expected to be earned on the unclaimed property trust fund greatly exceeds the dollar values that we are including in our bill to be drawn to fund this new particular fund. So specifically in the first year that payments would be made, our bill requires a payment of $25 million to go into the Provider Stabilization Fund, and projected interest earnings in that year are $37,694,535. And every year thereafter, the forecast earnings are increasing. So what that means is it's increasingly unlikely that we would be taking any principal from the unclaimed property trust fund. Also, I will highlight for members that there is an obligation in the bill to repay even interest that is taken, even though those are not funds that are owed back to people with property in the unclaimed property trust fund. So we are obligated, we will be obligated by statute, that's included in the terms of our bill, to make repayment of all funds moved from the unclaimed property trust fund, including interest. So the other point I would make is, It is not good policy to cherry pick a series of tax credits and just terminate them without going and doing an analysis, a stakeholdering to understand better how ending those tax credits or reducing them, even for the purposes of this bill, what those reductions would mean to other people that have made decisions and are depending upon taking advantage of those tax credits. So that's not a thoughtful way for us to proceed. What we have here has been thoroughly stakeholdered, worked through with interested parties. We know that this is solid. What you have before you in the amendment, that same amount of work has not been done, so I would ask for a no vote.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, I am asking a question to follow up on what you just said. So is the bill such that if there isn't interest, it can't go into the principal, or it's just starting out with just the interest, and then if the projections are wrong, it will allow for going into the principal?
Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If you look at the bill, to be responsive to my good colleague, you will see that the payments prioritize taking interest first. It is only in the event that interest earnings are inadequate to meet the required distribution that you would ever go to the actual corpus of the fund. You could. That is in the bill.
Representative Marshall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
It is an honor to serve with you.
I am still a little troubled by how we're treating the Unclaimed Property Trust Fund, because the arguments I'm hearing sounds a lot like how the federal government treated the Social Security Trust Fund, that we'll just borrow the money and we'll pay interest back on it. And we keep borrowing and say we still owe them more and more interest. The treasurer made it clear to us the legislature is already obligated to pay back $662 million to the UTEF from transfers beginning in FY05 with the Cover Colorado program. Since FY13 to 14 alone, the fund is owed $385 million. Any, and it doesn't say just interest, any further diversion of these funds could jeopardize the department's ability to meet its statutory obligations. And again, when we're told, well, we can't just compare one credit to another, we're asking to zero out $600,000 from the Office of Film. And we had well-publicized reports that $500,000 from the Office of Film went to Amazon to create the documentary for the coach at CU, who I love and respect, but I do not think $500,000 to produce a documentary that I have no doubt was going to be produced anyway is a good use of money when we have low-income individuals who are missing health care. So we do make choices, and that's a choice we're making in this bill. So I think the amendment puts the priorities back where they should be and put low-income health care above these other priorities before we start taking more money out of the UPTEF, which the treasurer has warned us is already 50% obligated, and promises upon promises to return the money again. I understand, but they're the same arguments we heard about Social Security for the last 50 years. So I ask for the amendment to be accepted. Thank you.
Representative Kelty.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I have a question for the bill sponsors. With the information that we know, and actually as people in Colorado realize that the state treasury's office, which you can go on online and you can look up your name and find out how much money, which I'll bet you that there's many, if not most of Coloradans have some sort of money in there, whether it's $200 or $2,000. It's literally sitting in the coffers of the treasurer's office, waiting for them to go on today and actually go claim it. What happens if this happens to the bill sponsors? What happens if everyone decides in Colorado, I'm going to go check this site that's on the Colorado State Treasury site, and they realize their money's in there, and now they go claim that principal money that's there, which then, once they claim that, will draw no interest. So what will happen, if they're paying attention, from the bill sponsors, if people actually go and claim that money and that money is not there for you then to use for this bill, for all the other bills, and to repay the money that they borrowed, the millions of dollars they've already borrowed from it from years ago? Bill sponsors.
Representative Kelty, let's keep it to the amendment.
Asking the bill sponsors to answer that, if they will.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I think the term on the Social Security was that the money is in a lockbox, that it was not going to be touched. Of course, it's pretty much empty. It's full of IOU notes. And right now, the Unclaimed Property Trust Fund is half full, or will be half full with unclaimed, with IOU notes. And I think we should be, if we're looking at possibly tapping into the principal, and the principal is the principal here, that I think we should be stakeholder pating with the actual owners of the property, because what if the people of Colorado, as they discover that every nickel and dime has been shaken out of them and the General Assembly is going through their couch cushions, that they en masse discover that there's this lockbox of property that's full of IOU notes, and they decide to claim that property. Is it likely? Probably not, but again, it's the principle. Because, as the sponsor said, if the interest is inadequate, then, and how often has a government program actually come in under budget? How many programs have we done this year where, how many programs have we done this year where it's like, oops, that was completely inadequate, so now you have to ask for more money? I mean, overall, this is treating the symptom of an unsustainable medical program that has been beleaguered by the General Assembly to the point of breaking. And now we're going to try to treat it with we're going to try to treat that symptom by taking more money out of the citizens' lockbox and putting another IOU note into it. And if maybe this money had been repaid, but we've already been told that next year it's going to be even worse. So how are we going to pay money? Where is the surplus going to come from for next year? Oh, it's going to come from the IOUs, going to add more IOUs to the lockbox. I think we need a better lock on this lockbox. So if we're saying we're not going to have this money next year, and we're already contemplating an extraordinary session in the fall to deal, or sometime, to deal with the potential loss of federal money due to the violation of the contract of that federal money, then this year would have been a really good time to go back to zero, figure out what our priorities are, and fund them accordingly. Instead, it's back to the lockbox, and that's what would be done next year. And if the interest isn't sufficient, the bill already provides for going into the principal. And we know that the $662 million of principal has not been repaid. Bringing lockbox back. The sponsor just said that he hadn't heard the term lockbox in 25 years, so I think we ought to bring it back. Lockbox. This is a lockbox of the tax-paying widgets. Property owning, well, anyways. Out of deference for the tax-paying widgets of Colorado, I think we ought to prioritize our priorities, and this right here demonstrates it. Well, we can vote yes for this. That doesn't deal with the underlying issues with the bill or the need for the bill, but it would at least say to the tax-paying widgets of Colorado that we're not going to tap into the lockbox, and maybe Amazon won't get another $500,000 for a documentary they're going to make anyways. So, out of deference for the tax-paying widgets of Colorado, I ask for an aye vote on the amendment.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L16? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L16. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The noes have it. Amendment L16 fails. To the bill. Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 290? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 290. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 290 passes. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 72.
Senate Bill 72 by Senators Mulligan, Pelton B., also Representatives Lindsay and Soper, concerning the regulation of kratom and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Representative Lindsay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 72 and the Finance Report.
That is a proper motion. To the committee report.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. In the committee, we had a couple of amendments, some technical fixes, some things to make this Colorado bill and its proposed law more consistent with similar laws being considered and passed in other states, including Nebraska, which obviously helps to prevent a patchwork of differing laws. In finance, which was also a very meaningful part of the committee, we renamed the short title of this bill to honor a young man who died in Denver from a mixture of kratom and over-the-counter drugs. His name was Daniel Brigger. He was in his 30s and living an awesome young life, thriving here in our city when his life was cut short. His father also testified in committee and described the nightmare of every night going to bed without his son in this world, and the nightmare of waking up every morning to a new day and realizing once again that his son is gone. And with this, I will do everything in my power to prevent a parent from ever having to go through anything like that. So that's what happened in the Finance Committee, and we urge an aye vote.
Wait, of the amendment.
Oh, sorry, we also have an amendment. Do you want to move it? Do you want me?
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L018 to the Finance Committee report and ask that it be properly displayed.
Oh, I have the copies of that.
Sorry, Lynn.
Sure.
Yeah, I'm happy to.
Okay.
That's a proper motion. L18 has been properly displayed. To the amendment, Representative Lindsay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Parliamentary procedure and order is important. So we move this amendment, L18. It removes provisions of the bill establishing the regulation of kratom products by the Department of Revenue and funding for these costs with a loan from the Tobacco Settlement Fund. It retains deceptive trade practices provisions and moves all these relevant definitions to that section. And it removes the transfer of tobacco settlement money for DOR costs and appropriation to DOR. So we ask for an aye vote on this amendment.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L18? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L18. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Amendment L18 passes. To the committee report. Is there any further discussion on the committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the committee report as amended. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The committee report as amended passes. To the bill. Representative Soper.
Merci, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L010 and ask that it be properly displayed.
Oh, nope, I do. That's me. Go ahead.
That is a proper motion. Amendment L10 has been displayed. To the amendment. Representative Soper.
Merci, Mr. Chair. One thing that we just want to make clear is that right now within the Criminal Code Title 18, natural kratom is prohibited from being sold to someone under the age of 18, but we also want to make sure that synthetic kratom is also prohibited from being sold to someone who's under 18. So this is a conforming amendment, and we'd ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L10? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L10. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Amendment L10 passes. To the bill, Representative Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So members, just a brief history of how we got here. Back in 2022, a long time ago, the legislature did pass a kratom regulation study bill, and that was one that I was involved with that debate as well. We asked the Department of Revenue to study kratom because it was one thing that none of us in the General Assembly at that time had really heard of. And kratom is a naturally occurring plant that comes from Southeast Asia. For 1,000 years it's been drunk as tea. And so we asked the Department of Revenue to really study what is this new substance that's come to Colorado and is all of a sudden being sold in different places. So in 2023, the Department of Revenue issued a report that regulation was appropriate and that we should be doing really what was in the original bill. Of course, this is not just a scaled back version, this is less than half the version that it was. The naturally occurring leaf in its dry or non-dried form has 0.02%, and I can't pronounce the active ingredients, but it's the active ingredients, and I'm not a pharmacist. And we'll just call it 7-OH. So the bill caps the active ingredient at 2% 7-OH. So this is many, many times more than what's naturally occurring within the leaf. And this is because we understand that there's many Coloradans who believe that kratom is a way to get off of opiates, a way to relax. After all, it is a naturally occurring substance. The real fear that's happened over the last few years is synthetic kratom that can be in excess of the 2% level, which, by the way, that's way more than the 0.02%, which is naturally within the leaf. We've seen many deaths here in Colorado. Last year alone, there were 46 recorded deaths involving kratom, which is why we named the bill after one of the fathers whose son had died. And yet this is a person who was not meaning to overdose. It was completely accidental. They were on like Benadryl or another antihistamine. And what they found is that there's a correlation between Benadryl and kratom causing deaths, particularly once you get into synthetic kratom, which will cause more severe reactions. So the bill, I'll just talk in general terms and then I'll turn it over to my co-prime sponsor, really does three broad things. It defines kratom. It says that it's a deceptive trade practice to sell to someone under the age of 21 or to not properly label the package and tell the consumer, is it natural or synthetic kratom, how much kratom is in it, and then what other ingredients are in that package, plus the general warning that this is not good to take if you're pregnant or under the age of 21. And then we clarified it with the amendment that we just ran that synthetic kratom is also unlawful to sell to someone under the age of 21, just as natural kratom already is unlawful to sell to someone under the age of 21. And synthetic kratom is, 100,000 plus times more potent because it becomes the synthetic concentrated version. With that, would ask for a yes vote. This is really about transparency and keeping Coloradans safe, but also allowing Coloradans to enjoy kratom should they choose to imbibe as well. And hopefully they would choose the natural kratom.
Representative Lindsay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just to finish up, I wanted to give you a little background about kratom because I know a lot of you through conversations as I've approached each and every one of you, many of us still are not familiar with kratom, and that is part of the problem that we are trying to address. So as my co-prime began to mention, it's a tree related to the coffee plant whose leaves naturally produce both stimulant and sedative effects. An estimated 2 million Americans have used kratom in the past year. There was this study that came from a 2022 law, and the General Assembly has not passed any additional regulations on kratom since that report was released, and it is more than the right time to do that. Just for some statistics of why this is so important and should be important to all of us, kratom and mitragynine was detected in drug overdose deaths in Colorado 42 times in 2020, 55 times in 2021, 48 times in 2022, and 41 times in 2023. And these, we don't have the most updated 2024 numbers. And jurisdictions either don't test for this or they don't even know that they should or know how to. So these numbers are actually not even representative of the full impact of this on our state. It's widely available in smoke, vape, and glass shops, convenience stores, gas stations, and elsewhere. As my co-prime mentioned, combined with other drugs, including common over-the-counter medications, it can have devastating, sometimes fatal effects, which it has had. And part of that is that the public is not aware of what exactly this product is and the ways that it can interact with common drugs that we all use for allergies or to go to sleep at night or whatever else. So this 72 will protect consumers and catch Colorado law up to market realities. And as my co-prime mentioned, with the amendment, this is a consumer protection bill that allows people to go into a store and because of the labeling, because of the packaging, know exactly what they're buying and what they're going to put in their body. Part of the problem now is that there's not recommended dosages. So people just take this thinking it's some kind of natural supplement and they way overdo it. And in conjunction with regular over-the-counter things that we take on a daily basis, people are overdosing and dying. And I want to make sure that we're doing everything we can to prevent that. I also want to mention that this passed out of Senate Finance unanimously. It passed out of Senate Appropriations unanimously and passed the Senate with only 4 no votes. It's a broadly popular concept, as we've seen in the Senate and as we've been checking in with all you here on the floor. And we really hope that we have your support on this bill. There's a saying I've heard in this building that you date your bill, you don't marry your bill. And that's a great concept, and I get it. And also, I can't have it on my conscience if anybody in the state of Colorado accidentally overdoses or, God forbid, dies while using kratom when we didn't do every single thing we could to try to protect our state. And with that, I urge an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members. I heard this bill in committee, and I voted yes in committee. I was not an enthusiastic yes because I fundamentally believe that products like this should be regulated through a licensing form the same way that we regulate marijuana, the same way that we regulate alcohol, tobacco, and I feel like when we are not uniformly ensuring that all of our substances are going through the licensing process the way that everything else does, we are creating some conflict. Be that as it may, I still voted for this because there was not the will to actually direct the Department of Revenue to engage in the licensing process for this product, to better regulate this product with a whole slew of experts to be able to discuss dosages and amounts and all of the things that experts must engage in. So I think that there's some things missing that I would like to add to this bill, and I move L16 and ask that it be properly displayed.
That is a proper motion. L16 is properly displayed to the amendment.
So what this amendment does is it offers clear potency limits on all of the kratom products and especially potentially dangerous combinations of kratom and kava. What we have heard and what we heard in testimony is that it is the combination that of other products with kratom that results in death, essentially. So some concerning examples of the product that with this amendment we can regulate and have safer is, for example, MIT 45, which has 375 milligrams of a substance that I can't even pronounce, called mitragynine. Who's heard of that? I'm so grateful for those of you who have, because that is a product that gets mixed with kratom to cause dangerous, harmful side effects. The bottle of this product says it's 15 servings per 2-ounce bottle. With the language that's currently in the bill, how then do you actually properly dose 2 ounces into 15 doses? Tusk kratom, that is 450 milligrams of, again, we could say it together and learn how to say this, mitragynine. I don't even know if I'm saying it right. What? Oh, mitragynine. That sounds weird. Per bottle with 5 servings per 2-ounce bottle. So there's another product that's called Feel Free. This has kratom plus kava. This comes in shots. It literally pushes a combination drug. When we know that the only known cases of kratom overdose deaths are coming from combining substances, like I mentioned earlier. So what's necessary is that we have to also regulate the substance that it's being combined with. In addition to the kratom, Feel Free, this product has 520 milligrams of cavalactones per 2-ounce bottle. This bill should go further to support clear, enforceable regulations modeled after Colorado's approach to cannabis and hemp that address the safety and potency of all kratom products. But in the meantime, we should at least have some potency limits for all kratom products at a level of 7-hydroxymitigynine, the HM product, not to exceed 28 milligrams per serving, a level of the M product not to exceed 40 milligrams per serving, and a level of the cavalactones not to exceed 150 milligrams per serving. Members, I just said a whole bunch of words with a whole bunch of numbers. Ultimately, what I'm trying to do here is to add a little bit more regulation into a bill where we're trying to ensure there's regulated consumer protection. So since we are not going through a rules-based licensing process, which is where all of this would then happen, but since we are doing this through statute, we should be more comprehensive. And I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Lindsay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Respectfully, members, we ask for a no vote on this amendment. While we do agree that there actually needs to be far more regulation of this product, it is not this bill for this year, which, believe me, we would have liked to have done. We have some serious budget issues that if you followed all the recommendations for the report, which we would love to implement fully, not feasible in our budget year. So we look forward to doing that additional work down the road. But we came to our 2% because that is a cap of where we feel safe of these potency limits. So these numbers that we're talking about over here are increasing the potency amounts, which basically negates the point of the bill because we are already concerned, and that's why we've capped it at the 2%. And these things, if they want to go ahead and have these products available, obviously, take the path of the FDA. Go get regulated that way with this particular 7OH. We're all for that, and we look forward to seeing that, but not in this bill. This has been stake held to the point of where we're at now, and we're, again, trying to keep people safe, and I think this amendment goes in the opposite direction of that. So please vote no.
Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And, I don't know, these last 3 days, I am just going after my friends' bills, and it really just feels like crap. But I think what's important in this situation, and given what the representative just said, given the fact that we are not even able to add more specific regulation on these specific additives, this is why this type of product should not be regulated in statute, but rather through licensing and rules. But that's not on the table right now. So let's make sure we are adding the additives that are actually responsible for the deaths.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L16? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L16. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The noes have it. Amendment L16 fails. Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 72? Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to address why this bill is on the floor right now. I've had a lot of conversations, very quick conversations with both sides of the aisle, misunderstanding a lot of what happened. So I ran the super motion this morning. Here's some of the reasons that I didn't run the super motion. I don't have a deep affinity for the sponsors enough to do this, although I like them. I don't have any hard feelings against the Propes chair. That was brought up 4 or 5 times. That's not how I do things. That's bulverism, and that's actually just rude. But I don't have a problem with that. What the problem I have with this from the beginning is it did come through the Senate with so much positive, came through, our committee comes to a Propes. This is going to be bipartisan, which is proved because it was voted that way. Coming through a Propes, and it was left off the calendar in a Propes. And I don't think that's the proper way of doing things. I don't think that's the proper procedure. I would like to have done the same thing with the nuclear bill because it's being left off the calendar. I don't think that is the prerogative of one individual when the process has been met all along the way to get to that point. Specifically in a Propes. A Propes, this is not the place to do this. A Propes is not the place to do this. Now, I knew I wouldn't have the votes on the nuclear bill, and so I didn't mess with that one, but I did with this one because I just don't think the process was done properly. Now, here's the other side of that. I'm a no on the bill. So people have been confused with that. Well, you're just trying to get your bill through. Not trying to get my bill through. I'm going to vote no on it. The sponsors knew that. I just don't think the procedure was done properly, and I think this should be a warning to us, but I also think that this is a tool to us. When it can come through all of the systems that strongly and then get held up so that hopefully it drops off the calendar, I don't think that's legitimate. And it wouldn't matter to me who is sitting in that seat. That's Republican or Democrat, by the way. I don't think that's okay, and I wouldn't do that. And so that's the whole thing. I think the procedure has now been rectified, and this bill is before us. So, bad bill, vote no.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 72? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 72 as amended. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 72 as amended passes. The House will go into recess. All right, colleagues, the House will be back in, wait a minute. The committee will come back to order. Thank you. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to lay over Senate Bill 322 till later tonight.
Senate Bill 322 will be laid over until later tonight. Madam Majority Leader.
Mr. Chair, I move the committee rise and report.
You have heard the motion. Seeing no objection, the committee will rise and report.
Wait, I think Garcia needed one more minute for Garcia. We're ready.
Good. George, you good? We're good?
Well, so much has happened.
Good? Okay. The House will come back to order. Mr. Shebel, please read the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, your Committee of the Whole begs leave to report as under consideration the following attached bills, being the second reading of them, making the following recommendations thereon. Senate Bills 72 as amended and 290 as amended passed on second reading, order revised and placed on the calendar for third and final passage. Senate Bill 322 laid over until later tonight.
Representative Camacho. Members, you have heard the motion. There are amendments at the desk. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of the first Richardson amendment.
Representative Richardson moved to amend the part of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Marshall Amendment L16 to Senate Bill 290 to show that said amendment passed, that Senate Bill 290 as amended passed.
Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem. We had some good discussion earlier, and I felt that we deserve perhaps a little bit more with everybody in the room. So I move the Richardson amendment to the Committee of the Whole report and ask that it be properly displayed.
That's a proper motion. And there it is. Please proceed.
All righty. Thank you very much, folks. Senate Bill 290 absolutely addresses a real need in Colorado and a real need for the citizens of Colorado, especially our most vulnerable. And I really want that safety net in place. And this amendment allows us to do that while prioritizing what's truly important to us. It puts our people ahead of credits for electric bikes. It puts our people ahead of money that, some of the money, not all of the money, that goes to the film office and several other places. As an alternative to taking from the Unclaimed Property Trust Fund. It's a trust fund. There's a reason it's not called the Property Slush Fund. It's not our money. It's technically in the trust, the care, the protection of the treasurer. And then along comes the legislature. It's like we got some funding needs. We look over the fence into the treasurer's backyard and we see a big pile of money and say, it would be horrible if somebody took some of that. But that's what we're doing. We can explain it away if we want, but this is akin to walking up to the cash register with something you want to buy and not having any money in your pocket, so you dip into the March of Dimes jar. It's just not right. That's not what the money was intended to do. The bill does address a real need. It's a real priority, so we should fund it like it's a priority to us. If it's important, let's use the money that's ours to prioritize, not money that's being held on behalf of other people. I know there's several attorneys in here. There's others that are professionals that hold money in trust for others. And there are significant penalties, up to and including losing your licensure if you spend money that you're holding in trust for others. Apparently, we don't have those penalties, but we ought to act in a manner that is as forthright in protecting those monies. This is the wrong source for the right program. So I would urge you to consider this carefully and adopt this amendment. We can work this out over time, but we should not be taking money that is not ours in order to fund something that's important to us when we have access to funds. So please, I urge your support.
Representative Marshall.
Thank you, Mr. Pro Tem. It's an honor to serve with you.
An honor to serve with you.
Members, I obviously support this amendment because it came originally from my hand, but I do think we need to really consider supporting it because we still get what's important in the bill done, but we're not taking it from the trust fund. And let's emphasize that again, the T in UPTF, trust fund. And it's very difficult for our citizens and our residents to trust us with money when we spend it in the way we do and we make the choices we do. It's hard to go back to them in my district and say we need more money when they can say, well, you're spending film subsidy money when we have low-income people that need medical care. You're giving $500 tax credits to people when we have low-income health care that needs to be given to people. We make these choices. These are choices. And saying it's not fair to set it up as a choice between one and the other, that's not true. We have the choice right here, right now, in that bill of $12.2 million for $500 credits so people can get electric bikes, or the $12.2 million going for the health care for our low-income individuals in the state. I think that's a choice we need to make, and I would accept this amendment.
Further discussion, Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. We ask for a no vote on this amendment. As my colleague explained earlier, our bill prioritizes the interest on the trust fund, not the principal. The state does not owe the interest to the people under our law, and so we ask for a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the Richardson Amendment. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representatives Lindsay, Story, Valdez, Woodrow. Representatives Story, Valdez, and Woodrow are excused. Please close the machine. With 19 aye votes, 38 no votes, and 8 excused, the amendment is lost. The question before us is the adoption of the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representatives Lindsay and Pascal. Please close the machine. With 36 aye, 21 no, and 8 excused, the report is adopted. Mr. Schiebel, please read to us the message from the Senate.
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, the Senate
Message
voted
from
to
the
approve.
Senate shall be buried in the journal. Please read to us the message from the reviser.
We herewith transmit without comment
Message
as
from the
amended.
reviser will be respectfully placed in the journal. Majority Leader Duran.
Oh, didn't hear you. My head was somewhere else. Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Members, for your awareness, pursuant to House Rule 36D, in the last 10 days of session, the requirement to provide 24 hours notice before voting on concurrence with Senate amendments is suspended. I move to proceed out of order for the immediate consideration of Senate Amendments 2. House Bill 1312, House Bill 1309, House Bill 1001, House Bill 1097, House Bill 1171, House Bill 1192, House Bill 1220, House Bill 1249, House Bill 1259, House Bill 1267, House Bill 1269, House Bill 1271, House Bill 1274, House Bill 1292, House Bill 1295, House Bill 1296, House Bill 1311, House Bill 1320, and House Bill 1332.
Madam Majority Leader, could you restate the motion for House Bill? I think it's supposed to be 1094 instead of 1097. Right below 1001.
Yes, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, let me make a correction. It is House Bill 1094.
Seeing no objection, we will proceed out of order for the immediate consideration of Senate amendments to the bills listed by the Majority Leader. Mr. Shebo, please read the title of House Bill 1312.
House Bill 1312 by Representatives Garcia and Stewart R., also Senators Winter and Colker, concerning legal protections for transgender individuals.
Representative Garcia. Representative Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. We move to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 251312.
Please offer us a brief explanation. Representative Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. To say that this bill has been on a journey is perhaps an understatement, but we're going to take y'all on it with us right now. In the Senate, there continued to be a lot of conversations with stakeholders and community and the powers that be. And so my wonderful co-sponsor here and I are going to walk everyone through these amendments and what this bill looks like now. Hopefully, most of you have also received these, but we have extras up here after we explain them if you would like them. Section 1 of this bill continues to name this bill the Kelly Loving Act in honor of Kelly Loving, a beautiful trans woman who was murdered in the massacre at Club Q in Colorado Springs. Section 2 of the bill is an addition to the bill that was made in the Senate. Section 2, 3, 4, and 5 seems like a lot of sections, but they actually are all the same thing, and they deal with name changes in both marriage certificates, marriage licenses, and civil union licenses. They just happen to be in different sections of statute, and so they are parsed out in different sections. Section 2 allows for people to change their marriage licenses to reflect a name change, and for that new marriage license with the name change to be an original document and not show that it was an amended marriage license. Section 3 maintains the original effective date of the original marriage license. Section 4 then deals with the exact same thing for civil union licenses. It allows for folks to change their civil union licenses to reflect a name change, and for that civil union license to reflect that this is also an original document and not an amended document. Section 5 maintains the original effective date of that civil union license. Section 6 is, for the most part, exactly as came out of the House. The only thing that was struck in Section 6 was on line 15 and 17 of page 5, policies related to names. The word chosen was struck in order to make sure to be very, very clear that these policies are to apply to everyone. Clarifies if a school district enacts policies related to students' names. Policies like parental notification, those policies need to be inclusive of all reasons that a student may choose to go by a name other than their legal name. And so we struck the word chosen to ensure that that was clear. And then lastly, before I hand it over to my co-sponsor, Section 7 is similarly, actually exactly almost as we passed out of the House the first time. And I do just want to highlight that this section authorizes all students to access all variations of a dress code, and that we retained the amendment from our good colleague, the minority leader in this particular section. And I will pass it over to my co-prime.
Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. So, members, as we continue on through this bill, I'll finish explaining the sections, then I'll also share a little bit about what's no longer in the bill. So Section 8, and this goes along with a little bit of what's no longer in the bill. So Section 8 strikes the sections where we had explicitly named dead naming and misgendering as discriminatory harassment, and instead we went through and we defined what chosen name is under CAUTA. And in the chosen name section, we're also including what the name is that people prefer to be addressed, to use, and also how to be addressed. And so that is a shift from specifically calling out dead naming and misgendering and strengthening the language as defined under gender expression. Section 9 adds a legislative declaration to CAUTA with the following themes that basically state and declare our state laws as sovereign laws. Along with what we took out is this replaces the shield law provision that we had in the originally introduced bill that you all approved. And the shield law provision was in place to protect parents of transgender children that would come to Colorado to receive the gender-affirming care that they choose to when their own states prohibited the practice. And we struck that language and instead have a legislative declaration that just upholds and redeclares that Colorado law is Colorado law. In Section 10, we remove the parameter that the state registrar may only amend gender designation for an individual's birth certificate one time without a court order. And related to that, well, this is specifically for birth certificates. And so in this case, it's similar to the marriage certificate, so individuals can change the gender that's marked on their birth certificate to match their gender. Section 11 through 13 allows a person to change their gender marker up to 3 times on a DMV-issued ID without a court order. The reason why this is necessary, and many of the members have asked why 3 times, and the reason why this is necessary is because under Biden administration, trans individuals were able to change their gender marker on their federal documents, for example, on their passport. The Trump administration rescinded that permission, declaring that those documents are no longer valid. In order for a trans person to change their gender marker back to a gender in which they don't identify but is required for a legal document, they would have needed a court order. So we struck that requirement that they would need a court order so they can then change their gender marker back to the gender that they were assigned at birth. The reason why we have a 3rd gender marker here is because obviously in our hopes and dreams, at least on some of us, that we will see a shift in the administration, and we would see an allowance again of being able to allow folks to change their gender markers back to the gender of which they actually identify, and that is the 3rd time. And so that is why we have in our state documents to allow and facilitate that process federally easier for this to be allowable on state documents. Section 14 is a severability clause. Section 15 sets the effective date of October 1, 2026 for specifically sections 11 through 13 to comport with the DRIVES program update. I'm sure any of us who have done anything with the Department of Revenue, with licenses, with license plates, we are told that don't do anything, don't you dare with anything that has to do with Drive until this date. So we are adding to the pile of things that Drive needs to make sure that they do in their update. And then section 16 is the representative from El Paso's favorite thing, a safety clause. All of them. All of the representatives from El Paso's favorite things is the safety clause. And we ask for an aye vote.
Representative Stewart, this is your second time speaking.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I just wanted to quickly highlight a few of the things that are not in this bill to make sure that discussion on this bill really does speak to what is in the bill, since we are asking for concurrence. The Senate also struck the original sections 2 and 3 of the bill, which dealt with family law, as well as the SHIELD law additions to this particular bill. And I also just want to genuinely thank our colleagues on this side of the aisle for talking with us today. That's all I've got.
Representative Caldwell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I would like to speak about these Senate amendments and what they've added and what, in particular, they took away. So let's start with the good. As the bill sponsors had mentioned, the Senate did take away Section 2, in particular, of this original bill. Now, if you've forgotten, Section 2 was the part that said, if we don't agree with your ideology, then we can lose our kids in court. And it's one heck of an indictment that that section passed this House and went to the Senate that way. And the first thing they did was strip it off because they realized how horrible it was. And we passed that bill like that. And when I say we, let me be very clear. It wasn't we. It was you. The Republicans didn't vote for that. And it was so bad and the backlash was so loud from the people of Colorado, the Senate stripped that away day one when it went to the committee. What does that say about us and the work we did here? Rule 14 wasn't long enough to have this debate on it. And then on thirds, Rule 16 didn't have any debate on it. Maybe if we had the debate on it, maybe we would have stripped that part out. We would have realized how bad it was. But we didn't get that opportunity, did we? 24 hours notice is what we had to debate Section 2 in committee. 24 hours notice. But in committee, which I sat, we were told that this bill had been worked on for over a year. Not only did we rush it in committee, then we limited debate on seconds that same week on that Friday, and then we came in on Sunday of all days, and then weren't allowed to talk about it because we were Rule 16.
And Rep. Caldwell, I'm going to
Yes,
give
sir.
you some latitude to speak about process, but I will ask you to direct your comments to the bill.
Yes, sir. I am talking about what the Senate did to this bill and whether we should or shouldn't concur on it. And one of the things, the first thing the Senate did was strip Section 2 of it. So I actually agree with that. I concur with stripping the part that said that we could lose our kids if we don't go along with your ideology. I completely agree with them stripping that. They also stripped Section 3. If you recall, I brought up Section 3 in committee, and I said, this seems like a violation of Article 4, Section 1 of the U.S. Constitution, full faith and credit clause. Did we strip it in this House? No. No, we rushed it through. The Senate did, so I concur with that. They stripped it and said, we don't think this is right. So I concur with the Senate on that. Let's go through this bill and look at some of the things that they added. Talked about marriage license. Let's talk about Section 6. So Section 6 removes a couple words, chosen names, line 15 and 17. Now, it is important to point out, since the Senate, and I'm still talking about what the Senate did to this bill, the Senate made some changes to this, and I find it interesting that this bill says if a local education provider chooses to enact or enforce a policy related to names. Even though last year this body passed House Bill 24-1039, which said that we shall implement name policies in our schools. So this bill is saying if we choose to enact one, but we passed a bill last year that says we shall pass a name change rule in our schools. And the sponsor of that bill is no longer here with us. I ran an amendment on this that said we should have parental consent if your child is going to change their name in school. Do you think we passed that? No. This isn't about Charles wanting to be called Chuck. This is about Johnny wanting to be called Sally. I'm sick of hearing that argument. This is about nicknames. It's not what this is about. Dress codes. So one of the amendments, as pointed out by the sponsors, says the dress code policy must allow each student to choose from any of the options provided in the dress code policy. And it was pointed out that that was a change that we concurred with as the minority. And we did, because the alternative, which was what was originally in the bill, was much worse. The alternative was you cannot have a boys' uniform and girls' uniform. We're all just going to be a bunch of North Koreans, identical haircuts, identical clothes. There's no more gender-based dress codes. So yes, we did support this amendment to take that part out, but the problem still is with the bill is there's still no parental consent in that. And we ran parental consent amendments, and they're not in here, and apparently the Senate didn't either. Or they did run them, and they just didn't get passed. Page 9, line 7, talking about changing sex designation on your driver's license. Seems kind of innocent at first, unless you consider that in the state of Colorado, you can get your driver's license when you're 16 years old. So my question is, and I talked to bill drafters, and I don't think they were 100% certain on this, or maybe they were and I just didn't understand correctly, but if you're under 18 and you're going to change your sex designation on your driver's license, you should have some form of parental involvement. I will say, when I'm looking at page 9, what I spoke about in the beginning here, about the indictment on this body for passing a bill that was so terrible, when you look at page 9, the entire page is double underlined, indicating that those were all Senate additions. And most of the bill looks that way because the original bill that came through this house that we rushed through and passed, it's almost non-existent in this bill. This is a completely different bill because of how bad of legislation we passed through this house. And to add insult to injury, it has a safety clause. I've heard a lot of different numbers bounced around about this, 20,000, 30,000 phone calls into this building about this bill. I've received thousands of emails telling me to vote no on this bill, and I think I made it pretty clear to everybody where I stood on this bill. But to add insult to injury, we put a safety clause on it, and we don't give the people of our state a chance to petition, when this is probably one of the very few bills that we pass in here this session that they actually probably want to petition. But they don't get that voice, do they? They don't get that right, because we know better. The last thing I'll say on this is there's a new fiscal note. So with the amendments, we're still talking about the Senate amendments. With the amendments that the Senate added, it now brought a fiscal note. So originally this fiscal note was $14 million when it went through House Judiciary. And it was because it required every single government piece of paper and website and everything to add chosen name onto their forms. And they estimated it was gonna cost $14 million. And that part was struck out in committee. So it went down to zero. Went from $14 million to zero, just like that, with one small amendment, with a strike through. But now it comes back and we have a $15,000 fiscal note. But what I want to point out about this new fiscal note that came from the Senate, so I'm still talking about the Senate, on page 3, the bill may increase litigation and risk management costs from gender identity or expression discrimination lawsuits filed against the state. Just remember that. It may increase litigation, because we know it will. And we know certain groups who are supporting it will be suing the state when this bill passes.
1 minute, sir.
Yes, sir. Oh, thank you, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
Yeah, 1 minute.
I misunderstood you.
Yeah. I'll give you some time back. It's
all right.
okay. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. The last thing I'll say is, at the bottom of that same page, when it says local government and school districts, additionally, workload for school districts will minimally increase beginning in fiscal year 25 and 26. I am a school board member, a board of director, the vice chair on a charter school board. I can tell you when that House Bill 1039 passed last year, the amount of money we had to spend on attorneys reviewing that and making sure we don't get in violation of it, because we know there's activist groups who will come to our schools and try to do something in order to sue us and put us out of business. That is a thing that happens. So when it says it will minimally increase for local schools, I can tell you from experience from a bill this chamber passed last year, that is wrong. It will cost us thousands for each individual school trying to comply with this law.
Sir, your time has expired. Great timing. Yeah, wonderful. Further comments? Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, this is my third session, and it seemed like I heard a lot about we would bring amendments, and we heard a lot from this side of the caucus or the aisle that we would just fix it in the Senate over and over. We'll just fix it in the Senate. We'll fix it in the Senate. Well, boy, they sure fixed it in the Senate, didn't they? Amendment after amendment after amendment. It's completely rewritten. My representative from El Paso just talked about the fiscal note. I'm still trying to figure out how it was $14 million with the ID document portion that was struck, went to zero, it's added back, it's still zero. I'd love to be able to do that magic trick on some of mine, but we know we're not on the right side of the aisle for that. You know, we just debated a bill yesterday that was changing the criminal code, and I do believe many from the other side said, this is too fast, too fast, too fast. We need to talk about this a little bit more. We need to send this back to judiciary, and I voted to do that because anything that's this big that will affect the constituents in our district, I think should go back. And member after member came and said, let's send this back. This is rushed legislation, let's send it back. So you can imagine my surprise when I see 5 Senate judiciary amendments and 3 multi-page Senate second reading amendments added to a bill that has changed the bill structure. And I don't really see anyone saying, let's send this back. Let's talk about this. Let's have a conversation about it. Section 2 was struck. I kind of wanted it to stay in. I think legally it would have been great for Section 2 to stay in. I think we were ready, willing, and able. But that was the first thing stripped off of this bill. National news took control of this bill. California even said it wouldn't allow or pass such a radical bill. And that's California, but I say it all the time. We tell California to hold our beer in this chamber. Debate was limited. Rule 14, Rule 16, our constituents' voices were silenced. Parents whose children have been taken away from them, voices silenced. Over 700 people signed up when it hit the Senate, and they were put on a time limit. Their house, the people's house, the taxpayers' house. We're gonna limit you guys to 8 hours of testimony. I'm sorry that your children are being taken away even without this bill, but you get 2 minutes to plead your case in the people's house, because that's how we legislate. 34,000 petitions signed. We gaslight those. Oh, those weren't from our district. Those weren't from my constituents. And many people didn't even get the chance, after waiting here for 8 hours, to even put something on the record. Less than 2 days left of session. And this bill has changed so much, and we're again telling the people, the taxpayers of our state, that they don't get the right to speak to this bill. The lobby corps does. The people behind this bill do. But the people this is affecting the most, nope, you don't get to talk about it. For all the parents who have contacted me, your kids being taken away for just asking the question, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that you won't be allowed to speak about your rights being trampled. And in a quest to protect some rights, we're trampling others. In a quest to add to CAUTA, we're trampling others. Because I assure you, gender identity does not trample my religious freedom. And I promise you the courts don't believe that either. I just wonder when the hypocrisy will end. Just today, or maybe it was yesterday, we were talking about sending a bill back. Again, not enough time, dead of session, end of session. And here we are with the bill. If you look through, the underlines start on page 2 and continue all the way through the bill. The bill has changed that much, but if it's for the good and well of the Democrat Party, it doesn't have to go back. What about the parents? What about the parents whose rights are being taken? So some rights trump others in this establishment. It's very well stated. In Colorado, parents possess a fundamental right to direct the upbringing, education, and care of their children. The right is enshrined in both statutory law and judicial precedents. And I think you know that we are not going to stop. And again, I want to thank the bill sponsors for bringing all of us together. Radical feminists, Democrats, progressive. I've gotten more from progressive Democrats that have lost their children, Christian conservatives, all of the above, unified, bonded. You're not coming after our kids. Made it plain and simple and very clear. 34,000 petitions, 700 people signed up. Never seen that in this chamber. We're not going to let it happen. And the lawsuits are ready to drop.
Further discussion? Assistant Majority Leader Bacon.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Members, I want to share with you, and I'll talk about if I support concurring or not, but I want to share with you about what we actually discussed in judiciary about the different sections, since, you know, it was so passionately conveyed that what we did was wrong. So on behalf of myself, I've been a licensed attorney for 15 years. I have practiced in the civil rights space. And I want to give you some examples that don't have to do with this topic so you can understand the premises. Section 2 has been called ideological, but I want you to think about the following. I'm not sure if many of you have had the privilege or unfortunate opportunity to be in family court when you are creating settlements. Not just divorce decrees, but also in regards to custody. When I was in law school, I had the chance to intern in family court and in domestic relations or parentage. And here are some of the biggest cases that I saw. An Orthodox parent was fighting for custody against the unorthodox parent around the education of the girl, around what the young man would wear. I saw debates between a Muslim parent and a non-Muslim parent about what the child would wear. I saw debates from a Jehovah's Witness parent who refused to allow their sick child to get blood transfusions. I saw parents discussing if they should do Eastern medicine or Western medicine. I saw parents discussing if their children should get a nose job. All of these things are cultural differences and differences of opinion on medical treatment. The questions of gender-affirming care are also medical treatment. My point is the courts have been dealing with differences of opinion on medical treatment and how to raise children for quite some time. On Section 3, actually before we do that, I would like to talk about dress code. Did you know that it is already a Title IX, a Title VII, and Title VI issue if you make a woman wear a skirt? There was a whole wonderful SCOTUS journeys with this in the early 90s against United Airlines in regards to flight attendants if they have to wear dresses. We have already had the conversation about making people wear gendered clothes in this country. And if we wanted to go into a school and say a girl can only wear a skirt, trust me, that would already be an issue. Because that's happening now too. On the issue of shield law, or does it violate the full faith and credit article of the Constitution? Well, two things. We have already tested shield laws in this state and in this country. They have not been held to be unconstitutional. But even if the question was around shield law, did you know that there's an actual exception to that article called the public policy exception? This is the exception states use to deny acknowledging divorce decrees. In the 1820s, the state of Tennessee refused to acknowledge a divorce decree from another state because it was against their public policy. This is also the rule used when states wanted to refuse to accept gay marriage. They withstood the full faith and credit argument because they said it was against their state's public policy. When it comes to parental consent and names, we had this conversation in full in this chamber. There was no legal name change. We talked about FERPA. So we are not acting outside of the bounds. We have already asked this question and litigated, and I know what it means to be on a school board. I was on the state's largest. And we get one of everything, and we were still able to withstand it. Next, when we want to talk about some of these issues as well on whether or not we will punish people for seeking aid and support for their kids, again, that issue has already been litigated. And so the reason why I'm sharing this with you is because it seems to me there may have been an indictment on the decision that I made. And I want to tell you, in my practice, and what I heard in committee, we did not take leaps. Did you know it is current harassment law that if you call someone something they don't want to be called multiple times and they tell you to stop, that is the elements, the basics of what qualifies harassment? So again, what we talked about was not legal leaps. But what was made clear It was made very clear that people do not like the trans community. And it was made clear and it was demonstrated that they are treated differently because for some reason, people don't think these underlying laws apply to them. For some reason, you can't make a girl wear a skirt already. But this is somehow different. And so in committee, I would like to acknowledge that I did listen deeply and I compared existing law, and I was compelled in the sense that they have made a case that their claims are not applying. And so they demonstrated unequal treatment. And that is something that needs to be addressed. Now, I will not sit here and argue that obviously this isn't political. But again, that is evidence of how we're talking about this community and how we are not connecting it to standing law. And so I don't begrudge anyone for their debate. I don't begrudge anyone for their beliefs. However, we as a nation have had to figure out how to deal with difference for quite some time now. First, it was pick one: gender, ethnicity, what state you're from. Over the course of this country's history, we have relied on the legal system to be a neutral space to manage our differences. And perhaps this is the beginning of a fight. And again, I don't require that anyone support or love this community. But if we cannot rely on that neutral space and consistency, then we have other problems. Because when we start picking and choosing who the law applies to, oh wait, we can't, because we have an equal protection clause as well in our Constitution. And so I hope no one's making an argument in this building that we should create perhaps a separate space, or that they are being treated unequally, because that is also grounds for another issue. And so I defend my decision and I defend my experience. I defend everything in regards to who I am. People may question my personality, my faith, but as a legislator and as an attorney, this is what we vetted.
45 seconds remaining.
And so I'm inclined to concur, to support. But maybe I'm not, because I don't disagree with the decisions we made, and I'm not ashamed of them, and I will stand by them. Thank you.
Representative Weinberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Fellow colleagues, this one hits home a little bit. I don't know if you knew this, but I have 2 children at home. This directly affects me as a parent and a legislator. I've heard a few things from the last speaker, good colleague from Denver, which we disagree, but we still remain friends. My daughter has a choice to wear what she wants to school. And my school is uniformed. She has a choice to wear pants or a skirt. You see, as a parent of children, I know this. When I would write legislation, I would have some relevance as to what's behind it. Nobody is trampling on anybody's rights. You are bringing up the trampling of your own rights. I respect everybody in the community that makes a decision over the age of 18 years. What a shock. 18 years and older, you're an adult. In committee last year, this is my second term now, you can fix all of your problems by changing the adult year to 11 years old. All of your problems would go away if you would just move the age of what an adult is down to 11. If you fail to understand or see what I'm trying to say, maybe have some children.
And Rep. Weinberg, that's really trending into something that's a personal decision. I'm going to ask you to keep it to the bill.
It's relevant to the bill.
Sir, it is not. Keep it to the bill.
We are writing bills without any relevance to ourselves. And that hurts. Neutral spaces? My 8-year-old, my 10-year-old would never agree with anything you're saying. They don't look at people as different. There's a reason there's an adult age limit. Shoot, guys, you've pushed everything up to 21. You agree that there's an adult limit. You voted on those bills. You pick and choose and decide when somebody is an adult or not. But when it comes to these issues that has no relevance to your way of life, that's when you pick and choose? This is confusing to me. My district is bat gone. How can you tell me that children do not have the right to wear a skirt or pants in school when you don't dress those children in the morning? You're telling me about wardrobe? There is a reason I am not here until 8:55 every morning. And that is because I have the privilege of taking my children to school and giving them breakfast. They talk to me every morning. They tell me what's going on in school. The education in this state is atrocious. And you're focusing on nonsense like this? Nobody in the school that my children go to is misgendering anybody, and nobody is going to that school and is offended. Talk to my children, or have children of your own.
Representative Weinberg, that's the second time you've been told to please refrain from commenting on people's personal lives, whether or not they choose to have children. That is a personal decision. You will stick to the bill, please.
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, I am talking to the body this evening.
You are directing your comments through me at the well, is the way the process in this place works. And so you will remain respectful to the body.
This bill is a violation against parental rights. You are telling me as a father that I will not have control over my children. My child, who will not remember what they had for breakfast this morning, or who they tripped on the school playground, scared that they were going to come and get in trouble with me. These are children, which you don't understand. These are children. Not adults, children. I want you to repeat that to yourselves this evening. Children. Every time I hear this bill and I hear this argument, the same word comes up in every essence: children. What is the duty of a mother and a father? Nobody's even beginning at starting with that question. What is our duty as parents? If you are going to let children decide, what's the job? And that to me is utterly offensive. Offensive. It is my job to protect my children, not yours. And writing law when you have no relevance to the title is an irritation. And the impacts you will feel. That is guaranteed. The other day we heard in the well.
One minute, sir. 1 minute remaining.
What a mama bear would do to take care. You don't want to know what a papa bear will do to take care of his children. And the laws that you think are fixing nothing will backfire, and you will have to answer at the end of the day to something you don't even know what's coming. This is a bad
Representative Weinberg,
bill.
I will ask
And
you
I
not to threaten
urge
members.
every single one of
The House
you
will stand in a brief
to
recess.
look in.
The House will come back to order. Further discussion. Representative Bottoms. Representative Phillips. Let's be patient with one another, please. Representative Phillips, come on up. Yeah, thank you. Representative Phillips.
Thank you. I support concurrence with the amendments. I do sue schools. I'm a civil rights attorney and I work in education. And I'm especially liking these amendments for sections 6 and 8 and 9. But let me be clear, everything here we can already do. Meaning, as an attorney, and I represent schools and I sue schools. So I understand both sides. But everything here we can already do with OCR and CADA. We can already do harassment, we can already do discrimination. These are normal practices. Not much change here. Section 6 is very clear. It just says that policies apply to all students. It's not a It's not a really big thing. There's no, I can tell you that the education attorneys aren't looking at this going, oh yeah, what a great avenue. Now we can go after schools. That's not true. They're just kind of looking at this going, oh, stuff we can do already. Section 8 talks about, again, it's just referring to CADA. We already have OCR, that's Office of Civil Rights. We already have a lane for harassment. We already have a lane for discrimination. These things are already happening. So the 3 amendments on Section 6, 8, and 9, I think are just clarifying some things, but there's nothing alarming here. From a school law perspective, there's just nothing new here for civil rights attorneys that do cases against schools, and I stand in support of the Senate amendments.
Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. So I want to address this from me as a pastor / representative. The previous speaker just mentioned the fact that we can already do everything in this bill. I don't really totally agree with that, but I think she's mostly right. And so the question then is, why are we running it? If we can already do everything, why waste paper, print, time, energy, resources to do something we can already do? Well, here's the reason from my perspective. And this is a lot of what is out there, people are putting out there, but this is really what I believe at the core of my existence. This is an ideology. This is not about people, it's not about rights or anything, it's an ideology that's being pushed. And to me, it doesn't matter whether a guy wears a dress or whatever, but don't come after our kids. So why are you coming after the kids? Why? I believe this is a moral issue. When you're saying these kids were born into the wrong body, that flies directly in the face of my God, who created all of us in his image. God didn't make mistakes. He didn't put a girl in a boy's body or vice versa. That's the opposite of what my Bible says. And by the way, if you just want to look it up, because I hear people all the time say, the Bible doesn't even address this. Go to Deuteronomy 22. It directly addresses this subject. Directly. Look it up. You might have fun reading it. But this is a direct attack, from my perspective, against my God. And it's against humanity in a general sense. I try to explain this to kids and adults. I had a good friend, still a friend, for about 7 or 8 years. I didn't know his male name. I only knew his female name. He was transgender. I've helped him detransition since then. But he would tell you it's an ideology. LGB is a sexual preference. TQ plus is an ideology. And it's an ideology to attack God first, and then therefore attack children because they are the most innocent among us. They're the ones, when it says God's created us in his image, they're the ones who haven't necessarily been tarnished by the world. And so this is an attack against children. We can't stand the fact that these children are as innocent as they are. We have to bend them and break them and hurt them and destroy them so that they can be more in our image and our ideology and our brokenness and our mental health issues rather than in the image of God. And that's where I'm at with this. This is wrong on every single level. Wrong for parents, wrong for kids. It is spiritually wrong, morally wrong, and it truly flies in the face and defies a God that says he created you and he loves you the way you are. That's why he made you that way. He has a specific plan for you, how you are. And we mess that up. We destroy that. And I believe the intention, and this is not to the bill sponsors, it is not to the left. I think they're, at some level, I'm being gracious here, victims of this, but I think this is a demonic thing that Satan is trying to do to our kids. I think he's trying to destroy our kids because he hates God so much. And I think we play along with that in society. And we take our hatred for self and hatred for God, and we turn it on the ones that cannot defend that are the easiest to trick and manipulate and play. Whatever you want to do with your life, fine, but don't do it to the kids. And Scripture's pretty clear, God's not okay with that. That there will be a reckoning day in a spiritual sense for that mindset, for that mentality. And the best that I can do is tell you, you can be upset, hate me, whatever, I get all that. But the best I can do is tell you, God made you, everybody in this room too, made you in his image. And he's got some big plans. But you got to stop fighting against him, stop hating him, and stop attacking the kids. Because he's not okay with that. This bill is egregious, it's harmful, it's hurtful, it's immoral, and it attacks our kids. Our kids. A society, I say this over and over, I don't understand a society, a people that kills their own children. I don't understand a society that will manipulate and hurt their own children in the arena. I said this a couple years ago on a bill in committee, in the arena that is a pedophile arena when it comes to our law system. This is the arena of pedophilia. I've been on many different groups as a pastor. I've done this for years and years, decades. I've been on the board of a group that rescues girls out of trafficking, and we train all of these people. I train my staff at my church how to recognize human trafficking, how to recognize pedophilic behavior, how to recognize the aggression toward children, specifically in a sexual sense. And everything that we're doing in this bill falls right in line with the training. You are trained to recognize this is aggressive to children behavior. Red flags, call the cops. And we're passing bills that are doing this. This is not okay. This is not okay. And I believe that the people of Colorado have spoken. I believe they're standing up against this. And I believe we're going to see they're going to continue to stand up against this. Because even for the people of Colorado, at over a 70% rate, we're seeing this. They are saying, nope, this is a bridge too far. You cannot do this. And so for me, there has to be a point where enough is enough. And these are the bills. These are the bills that's going to change our state because people are done. We've got to reclaim the decency, the integrity, the morality, and we've got to reclaim Colorado.
Further discussion. Representative Bradley, you have 3 minutes and 29 seconds remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to come back up because I feel like we're trying to have a respectful debate, but when someone comes up and says, this stuff is already in statute, so it's not a big deal, attorneys can sue already, so it's not a big deal. When it says names that policy must be inclusive of all reasons, I don't even know what that means. Inclusive of all reasons. I couldn't even put inappropriate in a bill because it wasn't definable. Must be inclusive of all reasons that a student might adopt a name that differs from the student's legal name. You know why that makes us upset? Because we're parents, because we care deeply, because I sit with my 4 boys every night before they go to bed and I talk to them. Do you think I want them changing their name with a teacher or a counselor? I would lay down my life for my kids. If tomorrow the Lord said, you or your children, take me any day of the week, any day of the week. Would an attorney sue schools all the time? Would you lay down your life for my child? Would a legislator? Would a counselor? Would a teacher? You wouldn't. I would. It's my child. I know what my kid's going through, and I know there's bad actors out there. I had one. You don't have to tell me that. And guess what? The state takes care of it 9 times out of 10. You're coming after people like me, people whose kids have been taken from them. I can name names right now that asked a question and their kids, they haven't seen them in 2 years. So don't flippantly tell me this is not a big deal. This is everything to us. I heard it's not a big deal because parents won't go to jail. Take our kids. That is hell for us. Parents who love their children with everything, that is like hell. Put us in hell. Take my children away from me. Jail wouldn't be bad enough. So don't flippantly come up here and say this is not a big deal. When children are keeping secrets behind their parents' backs because we legislate stuff like this, it is a daggum big deal. Don't say it's not.
Further discussion. Representative Gilchrist, and then Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I stand in strong support of this bill that declares that we support the trans people in our state and we protect them. There have been a lot of hard things said in this chamber during this discussion of this bill. When you say you love everyone and then call trans kids delusional, that is hurtful. When you call the brave choice of those kids to live out their true selves a foolish choice, that is deeply hurtful. When you say LGBT community and leave out trans folks, that is deeply hurtful. We have been talking a lot about parents and how this bill somehow hurts parents. I'm a parent. I talk to my kids every morning. We talk about accepting people that are different from us, people that are the same as us. We talk about how our family is unique and how important it is to celebrate uniqueness and to truly love the people around us. And I believe that this bill supports all our kids in Colorado. Our trans kids are dying by suicide at higher rates than any other kids. I stand in support because I support kids too. And I believe that that's what this bill does. I also have said this in committee, but I think it's important to note that the way that we are talking about trans people in our state, in our country right now, is the way that we talked about gay and lesbian people not even a decade ago. That is why people stayed in the closet. That is why people died by suicide. We need to support our LGBTQ community. We need to support our kids. This is a turning point in our country. I am proud to stand with this bill, and I will gladly vote yes.
Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. The question before us is whether we concur with the Senate amendments. This bill is not the same bill that came before us that Sunday several weeks ago. It's not the same bill that left the House. That bill was egregious, it was horrendous. What's come back is merely ghastly and terrible, and that's probably a distinction without a real difference, and I will oppose the bill. But when this was sent over to the House in whatever form to the Senate, in its final form, we didn't send it over with some errors that just needed to be perfected. They fundamentally altered the bill. We've had discussions within the last 119 days about whether we should be doing our work here or just pitching it over the fence to let the Senate fix it. And in some cases we did that, but they didn't just fix it, they've fundamentally altered the bill. And those that supported this bill as it was when it went over ought not to concur with what came back. It is not just a watered down version, it's a very different bill. This isn't what you voted forward and sent to the Senate. We could have moved to adhere to the bill, and then the Senate would have gone back over and it would have died on the calendar. We could have moved to send it to a conference with the Senate, it would have died on the calendar. Moving to concur is the only way you're going to get a bill with this number passed this year, but again, it's not the bill that you all approved to send over. Now, I did hear one thing earlier today on Senate Bill 288, same sponsor, something I agreed with. She stated, it's wrong when we put bad language in a bill and then have to change it later. Well, what the Senate has done in many cases here is put bad language in a bill that needs to be changed later. So I don't think we should concur, but I want to go through specifically my concerns. And this is in the, how does this work? What are we asking people to do? On page 3 of this amended bill, top of the page, 1 through 5, it talks about how we're going to issue new licenses to marry that supersede whatever the recorded document was and not indicate that they were altered or changed in any way. That is fundamentally different from how we deal with recorded documents in this government. We're asking to change history, and I know there's been a lot of asks to do that over the last several years as well. But these are recorded documents. We're asking to alter something that should be preserved for posterity. I don't know why we would not want to issue an updated or changed at somebody's request document, but there's a process for that that indicates that there was a change made to the original recorded document. So I think what the Senate is asking to do here is really putting our clerk and recorders in a very bad position. A little farther down the page in section 3, it says that licenses to marry must be issued by the county clerk and recorder only during the hours the office of the county clerk and recorder is open as prescribed by law. There is no law that prescribes the clerk and recorder's office to be open. There are annual resolutions that are passed at the county level during organizational meetings that set the normal operating hours for the offices of the county, but that is not law. So I think we're setting up something here that isn't intended. You know, we may not all trust our clerk and recorders. There may be some that you consider rogue. There were some that did not want to issue marriage licenses to same-sex couples in the past. This language would allow a clerk to say, I have no office hours that are prescribed by law, so I don't have to issue any of these documents. I don't have to change them. That is a flaw in the language of this. And somebody may say, well, that doesn't really matter. We know what that means. But the intent of the law, once it leaves this room, is not as important as what's in black and white. And the black and white needs to be fixed. So I will not concur with that. We move on, and that same issue comes up repeatedly. We're re-recording, essentially, brand new documents, changing history, and just not indicating that there was another document of that type that was ever recorded before. Area where the recorder works, that is a horrible thing to contemplate. Think of a recorder being told that you should change the title on somebody's property. Tear up the original, make a change. That's not how it's done. When an error is found, when a change needs to be made, there is a note put, it is an amended document that's put in. If you move forward a little bit more, page 7. Now we're talking about definitions and chosen names. Now, a little bit later here, we're going to see that somebody can change their name up to 3 times before they have to get a court order, which would mean to me that you can walk in 3 times and say, I want this changed, and nobody should be able to challenge it. Except this states that the name change cannot contain offensive language or be for frivolous purposes. Who's supposed to determine that? Is that same county clerk that may have denied same-sex marriage licenses in the past going to decide that your change from Sally to Samuel is frivolous or somehow offensive to him or her and not issue? There needs to be some clarity here. Later down in the ledge deck, 24 or 25 on that page, advertising that's free from discrimination regardless of their membership in a protected class. Well, sex and gender identity are protected classes according to what's been written in here. Is this the end of advertising ladies' night at bars and clubs? It probably would be. I don't know if that's the intent, but that would make it unlawful in my mind. Moving on to page 8. The emotional well-being for Coloradans, their children and family members. Does this expand the intent of this law to those that have children and family members that live out of state? Are we trying to bind folks that are not Coloradans? Because we call them out differently. And finally, in that paragraph, line 11 into 12, it says that we aren't supposed to interfere unnecessarily without unnecessary governmental interference. So that's a pretty vague statement, and it begs the question, what is necessary government interference? We probably have determined we do a lot of that here, and there's no guardrails on that term. Anything we decide is right, I guess, is necessary governmental interference, but I don't know how you would ever define what unnecessary governmental interference is. Moving down to 15 through 21 on that page. We as a body struck language. We had a reason for that. The Senate just put it back in. Not sure why, but I guess we just intend to concur with that. But as we move to the next page, it gets even stranger to me. Line 1 on page 9. We allowed for people to change on many documents one time. This ups it to 3. So there's several times when things can be changed without a court determining some of these things, whether it's necessary or burdensome or frivolous. But why 3? Why not 5, 10? Why not indefinitely? Does somebody who decides they want to transition and then detransition and then transition again, is that their last chance?
50 seconds, Rep. Richardson.
After 3 times, do you become gender solid versus gender neutral? Or excuse me, fluid? I don't know. And then finally, the section on individuals not lawfully present. I think that just brings a public safety risk. We've identified people that are not here legally, and then we're allowing them to change their name and their documentation up to 3 times without any court record. We know folks are here illegally. We may be doing things for them and trying to do things for them with other bills, but how are we going to keep track of folks and eventually get them through whatever process they need to go through, whether to become citizens or not, if we don't even know what their name is?
Rep. Richardson, your time has expired.
Thank you. Please do not concur with this.
Representative Marshall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. It's an honor to serve with you.
An honor to serve with you.
Before I get into the quick comments I had, I was concerned when I was listening that some of the comments were a little inaccurate. When we say there was no way to decide whether the marriage certificate was amended, I'm sitting here looking at page 3, section 3, 14 TAC 2, TAC 107, when license to marry issue validity, and in capital letters, double underlined, new licenses to marry issued pursuant to section 14 TAC 2, TAC 106, parentheses 3A, must show the date and hour of issuance of the new license, but the effective date of the marriage is still listed on the original license to marry. Still seems like the documentation of the amendment is there. Now, I had not expected to come down here, but because I was the only Democrat to vote against this bill in the House, and I strongly suspect I'm the only member of the House that might switch their vote, I think it's incumbent upon myself to come down. When I made the only vote against this bill when it left, I was kind of shocked by a lot of the feedback I got. Quite a lot from the Democratic coalition of me being anti-trans, hateful, we're going to come for you, we're going to primary you, the usual stuff you hear if you're a Democrat from Highlands Ranch. But I also had a lot of pro-conservative groups and even had a national conservative TV show want me to come on as a guest in their primetime slot to explain the vote. and why I was against that bill. But after discussions, they realized there was no anti-trans animus there. I had very deep concerns on the full faith and credit issues and some of the parental rights issues. So I didn't seem to be that much fun because it was just a lot of dry legal issues I had with the bill. And those are issues I often have here, and so it was quite a effort to pump me up when I found out that the number one LGBTQ plus defense organization in Colorado moved from a support to an amend position for the exact reasons I couldn't support the bill. Because of the devastating legal losses that were likely to occur under those full faith and credit issues, and when they did, judges may very likely go beyond the scope of just that full faith and credit issue, causing more issues for trans individuals across the nation. But that's often an area I do find myself in this chamber, feeling like Willy Wonka. I even had a colleague say, yeah, no one listens to you, even though the only Democrat to vote against a RIA bill, which I said was unconstitutional, and within 12 hours, there was a restraining order on it and a preliminary injunction. Concerns about violations of open meeting laws when I said, no, what we do is gray, and no, it was black and white. But we're talking about this bill now and the vote on this bill now. And I was a no vote when it went over because it had the same serious issues I've pointed out before. But it has come back radically changed, as people have said. In fact, it's so radically changed, I had a few conversations with one of the sponsors who was a little upset at how much they had to take out of it. And I explained to her, look at the title of the bill. Legal protections for transgender individuals. Based on all the feedback I kept getting, there was almost nobody who really cared what was in the bill. It was the title. And if there's only one person switching their vote in both chambers with all those changes, it must be the title. And as I told her, the title is what has a lot of value. If this thing is just a placebo, there is such a thing as the placebo effect. And there's a community that feels like they are under siege right now for good reason. And if this provides some comfort and some ability to sustain through these times, then it's very worth it. And they've done admirable work. We just have to see what happened this last day with the Department of Defense saying they're going to ban all transgender individuals. Something General Mattis, Mad Dog Mattis, refused to allow to happen because he would make the very good point that if you can find me someone who can get through Marine Corps boot camp and is willing to stand next to me in a fighting hole, why would I ever throw someone like that out? I don't care what they look like, who they are. If they're willing to do that, they're my brother and they'll sit there in the fighting hole with me. But he's not there now. And they're under siege. And we talked about the children. I don't do very good with emotion, and I see so much emotion constantly in this chamber. But the most emotional people I've had on this issue that have come to me are the parents of transgender kids who are terrified and emotional over how their own kids are going to be treated. So there are different parents who are worried about their kids too. And I think this bill makes an effort to protect them too, because they're their children too. And their mama bear's looking out for their children too. So I'm going to be a yes on this bill. And I can't wait to get all the emails going the opposite way from both sides of the aisle. But I think I've done the right thing on both my votes. And I think you would do well to vote for yes on this bill now as it stands. Thanks.
Representative Kelty.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So with this bill and the concurrence, I've been sitting back listening. And it's been beat and beat and beat about how the bill goes against parental rights, which I believe it does. How it sets in the unlimited age limit of a child's transition, which it does, without governmental interference. Wow. You can try to say that it doesn't, but it plainly does. But you know, I'm not going to talk about emotional things like that right now. I'm going to talk about something that really hasn't been brought up yet, that is someone in my position and my background. This is quite relevant too. It's a section about the changes of age or of name and gender. What was not talked about is the fact that this affects a lot of things in our lives that require background checks. And as someone who's had many background checks and have been behind others having their background checks, I can tell you it's vitally important. Background checks often rely on matching names to criminal records, criminal history, even employment records. Changing your name over and over and over can complicate background checks and will allow criminals, even pedophiles, to slip through the cracks. And I have a problem with that, and I think a lot of people would. Constantly changing your name and gender can delay or confuse the background checks that would delay employment opportunities, hiring opportunities. Allowing multiple name changes will be taken advantage of to hide one's past, to obscure past actions. That has not been brought up. I'm not sure it's even been thought of. This upsets me greatly. Changing names and gender, and I'm going to list a few things. It's why the concurrence of this I just cannot adhere to, especially multiple name changes. It complicates the criminal history, being able to solve a case, medical histories, transcripts, diplomas, education verifications, which many of us have had to go through in our lifetime of employment. It's not limited to legal disputes, voter registrations, signature verifications, which we've all had to see in many of our races before, data breaches, trying to get just rental housing, background checks just to be able to live somewhere, to find affordable housing. Now it's going to complicate with that. Loans, mortgages, and the list goes on and on. Page 9 mentions 3 times about changing someone's name and gender. 3 times. You're not making other people's lives better. You're not making it easier. You're actually complicating it. I'm really hoping that this type of information is thought of when you're voting today. This is not after it's been, well, even before it was hacked up, it was a horrible bill. But even now that it's been hacked and rehacked and unhacked, and I'm not sure what else has been done to it, but this is not the same bill. It should not go through today. I suggest you start over and take in consideration the dangers that hide between the pages. And those dangers could be criminals slipping through the cracks, using a system that you're allowed to set up to cause more harm and damage and create victims on its way. I will definitely be a no vote on this bill, and I'm asking for you to also be a no vote, because this bill either has to go back to day one or just gotten rid of altogether. Thank you.
Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I wanted to talk about a couple of things that have happened over the last 48 hours in this chamber that I have listened to intently. We have voted on a cow to send a bill back to judiciary because we didn't have enough time to analyze the bill and wanted to get more stakeholder feedback. We have heard there are multiple issues with how this bill has been drafted, and so we need more time to consider the amendments. We have heard it is difficult to come back and fix this later. This is a totally different bill, and I want to thank the bill sponsors for spending half a day with me and members of my caucus as we try to figure out what this bill does now. And I say that while I respect my colleagues for being able to do that, I also say this is a totally different bill. A bill that did not go through judiciary, a bill that had not been stakeholdered, a bill that we did not have time to have conversations about. It is a completely different bill. So to say that we can concur with this bill, while I appreciate the portions that you have taken out, I appreciate that the people of Colorado have spoken and you, I'm going to say, have listened. This bill has gotten national attention. There have been people at the Capitol, over 700 people ready to testify on a bill in committee. That's a movement, and that means people want their voices to be heard. But it took us half a day to figure out what this bill does, and they have no idea what this bill does today. And people are scared. They were scared, that's why they came to testify, it's why they've reached out to you, it's why they want their voices heard. I want to talk about a couple of other things that I think are really important. I think the changing of the safety clause to a petition clause really is a problem for me. And, you know, I talk a lot because this is one of the most important things I think I have done in my lifetime, is to help lead a group of 2,500 grassroots parents, people from across the state who wanted their voices heard. And in 2019, when I led this petition drive, it was, so many things were happening. I think a lot of people may have been engaged or not engaged, but in 2019, we had a horrible sex ed bill that was going through the legislature. We had an attack on oil and gas, a bill that was going through the legislature, and we had the attack on the Electoral College. And people were angry and frustrated, and they wanted their voices heard. And so 2,500 people from across the state, some of which never even got to meet each other, came together in the largest petition drive in Colorado's history for a ballot question. The largest in Colorado's history. Never before, never after has it been done on a ballot initiative. So we have seen the people come up and want to speak about this, right? Over 700 people showing up to testify. More and more people have engaged, all of you in your districts, and yet we are silencing their voice. We are saying, you know what, we do not want to take the time to allow you the right to petition your government and tell us what you think we should do with this bill. And I think that that's a huge mistake, and mostly because what one of your amendments does is delay implementation for the drives update, because the clerks have to do this drive update, or the state needs to do this drives update. And so what we're saying is it is important enough to take a little bit of time so that drives can be updated for these changes, but it is not important enough for the people of Colorado to get their voices heard. And I think that's not a great message. I don't think that's a message on a bill of this substance that has changed so much. I think it's a bad message, and I wish that you would reconsider that. A couple of the things from a lawyer perspective, you know, the confusion and identity verification could lead to fraud. I think that's a problem. Being able to change these birth certificates and legal identity documents and changing back and forth gender, I think that could be a problem. I know when I talked to my county clerk as the amendments were going through the Senate on one of my drives home, he said he had some concerns and felt like this bill has not been vetted for the unintended consequences it could cause. I don't feel like there's been enough stakeholdering. I feel like there needs to be more time to really understand if there are unintended consequences to this bill. And so, you know, we have all talked about our fear, our constituents' fear. What we have heard is that there is this movement against putting government in between parents and their children. And that is what we have been standing up for and against. And we have been talking about parental rights since the time I've entered this chamber, whether it's for medical decisions, educational choices. We have been fighting for those rights. And this is just another bill in that litany of bills that continues to put parents and children with the government in between. And I think that is something that people should have the right to vote on. It is something that if they want to petition their government, they should have the right to get their voices heard. That is not what this bill allows them to do. And for those reasons, I am against concurrence. Thank you.
Representative Joseph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Thank you to the sponsors for running this bill, Rep. Garcia and Rep. Stewart. I rise to support with the concurrence with the Senate amendments to this bill. Amendments that preserve the spirit and purpose of the policy to affirm the dignity and protect the rights of our transgender community. And I really appreciate earlier both Representative Garcia and Representative Stewart walked us through what the bill does. As a Black woman and an immigrant, I know firsthand what it means to have your identity questioned, your humanity debated, and your rights delayed. The struggle for justice, whether it is for Black people, immigrants, or transgender individuals, is not separate. It is one and the same. It's the struggle to be seen, to be safe, and to be free. I have had the opportunity to engage with an organization in Boulder, and we cannot mention organization's name down here in the Whale, but it's a really wonderful organization that works to bring forth the lived experiences of our LGBTQ+ community members. And I remember through my engagement with them, one of the things that they said to me is that, Junie, there is even more disparities when it comes to LGBTQ+ community members who are immigrants in this country. And that really touched me. So today, as I was listening to the debate, some of the comments were beyond hurtful. They were beyond hurtful. To love justice is to love people, all people. And for those of us who come from faith traditions, let us remember, to love God is to love transgender people, full stop. You cannot claim to love your neighbor and then turn away when your neighbor is under attack. So by concurring with these amendments, we say clearly that Colorado does not turn away. We move forward together in love and in justice and in solidarity with our transgender community members. I ask for a yes vote. For all those community members who are not in the room with us today, let's stand with them because their humanity matters just as much as each and every one of us here in this room. Thank you.
Representative Barone.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. First of all, I wanted to talk a little bit about what the good representative from, trying to figure out, see where she's from, Boulder is. The good representative from Boulder said about loving your neighbor. Kind of offends me that's said because, to be honest, if I were walking down the street and I saw a transgender person being attacked, I would not turn my back. That person still is a person. I would do what I can to help. Doesn't matter if they're male, female, or transgender, or whatever they think they are. That person is still a person. I would not turn my back. To say something like that not only talks to what people think that most of us, especially on this side of the aisle, we actually believe in. No. Let me get this straight. I have no problem with the LGBTQ community. Whatever you think you are, great. That's your personal preference. What I'm here to talk about is, as a father, this affects me. Because now, this bill is saying that my kids can change their name in school or dress however they want in school without my consent, and the school cannot tell me. How is that fair that a parent is not told this? Like the good representative from Loveland said, it is our duty to raise our kids the way we were raised, or the way that we believe that they should be raised. After they become an adult, they're free to choose. Until then, it is our duty. Parental rights is important here. I have 2 kids. They're still young. Oh, I have 3 kids, I'm sorry. 2 of I know, that was bad. 3 kids. Oldest is 12. Youngest will be 5. Sorry, my youngest. I love you. Yeah,
Sounds like it's going to be a good Christmas, Rep. Barone.
Thank you. But I do believe that it's my responsibility to raise them and how I was raised, how my wife and I believe that they should be raised. And we should know everything that goes on with their lives in school until they become an adult. And even after, it is still our duty to be there for them, no matter what they choose, no matter what path they go to. It is still our duty to support them and to help them when they ask for it. I stand by that. My mom is still here for me. I love my mom. You know, it's funny. In high school, before I got my driver's license, she would still drop me off in school, drop me off right next to the school. And I would still kiss her goodbye in front of everybody walking into the school. I was in high school. I never thought anything of it. Years later, my mom reminded me, you know, you were in high school and you still kissed me goodbye in front of everybody. That meant something to her. It did. Because I do love my mom. She's still here for me. My parents are both still here for me. Anything I need, I go to them. And they're there. That is our duty. Let's not go with the kids on this. As an adult, you can do whatever you choose. The kids should be taken out of this. Schools should be taken out of this. And we're not only putting a weight on our school system, putting a weight on our clerk and recorders to change everything here. To change your name 3 times before you go to a court to change it legally, or after the 3rd time, that just sounds way too much. So a lot of people like myself, I would never change my name. You know, I'm proud of my name. Most people are proud of their name. I know they want to change their name, but to do it 3 times, that's going too far. So I'm here to speak as a father, as somebody that believes in what I just said, 100%. And anybody that's in trouble, I will not turn my back on you. Anybody. I would help anyone in this chamber, anyone outside this building, if I have the power to do so. Doesn't matter who you are. So with all due respect to the Representative Boulder, that is false. Most people are good. Most people are good and have a heart. I urge you no.
Representative Clifford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I shared in committee when we first heard this bill that the first young person that I knew in high school that did not have a supportive environment to be who they were left on Christmas break one year and just didn't come back. Put their Class A uniform on, turned their hat around backwards, and blew their brains out. And this year, in the conversation, in the dialogue, in this particular conversation, you know, I've even gone back and spent time like finding pictures of this person's gravesite and kind of mourning a death from high school all over again and thinking about the opportunity that wasn't there. You know, just a little over 10 years ago, we approved gay marriage in the state. And just yesterday or the day before, we finally removed homosexuality as crimes. And it got a 100% vote in this chamber. And I heard one of my colleagues say, "My goodness, I cannot believe we've not noticed this for this long." And this is the iteration of that conversation. 10 years from now, history will view what we are doing here as what was appropriate. The Kelly Loving Act is a flashpoint for a broader conversation about fairness, dignity, and the role of empathy in our laws. Protecting transgendered individuals isn't just about legal check boxes, it's about recognizing that everyone deserves to live authentically without fear, without discrimination, and without harm. And if you look around with the transgender people that are here today, they're not asking for special treatment. They're asking for the same respect that we all expect, whether it's using their chosen name, accessing health care, feeling safe in public spaces. And denying that is like gatekeeping human worth. When we let bias fester by misgendering or dead naming someone as a power trip, your moral conversation, I can appreciate your not understanding. But nobody's asking you to do anything other than allow people to live. And if you don't believe that these people exist, I have some examples. We have an extraordinary example. A member of our chamber exists. I can see her. She's right there. She's never asked, as far as I know, anybody to treat her any differently than me or you. And my colleague, I appreciate you trying to make a determination that somebody should be an age when they know who they are. And there is zero data that gives you access to that view. In fact, the Endocrine Society notes that gender identity has biological roots like hormone exposure in utero. This isn't ideology, it's science. Every civil rights fight, from race to marriage equality, has faced the but tradition argument. Tradition lost. Protecting trans people is the next chapter in expanding who gets to be fully human in our society. These present protections are not about winning a culture war. They're about ensuring that no one's left behind in the pursuit of a decent life. And we have a responsibility to the same protections for our trans community as any other person.
Further discussion. Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll try to talk mainly to the concurrence with the amendments, and then we can talk about the bill later. It seems to me we're having two very different conversations, and perhaps with some stakeholder painting with the parent groups, the groups that are concerned about how this affected their rights and responsibilities and their protections of their children, instead of classifying them as fascists and Nazis. That conversation might have gotten us to a different place a lot sooner. And we could have avoided a lot of angst.
And Representative DeGraff, I have not heard somebody in this chamber use those phrases before now.
It was used. So feeling safe in public spaces, that's an interesting one because many have been denied feeling safe in private spaces. And this is not a but tradition argument. And the idea that somebody is deciding who gets to be fully human is interesting, coming from people who determine that preborn humans are not fully human. But let's talk about this bill. This is not about a hate or dislike of a community. This is about, let's start with the safety clause, because that's perhaps my favorite part, being from El Paso County. So we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, and that to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just power from the consent of the governed. So who is sovereign? Who has rights in this country? The citizens. And this legislation, as civil servants to serve the civil, to serve the people of the state, we are here to secure those rights. And this bill, Operation Stranger Danger, because we were initially talking about keeping secrets from parents, to the extent of secreting them away on couches, hidden away from their parents, who are obviously going to be worried sick about them. So this bill is still about that, because this bill is the foundation for that. That has not gone away. It has not gone away. The sponsors have said it. The bill is structured for it. So this General Assembly is to secure the rights of the parents, and the governor is supposed to be executing the will of the General Assembly in the process of securing the rights for the citizens of Colorado. And this legislation has failed. Because parental rights, children are not